Chapter 333. That's it? So, Your Highness, did you succeed? Waya glanced at King Chapman from afar in disbelief. And are we really going to Black Sand region? Only this time Ralph, who disliked him, did not retort with his actions or snort. The prince raised his head and forced a smile. But he was not done yet. You've surprised me again, Your Highness. Li Span walked straight up to the prince with a solemn expression. Thales exhaled, closed his eyes and said, Me too. Li Span snorted softly. You already knew that the king is in Dragon Cloud City, the regent said with certainty. The regent said with certainty, when you boarded the Black Sand region's carriage you knew. Thales did not speak. Li Span stared at him with a sharp gaze. But you did not tell us or Dragon Cloud City. You just waited quietly for today. Li Span cast a glance at King Chapman, who was still standing leisurely in the middle of the hall and receiving all sorts of gazes, as if he would only stop after he finished touring the hall. You and him. Thales remained silent. Li Span sighed. As the lady said, Dragon Cloud City will remember everything that happened today, Your Highness. Thales finally spoke. Yes, me too, the prince said in a low voice. I will remember and watch you, Your Highness. Li Span gave him a profound look. In the end, the count did not say anything and turned to leave. He was not the only one. The acerbic Count Cotterson did not say anything. He only gave Thales a warning gesture of slitting his throat before he left, along with a hateful gaze. Thales responded with a faint smile. You have guts. You colluded with Black Sand region and betrayed all of Dragon Cloud City? This was the cold Carcagal. You know, people with guts usually die faster. Congratulations, Your Highness. When Count Liner passed by, he said softly, Do you think Lampard is a good person? Bah, ungrateful and repeatedly treacherous. Count Hurst spat in disdain as he left. A coward of the Empire. Thales could only smile in the face of these gazes and words. It was as if he did not care. But another person's words were exceptionally different. Is she worth it? Thales was slightly startled. It was Count Nazir. The doddering count stood a step away from him and sighed. Is it worth your sacrifice? Thales furrowed his brows slightly. I do not understand you, Count. Humph, I'm old but I'm not blind. Nazir smiled and shook his head. Perhaps what others saw was you colluding with Lampard, betraying Dragon Cloud City and fleeing to Black Sand region, but what I saw, he cast Thales a profound glance with an unclear meaning. You cooperated with the City of Faraway Prayers beforehand so that she would not be forced into marriage. You interrupted us 3 times during the meeting, but each time, you saved the girl from her predicament. Thales' face stiffened. As for your collaboration with Black Sand region, that girl. Nazir paused and said softly, Is she really worth it? Thales' face was livid. He did not speak. When Nazir saw this, he only sighed wordlessly. He patted Thales' shoulder gently and left slowly. Thales watched the old count's footsteps with complicated emotions. Was she worth it? At this moment. Slap. Thales was shocked. His shoulder had already been unceremoniously grabbed by someone. It was Ian. Lampard is the backup you mentioned, isn't he? At that moment, the Viscount of Dual Wind City's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and looked at Thales with resentment and anger. Thales stared at the person in front of him in a daze. He had never seen Ian like this. It was as if the young Rockney who had been chatting and laughing with him was already dead. Thales sighed and waved Ralph and Waya away, who were about to step forward. From the beginning to the end, did you look like you were watching a show? Ian's breathing quickened. His gaze was resentful. You cooperated with me on the surface but sold me out like a clown behind my back? It's very interesting, isn't it? Thales was silent. After a long while, he forced out a sentence. I'm sorry. Sorry? Ian seemed to be angered by this sentence. His lips trembled. The City of Faraway Prayers. The City of Faraway Prayers was betrayed just like that. Traitor. Ian's gaze became more and more terrifying. His grip on Thales' shoulder also became stronger. You think this is very smart? You have the king's protection, and the Archduchess has the support of the vassals? Thales did not speak. He turned his head away unnaturally to avoid Ian's gaze. I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice. His attitude seemed to have angered Ian. The latter growled hatefully, No. You can't run away. I promise that one day all of you will regret this. Ian gritted his teeth. His expression was a little crazed as he vowed, one day, all of you will pay the price. Ian turned to the motionless Archduchess on the stairs and threatened sternly, especially your little girlfriend. You take good care of her, huh? Very well, then I will. Thales tensed up. He flung Ian's arm away abruptly, causing the latter to be stunned. Before you threaten me with something senseless, you'd better take care of yourself first, Ian Rockney. Thales' expression turned cold. He met the extremely resentful Ian's gaze. You and your sister. Ian was slightly startled. You know, even if your sister got 0 points in Defense City, Thales said softly, it's still better than a certain someone getting negative points in Dragon Cloud City? Ian widened his eyes. His expression became more and more unpleasant. That's right, Ian. A long time ago, a terrifying and ugly old witch taught me. Thales' gaze became sharp. Betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance. Ian glared at him as if this was the first day he met Thales. Today I will teach you this sentence. Free of tuition. Ian's expression changed. He was about to flare up, but his shoulder was held down tightly by another person. A loss is a loss. Monty, the Raven of Death, stood behind Ian and said coldly, Ian, at least act like a man. Ian glanced at Monty in disbelief. This isn't over. Finally, Ian gave up on pestering Thales. He approached him and stared into his eyes. Thales Jade Star. I know. Lampard isn't the only opponent I have. And you. Thales continued to stare at him coldly, not showing any signs of weakness. In the next second, Ian angrily flung Monty's hand away. With a dark expression, he brushed past Thales and turned to leave. Thales stared at Ian's back and sighed in his heart. What an honor. Monty snorted softly. He glanced at Thales and flashed a somewhat ferocious smile. His malevolent gaze made Thales feel uncomfortable. The Raven of Death walked past him and said lightly, as expected, you live up to your reputation, Your Highness. Thales gulped uncomfortably. But the complicated gaze he saw next made Thales feel uneasy. Accompanied by Nicholas, the young girl silently walked towards the main door. When the Archduchess passed by Thales, the rhythm of her footsteps paused slightly. Thales closed his eyes. A furious voice traveled into his ears, but it was not her. How did you do it? Thales took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The Star Killer stood in front of Thales. There was no longer any anger in his gaze. There was only coldness and hatred. You've lied to us about Lampard for so long, but from Axe District to here there are at least 3 layers of guards. Nicholas sneered. How did Lampard arrive at the entrance of the hall without any obstruction, and then appear at the right time to cooperate with your act? Thales had no choice but to wave his hand again to signal Waya, Ralph, and the others not to come forward. Saroma stood not far from them and did not turn her head around. Thales exhaled. At this moment he truly felt a heaviness in his heart. The diplomat group from Black Sand region has been in Dragon Cloud City for a long time, Thales said flatly. Viscount Kentvita came in the name of meeting the Archduchess. As long as no one knows the king, they can smoothly pass through the patrols at the first gatehouse. As for Heroic Spirit Palace, today is a special day. The elite Archduchess guards are all around the Hall of Heroes to protect the nobles. So the palace guards are in charge of guarding the palace gate, and they have to receive the suzerain's attendants who are waiting outside. Thales said quietly, so as long as we know their shifts in advance, Ralph's psionic ability and Waya's identity work together. Lampard can avoid the palace guards and reach the entrance of the hall, leaving only your Archduchess guards in front of him. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. The palace guards' shifts? Thales nodded with a gloomy expression. The Archduchess guards can't avoid them, but Lampard doesn't need to face them directly. He only needs to have Kentvita find the herald at the entrance and have him inform Count Leespan in the hall that the king is here. Nicholas furrowed his brows. The Archduchess was already at the end of her rope at that time. Thales sighed. What I need to do is to intensify the conflict and push the terrible situation in the hall to a point where no one can handle it. Count Leespan, who knows how to judge the situation, will know what to do. He's very good at making choices. Not far away, Saroma's shoulders trembled slightly. Thales finished speaking. Nicholas stared at him coldly. The palace guard's shifts? Nicholas' voice became more and more terrifying. Every word he uttered was laced with danger. That's a secret that is rearranged every month. Which rat betrayed us? There's no need to disturb the others. Thales shook his head. That head chef's son, Joseph. Do you remember him? Nicholas furrowed his brows as if he was trying hard to search for this name in his mind. He's very lonely in the palace. Thales flashed a bitter smile. I often practice my sword skills with him when he comes to the courtyard to deliver food. Nicholas seemed to have figured something out. His face turned pale. The scullery? Of course I can't get my hands on the monthly shift arrangements. Thales nodded slowly. But the palace guards also need to eat. The scullery's daily cooking arrangements are fixed. For example, when they need to make bread for a small team, where exactly to send it? Nicholas' expression became more and more unpleasant. Don't make things difficult for Joseph. Thales shook his head. His tone was flat. He's still young. He thinks it's just idle chatter during sword practice. So, some of your actions in the palace over the past 6 years, whether it was skipping classes to read books in various corners, talking to animals out of boredom, lowering your status to meddle with the servants' work, or chatting with the servants and guards in a friendly manner. The star killer let out a faint sneer, but for some reason it made people feel a chill run down their spines. Were they all to gather information or to test our defenses? And you've behaved yourself for the past 6 years. All of it was an act? In the distance, Saroma's back stood still. The Archduchess guards waited respectfully around her. Thales' breathing froze for a moment. Nicholas and Thales were silent for a few seconds. Most of the nobles in the hall had left. Only the stern King Chapman, accompanied by Kentvita and Croche, was watching from afar with interest. I talked to animals because I was really bored. As for the rest, the second prince inhaled and squeezed out a gloomy smile. I have no choice. No choice? Thales turned around and stared at the Soul Slayer pike on the shelf. He could not help but sigh as he reminisced. It's been 6 years in Dragon Cloud City. Every letter I wrote had to be opened and checked. Every destination I went to had to be searched beforehand. Every person who spoke to me had to be interrogated 3 times. Even the paper I used in class had to be inspected. Every book I touched had to be recorded by someone specially assigned to record it. If there was anything wrong with my daily schedule or actions, you Lisban or Madame Gings would interrogate me. Then I would be grounded. Saroma's back trembled slightly. Thales sighed and said, my every move was under your surveillance. If it weren't for the Archduchess' special permission, I wouldn't even be able to step out of Heroic Spirit Palace. As for Waya and Ida, every constellatiate who leaves the palace, not only do they have to be searched, but there are also scouts following them. Even if they throw a copper coin to a beggar, you will catch the beggar and lock him up for 2 months. Even the diplomatic groups from the kingdom who come to visit me are restricted and monitored. Nicholas still stared at him silently with a terrifying gaze. I know that you used King Chapman's name to lock me in this palace, cut off all contact with the outside world, cut off the normal education I should have received, and expect me to muddle through a meaningless life, to become a canary that can only cry in a cage. Nicholas was silent. Thales lowered his head and said dejectedly, Constellation, the Secret Intelligence Department and I did bring you great trouble and even disaster 6 years ago, but at least we fought side by side. Is this necessary? This time the silence lasted for a long time. Nicholas let out a cold laugh. Not only is it necessary. In my opinion this is far from enough, he said resolutely. Justin is still too lenient with you. He should never have let you come into contact with the people from Black Sand region. That's why you got the chance to betray us. You betrayed all of us. Did you think that you would be safe after escaping to Black Sand region? Nicholas' gaze was cold. Remember this well, little prince of the empire. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. With just you? Forget it. The prince shook his head slightly. Don't overestimate yourself just because someone calls you the star killer, dead face. You and I were never on the same level. Nicholas' expression froze. Very well, the star killer said hatefully. Be careful, you better not fall into my hands. When that time comes, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Nicholas gave him a fierce glare, caught up with the Archduchess team and strode away. Thank you, Deadface. I will be careful. As always. The Archduchess did not stop. Her figure stepped out of the main door. She did not look back. As he listened to the footsteps leave his ears, Thales sighed. There was an indescribable heaviness in his heart. Aren't we leaving? As he watched wave after wave of important people make harsh remarks, Wuxia, who came up to him, did not even dare to breathe loudly. Your Highness. Thales shook his head. There's still one more. Finally, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Wuxia and Ralph immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. How do you feel? King Chapman's deep and slightly hoarse voice rang out. Compared to his earlier awe-inspiring tone, his tone was now less domineering and more playful. But Thales did not answer directly. He gestured for Wuxia to step down. You reacted very quickly. Thales turned to the king and sincerely sighed with emotion. I only mentioned a little about Constellation sending troops to the Alliance of Freedom, and you seized the opportunity. King Chapman snorted in disdain. Same here. The prince faced the king and took a deep breath. But just now you said that you have already won against Black Sand region and those vassals who oppose you? The king's gaze shifted slightly. Why? Thales narrowed his eyes. You also said that Archduke Trentida will send troops with you to deal with them? King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Thales stared at him, his gaze unwavering for a long time. After a while the prince laughed out loud. Stop joking. Thales shook his head and said, we all know him, Trentida of Reformation Tower. Will he help you? What's the big deal? King Chapman snorted softly. Everyone knows that Porpheus Trentida has always been indecisive, treacherous and cunning. Thales ran his fingers through his hair in resignation and recalled the Archduke with the bowl cut who had a glint in his eyes. That's right, but let me put it this way. If you invite Trentida to hunt deer with you, he will definitely not agree. Thales sighed and said, unless he knows beforehand that the deer he wants to hunt is already dead, and all he needs to do is to drag the venison back. Only then will Trentida look forthright, generous, tragic and generous. Like a hero who will never return, he will carry his bow and arrows on his back and ride out on his horse. The two of them stared at each other in silence. After a while, King Chapman laughed. Ha ha ha. A hero who will never return. This time Lampard laughed in an exceptionally carefree manner. Contrary to his previous sneer and mockery, it was as if he was truly happy at this moment. I have to say it's very vivid and appropriate. Thales laughed as well. His shoulders trembled slightly. But his smile disappeared very quickly. So, even though Trentida makes it sound nice, he will never go out with you. The smile in Thales' eyes was replaced by graveness and seriousness. If your vassals gather together, shed all pretenses of cordiality, and fight to the death against the Lampard family, it will be hard to tell who will emerge victorious between you and them. King Chapman's laughter also stopped. Thales stared at him coldly. Your claim that the outcome of the chessboard has already been decided is just empty talk. That's why you came here personally. Just like 6 years ago. King Chapman neither denied nor admitted it. He only stared at Thales with a mysterious expression. Thales looked in the direction of the door and sighed. Ian is still a little too young. He still lacks the experience to face you, that's why he was so easily frightened by you. If it were his father, that resolute, stubborn and callous warrior come Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Kulgan Rockney, King Chapman sneered. You have quite a high opinion of him. Thales snorted. Looking at Lisban and Nazir's expressions, I'm afraid that they have doubts in their hearts. The prince exercised his aching shoulders and said softly, it's just that they're wary of your relationship with Constellation and don't have confidence in Trentida. They're afraid that you'll really promise him something he can't refuse. That's why they don't dare to bet with you. King Chapman shook his head in a seemingly casual manner. Not everyone has the wisdom to see through the bet and have the courage to make a bet with me. Thales shook his head and snorted softly. But very soon, everything that happened in this hall, whether it was the city of faraway prayers' great defeat in the confrontation with the king, or the news that Dragon Cloud City did not join the alliance to denounce the king and handed over the Prince of Constellation to the king in the end, will spread throughout Extet, especially to Black Sand region. Thales suddenly felt exhausted, as if the morning meeting had drained his energy. The moment the Archduchess agreed to hand me over, you truly won, he said, a little dispirited. What happened before was just a bluff. Are you satisfied now? The two of them stared at each other silently in the middle of the hall. Their delay also caused the Archduchess guards who were still guarding the hall to frown, but Kenfida's smiling face and Croce's cold expression effectively stalled them. But you did not leave empty-handed, Thales. After a while, King Chapman said quietly, first of all, you yourself. Not only did you avoid the fate of being dragged into the war, you also broke free from Dragon Cloud City's evil clutches. Is that so? The prince yawned as if he did not care. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't tell what a good thing this is. But the king ignored him. He only said in a slightly cold tone, and according to the conditions we agreed upon, I also gave that girl a chance to cultivate her prestige so that her vassals would no longer be her enemies. This sentence instantly caused Thales' unfocused gaze to focus. Under the pressure of a certain terrifying king, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City will not lose their support, at least for the short term, and will not be forced to marry. Under external forces they will instead be more united. Isn't this what you want? Thales furrowed his brows. But she is still a girl, Thales said after a few seconds. No matter what, her existence will make many people in Dragon Cloud City feel uneasy and indignant. King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Then I can't do anything unless you turn her into a man? Thales looked up. So? The prince stared into King Chapman's profound eyes with certainty. You must help her gain a firm foothold no matter what method you use. The king seemed to be a little amused. Must I? Thales nodded. As the king of Extet, he said calmly, it is in your interest to let an archduchess who is controversial and a girl who subverts tradition continue to rule Dragon Cloud City, which is full of capable people and has a strong foundation. You also don't want to see an Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City who is as watertight as Lispan, as cunning as Nazir, and as unyielding and upright as Karkagal, right? King Chapman's expression froze for a moment. Thales stared at him without blinking. A slight ripple appeared on the king's rugged face. Indeed, we don't need a second King Nuvan. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. For this, you even have to help her obtain a considerable amount of power. The second prince's tone became heavier and faster. Don't forget, as an archduchess, the obstacles she faces are similar to the problems you face to a certain extent. For example, the tradition in Northland that has lasted for thousands of years. When King Chapman heard this, the interest in his eyes grew stronger. Moreover, she is the archduchess whom you acknowledge and you are also voting for her. Thales suddenly stopped talking. Moreover, you still have a trump card that can kill her. Her throne is tied to your crown. Thales put on a stern face and did not speak again. King Chapman exhaled slowly. I have a feeling, Thales. The king curled up the corners of his lips. Coupled with his gaze, it gave people a slightly prickly feeling. During the time you are in Black Sand region, we will get along very well. Thales' expression darkened. Is that so? Both of them sank into silence again. After a long while, King Chapman said meaningfully, the same old question. How does it feel? Thales responded with a cold snort. How does it feel? King Chapman took a deep breath. His expression was joyful, as if he was enjoying the beauty of Dragon Cloud City at this moment. From the city of faraway prayers to Dragon Cloud City, from Lispan to the Archduchess, you are a traitor who betrayed everyone, or at least that's what they think. Carrying everything on your shoulders and moving forward alone? King Chapman's gaze became sharper as he stared at him. His words were forceful. How does it feel? Thales was silent. He lowered his head and did not speak for a long time. The prince suddenly remembered how he sat in the carriage of the Marquis from Kemu Union 6 years ago. When he angrily questioned the then Archduke of Black Sand region, who later became King Chapman, the other party's cold reply. Child, you don't know anything. Black Sand region and I are already beyond redemption. King Chapman stared at him and shook his head in what seemed to be disdain. He turned around and left. The moment he turned, the Prince of Constellation's voice came from behind him. But it was gloomy and cold like never before. This feeling... Thales stared at the ground. Without raising his head, he said hoarsely, this feeling is like... Chapman Lampard. The king's body froze in the middle of his stride. In the quiet air, Thales snorted softly. With his usual expression, he called for Waya and Ralph and walked towards the door. When the prince reached the entrance of the hall, he paused for a moment. He stared at the rough floor tiles, which were slightly uneven, and curled up the corners of his lips. 6 years ago he met the born king whose name shook Northland for the first time in this place. 6 years later. In the next moment, Thales resisted the urge to turn around. He took a deep breath. Damn it. Thales lifted his foot without hesitation. 6 years later my foot. Chapter 334. Accompanied by his attendants and guards, Thales walked on the way to the stable. When the few palace guards standing guard at the palace gate saw the Prince of Constellation, they snorted in disdain. It's him. He worked with Lampard from the inside and outside. One of the guards looked at Thales from afar with a gloomy expression and whispered to his colleague, he caused him to lose his position and the right to join the personal guards, all because he did not notice the king at the palace gates. The guards cast hostile gazes at him. Thales inhaled and pretended not to see it. The prince and his group walked past the guards. The palace guards bowed to the deputy commander of the Archduchess Guards, Lord Justin. Hey! When they walked past him, one of the guards could not help but say in a loud and vicious voice, I hope our king loves your little ass. I hope our king loves your little butt. People of the Empire. The others did not bother to hide their laughter, including the Northlanders who were guarding behind Thales. Their eyes were full of disgust and indignation. But Thales did not seem to hear them. His expression did not change and he continued walking. Lord Justin pursed his lips and did not say anything. Hey Northlander, are you not going to do anything? At the back of the group, Ida, who had been missing for a long time, tugged at her cloak and protested to Justin in front of her. My duty is to protect the prince's safety before His Majesty's White Blade Guards rush over to escort you out of Dragon Cloud City. Justin's tone was cold. When he mentioned the White Blade Guards, he raised his tone in a sarcastic manner. He gestured at the group of guards who spoke rudely. Unless they draw their swords and charge at me, reasonable protests are not part of my duty. You call this reasonable? Waya was about to retort, but Ralph, who was beside him, stopped him in time and shook his head. Northlanders. Ida turned her head and distanced herself from them in dissatisfaction. Thales still did not say a word. His expression was solemn. It had only been a few hours since the meeting that decided the outcome of the battle in the morning, but some news had already spread. Thales could clearly feel that the atmosphere in Heroic Spirit Palace had plummeted the moment he walked out of the Hall of Heroes. From the guards to the nobles, every single insider who entered his line of sight seemed to want to eat the Prince of Constellation alive. This included Justin, who had protected him for a long time and was somewhat easy to talk to. The prince sighed in his heart. At last they came to the stables and Jenny's loud neigh sounded cheerfully. But Thales was slightly stunned. Someone was already waiting for them. Justin calmly nodded at the people in the stable. Boss. The star killer, Nicholas, was carrying the black-hilted saber Tolja had given him. He crossed his arms and leaned against Jenny's stable, staring at them coldly. Just like so many times in the past. Thales turned his head around in resignation and exhaled. It was him again. You're in a hurry to find Lampard? As the group of Constellations frowned, Nicholas stared at Thales with a hostile expression. You can't even wait for the people from Black Sand region to come and fetch you? Thales shook his head. As you said, I'm going to Axe District to the courier station in Black Sand region, the prince said calmly. I'm also going to talk to His Majesty about the future arrangements. This time it was Nicholas' turn to frown. He snorted in dissatisfaction then laughed disdainfully. You're really unscrupulous after falling out with me. The Star Killer's mocking tone was filled with indescribable anger. Why? You feel that Heroic Spirit Palace is no longer safe, so you quickly hide behind Lampard? The sooner you leave the better? Thales stared at Nicholas in silence. He raised a hand and stopped Waya, who was about to speak. Nicholas put down his arms, slowly walked to Thales and stared straight into his eyes. Listen, treacherous little prince. Forget about meeting Lampard. Nicholas enunciated each word slowly. His words were filled with a chill unique to the commander. As long as I'm still here before the people from Black Sand region come to fetch you with a warrant, you will stay in Heroic Spirit Palace obediently. Behind Thales, the people from Constellation stared at the Star Killer with vigilant expressions. Nicholas bent down, his forehead almost touching Thales' hair. His gaze became sharper. You don't have to go anywhere. Hey, pretty boy. Ida fiercely made a gesture of rolling up her sleeves and moved closer. Do you believe that I won't beat? Nicholas put on a strange, cold smile. He turned his body sideways, revealing the hilt of the sword behind him. On his back, the golden saber reflected a wondrous light. The temperature around them seemed to have risen a little. When she saw the saber, Aida's voice instantly became softer and weaker. That? Thales shook his head and pulled Ida behind him. Ida, let me do it. The female elf, who was usually wild and unruly, was now very obedient. She followed Thales' arm and was gently pulled back. She did not forget to make a fierce gesture at Nicholas that said, "I'm not afraid of you." She slit her throat. Thales stepped forward and stared at the star killer quietly. Nicholas snorted coldly and leaned against the pillar again. He shook his head at Justin. "Bring him back. Make sure he doesn't come into contact with anyone else." But at this moment, Thales suddenly exhaled and shook his head slightly. "Do you hate him?" Nicholas was slightly startled. "What?" "I'm saying that you must hate him very much." Thales took a deep breath. He remembered the White Blade Guards who sacrificed their lives to protect them 6 years ago. He raised his head and his gaze was clear. "I'm talking about Chapman Lampard. Your king." Nicholas' gaze was focused on Thales' face. His expression became more and more terrifying. His gaze slowly drifted away as if he was looking into the distance. "I have only one king. And that is definitely not Chapman Lampard." A few seconds later, Nicholas' gaze slowly focused. His words were sonorous and forceful, regardless of the past or the present. As for Lampard, the only reason why he is still alive is because he appeared in Dragon Cloud City. The Star Killer's enunciations were clear and short, but Thales could feel the hatred and anger behind each of Nicholas' words. "I'm still worried about the city left behind by the late king. That's why I didn't cover my face, bring my sword and send him straight to Hell's River. So you better choose carefully. Whether it's talking to him or standing beside him, it's not a good idea." Thales fixed his gaze on Nicholas and nodded in all apparent seriousness, as if he had understood something. "So you told Xian, right?" Nicholas was stunned again. Thales raised his hand and gestured for Wuxia and the others to step back. He took a step forward and faced Nicholas alone. "You told Xian about the fact that Lampard already has something on Dragon Cloud City, the Archduchess identity." Thales sighed and spoke softly at a volume that only the two of them could hear. "That's why Xian was so restrained in the hall this morning. He didn't want to see Dragon Cloud City destroyed in the internal strife between the archdukes. It's the same for you." Nicholas' gaze on Thales became more and more displeased. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore." He gestured in the direction of the blood court with his chin. "Now go back to your—" But Thales suddenly raised his head. "But this is far from over." The sudden increase in his voice surprised Nicholas slightly. But what made his expression even more unpleasant was what Thales said next. "Lampard and I talked for a while after the meeting ended," Thales said coldly. "I can tell that he is not satisfied with the current benefits. He wants more and he needs more. As long as he was still in Dragon Cloud City, he would never be willing to stop at a neutral Dragon Cloud City. Just like 6 years ago, he was not willing to stop at a dead King Nuven." The prince looked at the Star Killer with an unusually serious expression. "So, do you know what kind of predicament the Archduchess and Dragon Cloud City is currently in? Do you know what he's going to do next?" Thales continued speaking solemnly. "And now, I'm going to talk to that terrifying king again and try my best to convince him to stop for now." The Star Killer was silent for a while. His frown deepened. "What else does he want?" he asked softly. Thales shrugged. When he recalled the king's methods, he felt a headache coming on. "It's obvious that he's very dissatisfied with me keeping the threat of Black Sand region from the Archduchess." The prince lowered his head, looking rather gloomy. "I think he'd rather meet the Archduchess directly and place his bargaining chips and threats in front of her so that he can turn Saroma into his puppet." Nicholas did not speak, but his already frightening face became even paler. Thales raised his head. His gaze was burning. "And I'm going to convince him that there's no need to force the Walton family to pick a side, that there's no need to secretly contact the restless vassals of Dragon Cloud City, and that there's no need to be greedy enough to tear off another piece of meat from Dragon Cloud City. I'm going to convince him that the Archduchess's position is not in conflict with his interests. I'm going to convince him that there's no harm in giving the Dragon Spear family some support when necessary. I'm going to convince him that Dragon Cloud City will not be a threat to him in the next few years. With every word Thales said, Nicholas' expression became more unpleasant. I'm also going to convince him that I'm the only person who will be negotiating with him. There's no need for him to look for the innocent Saroma, and then cruelly and mercilessly place that matter in front of her to coerce her into making a choice. Now, sorry Nicholas, the star killer who guards Dragon Cloud City, you can let me go to Lampard now. Thales raised his head and took a step forward. He stared at Nicholas with a piercing gaze, almost touching the other party. Or you can think of ways to delay my schedule and cause me trouble, and then wait for him to personally look for Saroma again. To look for Dragon Cloud City. The prince finished speaking. The air became quiet again. Nicholas' gaze became colder as he stared at Thales. Under the canopy of the stable, the star killer and Thales stared at each other in silence. The others, whether it was the attendants of Constellation or the guards of the Northlanders, all quietly waited for the results of their negotiation. The atmosphere was tense. Then Nicholas sneered and shook his head. As he smiled, the air, which had almost reached the freezing point, seemed to have become much warmer. You know, you have to thank Count Xian, Nicholas said faintly. Even though you lured Lampard here and almost destroyed the day of the council hearing, he still seems to believe that you have no ill intentions towards Dragon Cloud City. Thales was slightly startled. Xian? The Star Killer continued. Even though you slandered him and said that he secretly colluded with the Red Witch and Lampard to betray Dragon Cloud City. Thales slowly exhaled. Is that so? Also, you have to thank her. Nicholas sighed. I believe that she is also one of the reasons why Xian believes in you. The moment Thales raised his eyebrows, Nicholas turned his head and looked in another direction. Thales was stunned as he followed his gaze. In the distance, accompanied by guards and maids, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City stood quietly under the setting sun. She looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. Golden light shone on the girl's body, making her look even more dazzling. Thales could not help but sigh deeply. She's waiting for you. Nicholas turned and walked away. Before he left, he looked at Thales with a profound gaze. Don't be too slow when you say goodbye. Know your limits. Staring at Nicholas' back, Thales closed his eyes. Complicated emotions filled his heart. The next moment he opened his eyes abruptly and took a resolute step towards the Archduchess. Saroma's expression was calm. She also walked forward slowly. Gings, the female official, followed behind her. The prince and the Archduchess finally faced each other again. Thales forced a smile and nodded at the female official. Thank you, Madame Gings. However, Madame Gings did not move in the face of the hidden meaning behind his words. She continued to stare at him coldly and did not say a word. Then Saroma smiled at her reluctantly and nodded. The female official's almost frozen face moved a little. She bowed to the Archduchess in a standard manner, turned around respectfully and left. Even at this time she still doesn't like me. Thales scratched his head in a very unnatural manner. How sad. Obviously his lousy opening did not have the desired effect. Saroma still stared at him. The inexplicable emotions behind the pince-nez made Thales rather uneasy. So you're going to Black Sand region now? She asked very directly. Thales exhaled, avoided her gaze and nodded. Yes, I want to get used to it sooner. But at that moment Saroma seemed to be very calm. You didn't expect it either, did you? Thales raised his gaze with a slightly puzzled look. I thought about it later. You said that you wanted me to choose the path that was most suitable for the Archduchess, and that you would solve the rest of the problems. Chapman Lampard. The Archduchess' expression was calm. He should be the solution to your remaining problems, and also your last and worst trump card, right? Thales did not speak. He exhaled through his nose and nodded. The Archduchess' expression was a little gloomy. If everything had gone smoothly, if I had chosen not to be so stubborn, if I had chosen to disregard your life and death, and calmly obtained the vassal's support, if Dragon Cloud City could successfully dispatch their troops, if we could form an alliance against the king. Her voice trembled slightly. Then you wouldn't have gone to Lampard, and you wouldn't have betrayed Ian, and you wouldn't have sold yourself to Black Sand region, right? Saroma seemed to want to smile, but in the end she failed. You know, the moment you spoke up in support of Lampard, I kinda didn't know you anymore. Thales wanted to say something but stopped. So, just like 6 years ago. The Archduchess turned her head and no longer lingered on this topic. You took the risk and took the final step to save me. Thales could only close his eyes. You shouldn't have been so stubborn, Saroma. There's no need for a hostage. Put yourself in a dangerous situation where you're deserted by everyone. The Archduchess suddenly raised her head. Her gaze was resolute as if she wanted to argue. But you're not a hostage, Thales. No matter what others think. At least in my eyes, you're not. She seemed to have remembered something and immediately lowered her head. There was an indescribable sadness in her voice. I'm sorry, Thales. At that moment, Thales' mood, which had been extremely gloomy since the State Affairs hearing, suddenly fluctuated slightly. He was like a mountain climber in the winter snow who welcomed a ray of sunlight after climbing over the top of a slope. At least she understands. He believes in me. As always. Apologizing to me for protecting me. Thales inhaled forcefully. He felt that the air today was exceptionally refreshing. I can't accept this apology. But you're going to Black Sand region. Do you still remember Lampard's soldiers? They fired arrows at us without hesitation. The girl's voice was a little sad. Can you imagine what you'll have to face in that man's territory? If I want to count on Lampard's help, then this is the price I have to pay. Thales sighed. Wish me luck. Is there anything worse than being tied up on the battlefield or being chopped into pieces? But Saroma's expression was still very stiff. Thales opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Hey, listen to me. It's not your fault, Saroma, all right? It's Constellation who interfered. I mean, it's my father. The second prince shrugged. He caught me off guard and I could only adapt to the situation. Both of them were silent for a while. That's great. Saroma forced a smile and forced herself to joke. I've never known what it feels like to have a father. The prince looked at the bitter expression on the Archduchess' face and flashed a bright smile. So, do you want to exchange identities with me? Thales seemed to be in a good mood. Anytime, Princess Saroma of Constellation. Both of them laughed. But Saroma's laughter only lasted for a few seconds. Princess, she subconsciously repeated. Princess Saroma, Princess Selma? Thales realized that something was wrong. He took a deep breath, turned his gaze away and coughed loudly. Then, the prince's expression became serious. Listen, at least in the next few years. Lampard will not be your primary threat. The fight between the king and the archdukes will only become increasingly intense, and the extent and methods used will gradually exceed our expectations. Saroma looked at him quietly and nodded quietly. It was as if both of them were back in the library and in the classroom. Under the rule of the Archduchess, Dragon Cloud City, which appears weak on the surface and is internally divided, will instead be ignored by them, whether intentionally or unintentionally. You may even become the target of their enticement. You can even stand in the position of a third party and reap benefits from both sides during their confrontation. Just like this time, be cautious when they extend their hands, but do not place your bets rashly. Thales was extremely serious. At this time, sit firmly in your position. This is your top priority. Be a competent, qualified, and even outstanding Archduchess, Saroma. The Archduchess smiled. Her expression was a little forced. King Nuvan left you a good entourage. Thales recalled the scene during the hearing. Nazir is wise, astute, and skillful. Karkagel is a man of few words but has quite a bit of prestige. Even the seemingly annoying Kotterson and Liner, and even the people who are not part of the Six Counts, they will all be useful to you. If you show them the boldness and skillfulness that an archduchess should have, prove to them that you are indispensable to this territory. As for Li Span, when Thales said this, he could not help but pause for a moment. In the end, he sighed and said, "He is an excellent regent, but perhaps you should consider the feelings of the other vassals and the balance of Dragon Cloud City." Saroma frowned. "You don't like him?" Why? Thales shook his head. "Your enemies will still be within you." When the prince thought of this, his heart became a little heavy. Perhaps they will appear in various forms. The dissatisfaction of the vassals, the contempt of the people, the obstruction of tradition, sinister rumors. But at the end of the day, the biggest enemy is yourself. Saroma snorted softly. Her gaze was still fixed on Thales. It was as if this was the last time they would meet. She smiled and said, "The biggest enemy is yourself." It sounds like the pretentious, empty rubbish encouragement in a knight's novel. Thales could not stand her gaze. He had no choice but to lower his head. Because you are a girl, Saroma. Saroma was slightly taken aback by his words. Thales let out a long sigh. There was a strong sense of sorrow in his words that could not be dispelled. You're a girl. That means that in most games in this world, not just in Northland but also in Northland, you have to pay a higher price than men. You have to work harder than men and achieve better results than men. Only then will you be able to obtain rewards, results, and recognition from the outside world that are comparable to theirs. In other words, if the Archduchess can't come up with a better answer than the late King Nuvan, or even just be on par with King Nuvan. The prince gritted his teeth and looked at Heroic Spirit Palace, which was boorish, imposing, thick, and gave off a heavy, oppressive feeling. Then you will forever be that little girl. Saroma was silent for a long time. Her mood was gloomy. Finally, the Archduchess sneered expressionlessly. It's really not fair. I know it's not fair. Thales frowned and looked at her. He could not hide the worry in his eyes. That's why you can't give up. Do you know what will happen if you don't fight back against the beggars who beat you when you're surrounded by beggars? Saroma raised her eyes. They will continue to bully you, beat you, ridicule you, and isolate you. Thales seemed to have thought of something. He unconsciously tensed up. They will repeat this scene over and over again, forming the impression that you deserve to be bullied. The Archduchess thought of something. She remembered the story of the prince who was born in the lower city district that Thales had told her before. I know. The prince stared at her, his expression was unpleasant. But this is not the worst. The worst is that other people, everyone, whether they are new or old, whether they beat you up or not, will gradually get used to this scene. They will take it for granted. Thus, as they live and eat among the beggars, this impression will be deepened and spread into everyone's consciousness. Until, intentionally or unintentionally, they treat this situation as part of the rules. They make up and derive **t reasons such as born this way, the strong prey on the weak, there will always be bullies and there will always be people who will be bullied, so that everyone, whether they are new or old, strong or weak, and even the bullied yourself, will subconsciously believe that this is the environment, this is the rule, this is the norm, and you can't change it. So the best choice is to accept it, adapt to it, acknowledge it, and go along with it. Then when you are beaten up again, you will suffer less. This idea of everyone subconsciously getting used to the environment and the rules is the worst. In the prince's mind, the hazy sea of memories rippled slightly. At that moment, Thales' gaze became a little unfocused, as if he was staring into the distance. It will make you forget that individuals and society are united and inseparable. Your actions are also one of the factors that shape the environment and the rules. He exhaled and brought his thoughts back to reality. It may be a little complicated, but... Thales looked at the girl in front of him, who had a puzzled look on her face. He pursed his lips. If you don't dare to change and choose to respond in silence, or even exile yourself, then the unfair environment will never change. The prince said softly, "Girl." Thales looked at the gradually silent girl and sighed softly. "You're right, Saroma. I shouldn't have treated you as a weakling waiting to be rescued." He smiled again. "And you have to learn to grow on your own, learn to believe in yourself, learn to listen to the old crow's lessons," Thales said quietly. "Even without me. Your Excellency, Archduchess. Take care." Once he finished speaking, Thales could not bear to look at the girl's expression anymore. He turned around and left. At this moment, "Thales." The girl suddenly cried out involuntarily. There was great worry hidden in her voice. "Careful." Thales' footsteps paused slightly. He did not turn around. He only smiled. "Yes, I will," but Saroma interrupted him regardless of the consequences. "No. On the eve of the council hearing, Count Lisban came to me in private." Saroma seemed to be very anxious. She subconsciously looked around. "He came to advise me that it would be best to stay away from you and the ominous Jadestar family. In order to convince me, he told me some secrets in advance." Thales was stunned. He turned his head sideways. "What secrets?" In the next second, the words that came out of Saroma's mouth made his heart tremble. "Calamities." Thales' expression froze slightly. "What?" At that moment, no one knew what exactly he felt in his heart. He slowly turned his head around, maintaining a normal expression. Saroma's tone was a little hurried. Her expression was the same as when she secretly skipped class when she was young. In the countries built by the people who participated in the Battle of Eradication such as Extet, even though each family's inheritance is different and has different versions, at least the descendants of the 10 knights and at least the heirs of the 10 archduchy families will be told some secrets about the Battle of Eradication when they come of age. Thales completely turned around and stared at Saroma in a daze. The Battle of Eradication. Saroma pursed her lips and hesitated for a few seconds. Then she made up her mind and said, "After the war more than 600 years ago, we became more vigilant and the remaining calamities became smarter. With a more complicated, secretive and dangerous relationship, we lurked on both sides of the world, maintaining a careful balance in all kinds of situations." The Archduchess raised her head. The Archduchess raised her head. Her voice was soft but resolute. "But the Battle of Eradication has not ended. And they and we are still enemies." Thales' breathing gradually quickened. He could not help but clench his fists. The young girl fixed her gaze on him. Her gaze was filled with worry and vigilance. "Thales, 18 years ago during the bloody year of Constellation, the reason why you were attacked from all sides, ran out of ammunition and food supplies, why Extet invaded the south without any qualms, why the Baron Bone tribe and the orcs were also in a great uproar, even your rebel army and the tragedy of the Jadestar royal family, all of these are related to the calamities." In that second Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. He could not help but raise his voice. "What does it have to do with this?" But the Archduchess shook her head. "I can't go on. Seal only told me this because he trusted me." Saroma's expression was mournful and hesitant. This is a secret that only the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City knows." She turned her head away. "Don't forget I am now an Archduchess." Thales was stunned. After a while, Thales tried hard to adjust his breathing and snapped out of his daze. "Is that so? A secret that only the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City knows? Then, that means the previous Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, that King Nuvan who decided to invade the south 18 years ago, that king of Extet who told him that there was an inside story behind the Jadestar calamity, He stared at Saroma in a daze. "But I think you will find out in the end, Thales." Saroma seemed a little guilty. "After all, you are the Jadestar family." Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He hid the lingering haze in his mind deep into a corner. "Thank you, Saroma. I know. 6 years ago, a man and a woman, the calamity came to you." Thales gulped. Saroma's voice trembled a little. "I won't ask you anything unnecessary, but no matter why they came to you, it's definitely related to that, and it's definitely not a good thing." "Not a good thing. You know," the young girl said quietly, "I might not be happy in Dragon Cloud City, but at least I can protect you. Nicholas has a legendary anti-mystic equipment, and the Soul Slayer pike in the Hall of Heroes is always on guard. But in Black Sand region..." Both of them fell silent. A breeze blew past them. Behind them, Jenny let out a dissatisfied hiss and broke the silence. After a while, Thales sighed deeply. "I will remember." In the distance, Nicholas coughed loudly and said without hesitation, "My lady." His urging made Saroma snap out of her daze. He seemed to have suddenly remembered something. "Also, that man with the black long sword, although he saved us," Saroma said hurriedly, as if she wanted to finish talking about all her worries in these few minutes. "Since he participated in the 18 years, then he must be related to these things. As your family's enemy, I can't think of any reason for him to let you go or even protect you. Unless he has other motives and his plans are far-reaching." Thales stared at the ground without saying a word. The sword-wielding figure and countless doubts rose in his mind. The young girl continued speaking, "Nicholas and the Archduchess guards. But the furthest they could find out was that the man's nickname was Black Sword, and that he was related to a foreign gang called the Brotherhood." Thales sucked in a sharp breath. He turned his head. "Saroma, I understand." The prince said rather bitterly, "Thank you. Thank you for not asking why." At that moment, Saroma saw the prince's bitter and terrible expression clearly, and she could not help but be slightly stunned. Nicholas was urging them on again. "Don't, Saroma." In the next second, Thales closed his eyes, turned around and left. Light panting came from behind him, as well as faintly discernible sobs. The sky was very blue and very clear. The few clouds were gradually dyed gold by the sunlight. Gings, the female officer's orders came from behind him. The Archduchess' footsteps rose and gradually faded away. Thales resisted the desire to turn around and walk towards Jenny, the black horse. He forced himself to smile at Waya and the others. But he paused slightly. Nicholas slowly pulled out another horse and tidied up his equipment in a nimble manner. "Although we're not going to the chess room," he ordered Justin, "the rules are the same. The patrol team will clear the way the Archduchess guards." "Hey, you're going too?" the prince asked, puzzled. Nicholas turned his head around. "As the Archduchess ordered, young prince." The Star Killer snorted coldly with a hostile expression. "I'll send you to Lampard." "To you?" He flashed a sinister smile that harbored malicious intentions. "The last journey." Thales rolled his eyes. "The last journey." This dead face. Chapter 335. It was still an empty road after the patrols cleared the area. Passers-by would consciously stay away or be chased away by the patrols who quickly arrived. The Archduchess guards were still on the left and right, while the patrols opened the way from the front and back. It was still a journey that was completely surrounded. However, when Thales rode on the streets of Dragon Cloud City again, he had a different feeling. It was not just because the route he took to play chess was different, nor was it because the Star Killer was following closely behind him with covetous eyes. After all, this might be the last time he walked in Dragon Cloud City during his 6 years as a hostage. Nicholas probably knew this as well. Hence, when Thales acted out of character and did not tug on the reins to gallop at high speed, this always made the Archduchess guards around him grumble when he went to play chess in the past, and instead let the veteran Janet, the only person other than Thales whom Jenny, the violent black horse, did not dislike, hold the reins and slowly moved forward to Axe District as if they were sightseeing. The Star Killer only pouted in dissatisfaction but did not say anything. "Janet." Thales stared absent-mindedly at the buildings moving backwards on both sides. "You have been in the diplomat group for more than 6 years. Starting from the birch tree forest in the Northern Territory." Janet turned around and cast a glance at the prince. "Yes, your highness." Thales sighed and said, "After being trapped in Dragon Cloud City for so long, it's not as exciting as when you charged and broke through enemy lines under Duke John's command. It's probably not as comfortable as when you were in Eternal Star City's city defense team. Must be boring." As he listened to Thales' words, Janet gazed into the distance. This veteran of the Starlight Legion who had served under the Starlight God of War and the Fortress Flower and experienced the disaster 18 years ago, became a little more spirited after 6 years in the north. The numbness and lifelessness of his time as a city defense team was gone. Even though he had always felt guilty for becoming the Duke of Iris Flower's tool in the birch tree forest and Constellation, leading the Blood Clansmen to harm the prince's diplomat group. "Compared to the hardships you went through, this little bit of boredom is not even worth mentioning." Janet sighed. "And compared to the bloody war in the Bloody Year, this little bit of boredom is not even worth mentioning." Thales did not speak. He could not help but frown. The Bloody Year. The Bloody War. The group moved forward slowly. Even though this might be their last journey, the patrols formed by the Northlanders and the Archduchess guards were still dutifully clearing the path and guarding the surroundings. "Thank you, Janet." The second prince turned his head around and stared at the veteran Janet, who had followed him all the way from Eternal Star City with a profound expression. "Your service over the past 6 years has actually far surpassed the favor you owe Duke John." "No, your highness." Janet nodded respectfully. "I should be the one thanking you. As for the favor I owe Duke John." His expression darkened and pain that could not be erased rose between his brows. He subconsciously turned his face away. "No, that's something I can never repay in my entire life." Thales stared fixedly at the back of the veteran leading the horse in front of him. The prince took a deep breath and remembered the small stone urn he saw in the Jadestar family tomb. "The Duke of Star Lake, John Jadestar. I've heard you talk about him before. He's humorous and approachable?" When he heard the familiar name, Janet could not help but feel slightly refreshed. "Yes, your highness. But the Duke's approachability is quite different from yours." It seemed as if Janet's expression and spirit would become lively at the mention of that person. "I still remember the day of the conscription. Even though the Duke was middle-aged, he did not have an overly dignified or arrogant demeanor. His martial arts skills were terrible, but his eyesight was pretty good. His singing voice was even better and he could play the lute, He could always get along with all kinds of people, be they nobles, farmers, merchants, craftsmen, soldiers, or even prostitutes and prisoners of war. It was very easy to find John in the military camp because the Duke would definitely be at the place where the laughter was the loudest. Genid was immersed in the memories of the past and he could not help but laugh. Most of the time I even thought that he was a little silly. Silly. Thales cast him a puzzled look. It's not that I'm being disrespectful, but... Genid furrowed his brows. I don't know how to express it. Anyway, all of us in the personal guards talked and laughed with him, and we subconsciously treated him as one of us, not as a commander with authority, or as the Duke of Star Lake, the younger brother of the King of Constellation with a noble background. The more Genid spoke, the more energetic he became. 18 years ago, during the military conference of the Starlight Brigade, the Duke was always absent-minded, or he would snore or even drool when he was asleep. The nobles who were present were all very embarrassed. Because of this, Captain Sonia apologized pitifully, and at the same time she would clench her teeth and hit the Duke's head in front of everyone until he woke up from his sleep, or knocked him unconscious. Vice Captain Kenya even had a record of using ice water to wake him up from his slumber. The veteran laughed out loud. Even though the Duke looked aggrieved every time, and he would explain pitifully that he was not sleeping, but thinking of countermeasures in his dreams. What? Sleeping during a military conference? This is the Starlight God of War who quelled the rebellion? Thales was stunned when he heard that. He could not help but scratch his head. It sounds really, special? Of course, it just sounds ridiculous. After all, if he was really an idiot, he would not have the title of Starlight God of War. Genid cast Thales a profound glance inside. Thales frowned slightly. What about you, Willow? Willow, a soldier with a long gun and a short gun strapped to his back, walked behind Thales' horse. He was caught off guard when his name was called. He was shocked. Me. Over the past 6 years, this new recruit who was saved by Thales from the gallows in Broken Dragon Fortress had mostly gotten rid of his childishness after going through the trials from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City. Even though the veterans in the team still liked to make fun of him. How did you feel during the past 6 years in Dragon Cloud City? To be honest, when I came out of the fortress 6 years ago, I didn't think that I would have to stay in the enemy country for so long. Under Genid's reminder, Willow quickly adjusted his expression. But, he frowned. Uncle Genid said that it is because you are here that the people in the Northern Territory can enjoy peace. So this is probably worth it. Thales was slightly stunned. Willow raised his head. There was a slightly bitter expression on his face. That's right. You know, sometimes I think. Willow sighed. If you had been here 18 years ago and used yourself as a hostage to go to Extet, perhaps the war would not have happened and my sister would not have died of illness. Thales lowered his head and sank into deep thought. Is that so? He said faintly as if he was talking to himself. The team moved forward again and walked past a junction that separated Spear District and Axe District. Waya. The prince on the horse raised his hand. He moved past the heavy guards on both sides and pointed at the 3-story building with a balcony not far away. That house is the chess room that we go to once a month, right? Yes, Your Highness. The attendant observed it carefully and answered cautiously. Thales stared at the familiar outline of the building and felt a little sentimental for some reason. In the past, we always went straight to Spear District. We have never seen it from this angle. He stared at the chess room that was specially decorated with a profound look and remembered the few times he and Asda had lessons in it. I probably missed the time we played chess in there. Actually, it is not too far away. If you want, why don't you go and take a look? Waya estimated the distance to the house. There's no need. Thales shook his head and pointed at Nicholas beside him. He sighed and said, Look at his expression. He probably wishes that an assassin would jump out of nowhere and kill me before we go to Black Sand region. These words made Waya frown deeply. He subconsciously looked around. Ralph made a mocking expression at him and as expected, it attracted the attendant's angry glare. Nicholas turned his head, snorted coldly in disdain and urged his horse forward. Where is that vice diplomat of yours? The Star Killer asked coldly. Why didn't I see the cunning Putray Nemain with you to Black Sand region? Thales' expression darkened and he shook his head. We have not seen each other for 6 years. To be precise, Putray is no longer part of my diplomat group. 6 years, and the moment he appeared he accompanied Constellation in attacking the Alliance of Freedom? Nicholas' expression was tense and his words were stiff. Perhaps I should have arrested him a long time ago. That man is not simple. He might be the middleman between Constellation and Lampard. Thales raised his eyebrows. According to Putre, you have been watching him in Dragoncloud City. Thales sighed and said, shouldn't you know his every move better than I do? Nicholas gritted his teeth and gave him a warning glance. Speaking of which, you know, the Star Killer said coldly, I have confirmed that the person who leaked the Archduchess' secret to the secret room was not Li Span. Thales was slightly startled at first. The prince took a second to remember something. Then the corners of his lips curled up and he secretly exhaled. You still need confirmation? But Nicholas' expression immediately became terrifying. But you were the one who lured Lampard here. So if it wasn't Li Span, was it you, young prince? The Star Killer's expression was cold, and he looked as if he was about to beat him up at any moment. You took the initiative to leak the biggest secret of Dragoncloud City to Black Sand region and the secret room. That's why the king came here and joined forces with you, right? What? It took Thales 2 seconds to snap out of his daze and figure out what Nicholas meant. The next moment the prince widened his eyes and his voice suddenly rose. What? Nicholas ignored his astonishment and continued to speak coldly. Answer me. Were you the one who gave this information to Lampard? Thales stared at the Star Killer in a daze. He remembered the lie he had casually made up to test the other party. The Star Killer was still staring at him with a burning gaze. When he saw that the Star Killer was not joking at all, Thales, who did not know whether to laugh or cry, felt a headache coming on. This guy is really serious. The next second, Thales took a deep breath and let the air stay in his lungs for a while before he exhaled weakly. Still the same old saying, Nicholas. He shook his head rather helplessly. When it comes to certain things, you and I, Thales looked into the Star Killer's eyes and said with great sincerity, we're really not on the same level. After he said this, Thales no longer cared about Nicholas' extremely unpleasant expression. He gestured for Genid to urge the horse to move past him. Behind Thales, the nimble elf protector quickly followed. The half of his face under the cloak stuck out his tongue at the livid Star Killer. At this moment, whoosh, an ear-piercing sound suddenly came from afar. The group seemed to have been pressed down by an invisible hand, and they were forced to a stop. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Thales' face turned pale as if a certain scene in his memory had been awakened. The moment he recognized the sound, he anxiously shouted, it's a crossbow bolt. The patrols on the outer perimeter quickly formed a formation. The Archduchess guards consciously surrounded the inner perimeter. The Constellations reacted with the prince as the center. Ida lowered her body and slid past Jenny's horse's hooves in 2 steps. She leaped to Thales' side. Genid habitually stood in front of the black horse. Willow gritted his teeth and pulled out his twin pistols. Waya instinctively wanted to pull Thales down from the horse, but he was held down by Nicholas, who was beside him. Everyone calm down. The Star Killer pushed Waya away with an unpleasant expression and reprimanded his attendant impatiently. This is just a signal arrow from Dragoncloud City. And it's not nearby. The tensed Nicholas nodded at the people beside him. The Northlanders who had formed a protective formation immediately spread out in a well-trained manner. They had a clear division of labor and were ready for battle. A few soldiers from the patrols in front of them nimbly climbed onto their horses and set off towards different streets to gather information. Only then did Waya snap out of his daze. He looked at Thales, whose face was also pale. What's going on? Thales was bewildered. Listen to the sound. It's in front. It was Ralph's sign language. This is the whistling arrow from the patrols. Nicholas stared at the empty street in front of him. They need reinforcements. Thales frowned slightly. Reinforcements? Boss. Lord Justin stared into the distance with a serious expression. His tone was very nervous. The direction of the whistling arrow is in front of us. It's our destination, the courier station of the diplomat group in Axe district. The Northlanders, especially the patrols who were not as well trained, immediately burst into an uproar. The troops, who were originally vigilant of their surroundings out of habit, immediately shifted their gazes and looked at the street in front of them. Nicholas hummed in acknowledgement. His expression was calm as he stared in the direction of the sound. What? Thales was shocked. The courier station of the diplomat group? Isn't that Lampard enough? Nicholas shouted loudly, interrupting everyone's restless guesses. The patrols are under the jurisdiction of Garrison Officer Lysden's main disciplinary hall. Reinforcements from the patrols in other districts will arrive soon. He spoke coldly, and his tone was filled with the authority of a commander. And that has nothing to do with us. What we need to do now is to stand guard and wait for the next moment. Whoosh. Another urgent sound cut off Nicholas' words. Boss, the second shot. Justin spoke in a hushed voice beside Nicholas, but he could not suppress the anxiety in his tone. Looks like the situation is urgent. The breathing of the Northlanders and Constellations quickened at the same time. Thales stared at the street in front of him and felt the tension in the air grow stronger. Nicholas furrowed his eyebrows tightly and gritted his teeth. Where are the scouts? What about the report from the front? Thales pursed his lips. If something big really happened in front, they might be held up. The prince did not care about the Star Killer's expression. He turned his head and hurriedly spoke to a short person under the cloak. Ida. I know you can see it. Ida pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. She said something that Thales did not understand. But her movements were not the least bit sluggish. The elf protector sprinted to the side of the street, grabbed a window pane and jumped to the top of a 3-story house in a few steps. In everyone's eyes, she was as agile as a gecko, attracting many amazed gazes. On the roof, Ida gently raised her right hand and stopped in front of her forehead, which was covered by the cloak. At that moment, the elf seemed to be very relaxed, as if she was enjoying the breeze. But the people on the street were all staring at her nervously. The Star Killer snorted in dissatisfaction and muttered to Justin in a low voice, "That's why our stalkers can't keep up with her." A few seconds later, Ida turned her head. Her expression also darkened. I can't see the specific situation, but I can see the fleeing crowd. Faced with everyone's nervous and expectant gazes, Ida muttered and reported in a field of vision that normal people could not see. Oh, there are sounds of fighting in the air, at least a dozen pairs. Thales narrowed his eyes. The fleeing crowd? A few pairs of fighting? But the elf did not need to continue talking. Lord Nicholas. As the sound of horse hooves rose, one of the cavaliers from the patrol team rushed back. He panted rapidly, and there was a hint of exasperation in his voice. Ahead. Black Sand Region Station. Lampard. The King's Post House has been attacked. Everyone was shocked at the same time. The King's Post House? Attacked? The cavalier continued to report anxiously. The guards at the post house seemed to be in a bad situation. The patrol team in Axe District was caught off guard. 2 disciplinary officers and 3 squads are fighting. I saw a few corpses. Many people frowned. Stop. Nicholas said firmly, interrupting the cavalier's incoherent report. Just 2 things. What's the enemy's situation? What's the current situation? The cavalier was stunned for a moment. Only then did he recover a little from his panting. It's very chaotic. The cavalier scout who went to gather information shook his head. The enemy has launched surprise attacks from more than one place. The number is unknown. They look like Northlanders. Not only do they have swords, but they also have bows. As for our side, the people from Black Sand region and the patrol team are fighting. The disciplinary officers at the perimeter are sealing off the area and setting up defenses. But there are fleeing civilians everywhere. There are even people who are hot-headed enough to pick up weapons and join the battle. When he heard this, Justin's expression tensed. He moved closer to Nicholas' ear. Today is the day of the state affairs hearing. There are too many nobles in Axe District. Their private soldiers and guards are troublesome. Thales furrowed his eyebrows even deeper. Nicholas' expression looked as if it had just been covered in a layer of frost. He nodded. Continue to investigate. Send people to report to the palace and Regent Leespan. The Star Killer turned his head around. He first glanced at the Archduchess guards. When he saw that most of them were calm and collected, he nodded in satisfaction. Humph, they actually dared to attack in a noble district like Axe District on the day of the state affairs hearing. Nicholas looked at the sky in front of him and snorted softly. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his words. No matter who the enemy is, they must hate the king to the core. He turned his head around and clicked his tongue at the prince, who had a worried expression on his face. Looks like we'll have to postpone our trip to Axe District to seek refuge with Lampard, young prince. Without waiting for Thales to reply, Nicholas gave a loud order. Everyone. The patrol team who will open up the path when the next wave of scouts returns, immediately stop advancing. Set up a defense line and seal off the flow of people coming from Axe District. No one is allowed to pass through, be it our own people or others. The patrol team immediately took action when they heard the order. Ever since the accident 6 years ago, the patrol team in the first gatehouse had been like the palace guards. From then on, they listened directly to the orders of the Archduchess or the Archduchess guards. Nicholas' voice was very decisive. As for the Archduchess guards, archers spread out on the spot and fill in the defense. Clear the high ground on both sides of the street to ensure visibility. Kill any unidentified targets moving at high speed in this direction. As for us, change our direction and return to Heroic Spirit Palace. Justin, lead the 4th team and form an intercepting formation. You'll be in charge of bringing up the rear. Watch out for any threats coming from that direction. The Archduchess Guard's actions were faster and more efficient than the patrol teams. They immediately moved from the rear to the front and retreated. Lord Justin's team almost formed a human wall and sealed off the path leading to the chaotic district. Many archers climbed up the houses on both sides of the street, drew their arrows and aimed in that direction vigilantly. When he heard the other party's orders to seal off the area and retreat, Thales sighed. He knew the Star Killer's attitude now. Hey. Thales turned around and reminded the Star Killer indignantly, I know you want to see him die, but if Lampard dies here today, are you sure this is a good thing for Dragon Cloud City? Nicholas shook his head in disdain. My current responsibility is to transport you back to Heroic Spirit Palace in one piece. I don't care about anything else. Thales took a deep breath. All right. The prince spread his hands. Think about it, King Chapman died mysteriously in Dragon Cloud City, which is under the Archduchess rule. If I were the City of Faraway Prayers or Defense City, I would definitely righteously criticize Dragon Cloud City, which did not protect me well and was even more suspicious of me. Then in the dirty deals of the King Selection Congress, the Star Killer froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at Thales with a cold expression. Thales shrugged in resignation. For Dragon Cloud City? At this moment the sound of the 3rd whistling arrow came from afar. The atmosphere became even more tense. After a few seconds, Nicholas snorted angrily and turned around while he cursed. Son of AB*T, he yelled in dissatisfaction. Gale, bring the 5th and 6th teams to the post house to reinforce the patrol team over there. We've practiced this kind of situation for the past 6 years. You know what to do. A veteran Archduchess personal guard nodded and smiled with pity on his face. He brought half of the Archduchess personal guards to reinforce them. Nicholas was obviously in a bad mood. The rest of you retreat according to the original plan. In the terrible atmosphere, the group of people turned around with complicated feelings and went back in the direction they came from. They hurriedly retreated for a few minutes until they returned to the border between Axe District and Spear District. When they saw the familiar chess room, the tense atmosphere in the group slowly subsided. Damn it. Waya's expression was tense as he spat. Why do we always run into this kind of thing? Calm down, Waya, Thales said with a gloomy expression. Remember my words. Don't panic. But Thales was also adjusting his breathing on the horse's back as he thought about what happened just now. On today's State Affairs hearing in Axe District, where nobles gathered, assassinate Chapman Lampard? Who is it? And, if Lampard dies here? When he thought of this, Thales clenched his fists and gripped the saddle tightly. He stayed in the middle of the retreating group with a solemn expression. Hey, young prince. The Star Killer rode to Thales' side and said coldly, you know, if we had maintained our usual galloping speed and arrived at Axe District earlier, we might have been caught up in that attack. Thales frowned. What do you mean? Nicholas shook his head. I mean, your head might not be as valuable as Lampard's life. Thales thought of something and felt his skin crawl. You're saying that group of people might have wanted to intercept me? Nicholas snorted in disdain. The second prince subconsciously looked around. The streets were quiet. Ida was running on the rooftops vigilantly, observing the surroundings from a high vantage point. The Northlanders group was also normal. Thales turned around and said with a face full of suspicion, I'm not that unlucky, am I? Chapter 336. Wait. While Thales and Nicholas were talking, Ida, who was watching from the rooftop, suddenly lowered her head and exclaimed, I'm below. In the next second a loud sound was heard. Bang. The wooden roof under Aida's feet suddenly shattered. Amid the elf's cries of surprise, she fell from the roof into the house. Everyone in the group on the street changed their expressions. Thales looked worriedly at the house where Ida had disappeared, but the furious Nicholas tugged at his reins to retreat. Guard formation. Thud. The sound of something heavy falling could be heard. Amid the Northlanders' nervous but orderly footsteps, the elven protector's indignant roar came from the house. Who are you? However, before Ida could finish her sentence, the sound of weapons clashing against each other rang out in haste. Ding, clang, clang, ding, ding, clang, clang. Thales' expression changed abruptly. Within 1 second, the sound of metal clashing rang out continuously for more than 10 times. They did not even have the time to breathe. They sounded like wind chimes ringing in a gust of wind. At the same time, Nicholas and Justin were also shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. 15 times? That means within 1 second the two people fighting. Ding. As the last sound faded away, the sound of weapons clashing came to an abrupt end. Bang. Before Thales could react, as the sound of the wind blew, an unfamiliar black figure instantly broke through the window. He went straight for Thales. Thales' expression changed abruptly. Ida lost? From the moment Ida fell into the house to the moment the black figure broke through the window and ambushed him, it was less than 4 to 5 seconds. Moreover, from the moment the sound of weapons clashing started, it was only 1 second of contact. Ida lost? A chill rose in Thales' heart. At that moment he remembered the terrifying assassin who broke through the layers of encirclement 6 years ago. Bonnet Charlton. But there was no time for Thales to think. Under Nicholas' angry roar and the Archduchess Guard's orderly formation, the figure who ambushed him landed on the ground. Since they had already cleared the perimeter before they came, Nicholas placed most of the guards at the periphery. Instead, he relaxed his guard against the intruder who popped up on the way back. The black figure staggered when he landed, but when he stood up shakily, he was only a few meters away from Thales. His body was long and narrow, and he was even a head taller than Nicholas, who was of average height. His entire body was wrapped in a dark black robe. His face and skin could not be seen. It was like the purest night. However, he was holding 2 narrow swords in his hands. The blades were not even 2 fingers wide. Do it. Nicholas got down from his horse resolutely and was the first to attack with a shout. The rising sun saber was unsheathed from his back and he slashed with all his might. Justin, who had rushed over from behind, also had a weapon in his hand and attacked furiously. The 6 Archduchess guards who surrounded Thales blocked his way. Right at this moment, following an explosion, thick gray smoke suddenly emerged from the intruder's body. It's an alchemy ball. Back off. Nicholas' enraged roar came from the gray smoke that obstructed their vision. Protect the prince and seek cover. I'll deal with him. The surrounding Northlanders surrounded the assassin and surrounded him. Some of the Archduchess guards protected the prince as they retreated to the other side of the street. As the smoke became thicker, Thales felt his vision blur. He could barely see the black figure and Nicholas back. Your Highness. Waya used all his strength to pull Thales off the horse. Together with Ralph, he dragged Thales backwards. Willow, Gened, and the other constellations blocked the front and stood firmly behind the Archduchess guards. Thales' feet were firmly planted on the ground. He broke free from Waya's grip, which was too tight. Get into formation first. At this moment, through the blurry vision of the smoke, the prince could barely see the black-robed intruder raise his 2 swords. At that moment, Thales only had one feeling. Is it raining? Clink, clink, clink. It was as if an endless storm was violently beating against the fragile eaves of a house in a terrifying gale. Clink, clink, clink. It was pleasing to the ears. It was hair-raising. The storm-like clashing sounds almost drowned out the angry shouts of the Northlanders who pounced forward. However, at that moment, in the center of the thick smoke, no one was more shocked than Nicholas himself. There was no other reason. He had been suppressed. The moment he drew his sword and engaged in battle, Nicholas had just swung his first slash and parried the enemy's slash. Clink. The enemy's sword immediately rushed forward and delivered the next strike. There was no pause. Nicholas' heart clenched. The unique twist of fate instantly surged from his joints. At the critical moment when the momentum of the attack was exhausted, he immediately bent his blade upwards and blocked the second strike. Clang. But it was not enough. Because the enemy had just withdrawn his first slash and without the need for a buffer he delivered the next slash. Clang. The twist of fate was activated again. Nicholas' face turned red as he blocked the third slash. Not enough. The enemy's fourth slash broke through the thick smoke from his other hand and came at him again. Clang. Still not enough. Nicholas almost felt like he was suffocating. The fifth slash. Clang. The sixth slash. Clang. Within a second, the enemy's two swords attacked alternately at an unbelievable speed. And Nicholas realized to his shock that he could not keep up with the speed of the enemy's attacks. The seventh slash. The eighth. Clang. All the Star Killer could do was to continuously use his power of eradication to suppress his body and try his best to keep up with the speed of the enemy's swords in the thick gray smoke. In the gray smoke which already affected his vision, his face contorted. He could barely see the enemy's movements. Clang. As he listened to the multiple sounds that traveled into his ears at the same time, Nicholas was suddenly shocked. Though he was not the only one. At that moment Justin was also fighting against the invader in the thick smoke. He was on the other side of the enemy and just like Nicholas he gritted his teeth and persevered. Nicholas and Justin were two of the Archduchess guards who had been through hundreds of battles. One of them was even in supreme class. But they were suppressed by the enemy's alternating sword speed, which was as terrifying as a rainstorm. Clang. The sounds did not stop. And with each swing of the black-robed man's swords, the speed became faster and faster. How is this possible? Clink. Clang. In just 2 seconds, Nicholas was forced to take a step back from the enemy's ninth slash. His heart trembled. How can there be such a fast sword speed? This was something the Star Killer had never encountered in his entire life of fighting. His bones were groaning, his blades were trembling, and his muscles were roaring. But Nicholas knew that his blocks and interceptions were reaching their limits. But the enemy's swords did not stop at all. Instead they became faster. Clang. In the third second, Justin gritted his teeth. His legs trembled and his body swayed. He did not manage to catch up with the enemy's next slash. The black-robed man instantly seized the opportunity. He stomped on the ground with his right leg and leaped over Justin's head. Clang. Along the way, he delivered 3 swift slashes, parrying Nicholas and Justin's attacks, and even counterattacking with 1 slash. The Star Killer's heart trembled. In his frustration and dejection he finally understood that he had encountered an enemy he could not withstand. It might be a power of eradication that he had never seen before. In just 3 seconds he broke through the joint blockade he and Justin had set up. 3 seconds. He could only block again, but he could not retaliate. How is this possible? Nicholas stared in astonishment at the black-robed man who flipped over Justin in the air. He saw the man's body rise to the height of 3 men and gradually disappear into the thick smoke. He flew towards the sky above Thales. The Star Killer gritted his teeth. The rising sun saber in his hand emitted a terrifying heat along with the anger in his chest. He was already prepared to use the legendary anti-mystic equipment to defeat his opponent. At this moment, Ayaha! The elven protector, Aida's unique and delicate cry, which was filled with anger and displeasure, suddenly rose in the air. Come down. Nicholas' pupils shrank. He saw a flash of light from a blade flash through the indistinct smoke. The black-robed figure who flew up from the thick gray smoke shuddered violently. As the flash of light from the blade flashed, the black-robed man looked as if he was struck by an invisible hand in the air. Not only did he lose his momentum, but he also fell towards the ground. Thud. With the muffled sound of the blade piercing through his clothes, the black-robed man fell to the ground. He did not move. He was pinned to the ground. Clang. The enemy's twin swords fell to the ground along with the sound. They were kicked away by Ida, who landed with him. The elf's cursing voice rose. Damn it, so what if you're fast with twin swords? It was only then that Nicholas exhaled. Thank goodness, I stopped him. Whoosh, a strong gust of wind blew. Ralph used his psionic ability to blow away the smoke that obstructed his vision. The thick smoke gradually dispersed. Nicholas furrowed his brows tightly as he looked around. The Archduchess guards, who had yet to recover from their shock, surrounded the black-robed man and Aida's position with full vigilance. They surrounded them tightly. Surround him. Nicholas ordered in displeasure, don't let him touch the weapons. Boss. Justin held a wound on his arm and looked at him in disbelief. That guy's sword speed was so fast. How could he do it? Nicholas stared at the surrounded figure in the thick smoke and pondered solemnly. I remember now. A long time ago, when Caslin was still in the guards, he demonstrated it to us. Nicholas frowned. He pulled Justin up and walked towards the black-robed man. It's a double-handed quick sword style that almost surpasses the speed of sound. It's called Rainstorm. Caslin, surpasses the speed of sound? Rainstorm? Justin mumbled to himself in confusion. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned his head in astonishment. But isn't that unique too? Yes, the Rainstorm-like rapid dual sword style. This skill is unique to Caslin's contemporaries from the Tower of Eradication. The Star Killer nodded solemnly. He recalled the feeling when they exchanged blows just now. The legendary Valkyrie from the bloody battle at Rearden, the flag leader knight appointed by the Honbol royal family. With a tone of disbelief he said quietly, Heart of the Rain, Jasmine Lorraine. You mean, the female knight Lorraine? Justin's expression changed. He quickly turned to the black-robed man and said in shock, How is it possible? Heart of the Rain, didn't she die 30 years ago in Honbol in the Eastern Peninsula? Nicholas patted his assistant's shoulder and shook his head. We'll know what's going on soon. In the smoke they walked towards the black-robed man lying on the ground. Hey. After the smoke dissipated, Aida's short figure appeared in their field of vision, which gradually became clearer. She had her hands on her waist and pointed at the black-robed man who was pinned to the ground by her machete. She kept nagging, With your skills it's one thing to bully a pretty boy, but you even wanted to ambush me. Looking at Aida's expression, Nicholas could not help but furrow his brows. But in the next moment, the elven protector's nagging stopped abruptly. Hey. Ida stared at the person on the ground. She opened her mouth wide and looked at the people around her with an innocent and terrified expression. This. Nicholas' expression changed. He did not care that the choking smoke had not completely dissipated. He rushed forward in a few steps and pushed the personal guards aside. Nicholas grabbed the black-robed man with his own hands, then his entire body trembled. He realized that something was wrong. Nicholas pulled out the machete Ida had planted on the ground, scooped the person on the ground and stood up with a solemn expression. The soldiers around him burst into an uproar when they saw what he was holding. The Star Killer was holding a black robe in his hand. It was an empty black robe. The hem of the robe hung down without any support, swaying back and forth in the air. There was only a black robe. There was no living thing. Nicholas stared at the black robe in his hand for a few seconds before he widened his eyes and cast an inquiring look at his assistant. No, boss. Justin knew what he wanted to ask and shook his head in shock as well. We just surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. No one could escape. What the hell? Ida said while trembling. She pressed her hands tightly against her chest and looked around nervously as if she had seen a ghost. I clearly threw it. Why is it gone? Nicholas widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at the black robe, then at the confused and surprised faces of the soldiers around him. He lowered his head and kicked the pair of rapiers on the ground as if he was testing the waters. The rapiers were obediently kicked away, showing that his existence was not an illusion. Nicholas sucked in a deep breath before he spoke hesitantly. Justin, the one who fought against us just now, is really a living person, right? Lord Justin opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. No one spoke. Only the black robe was still swaying. Together with the rapiers on the ground, they created a strange atmosphere. At that moment, Your Highness, a shrill cry rang. Nicholas was shocked and quickly turned around. It was Wuxia. Not far away, beside Jenny the black horse, Wuxia Casso, the prince's attendant, was frantically pushing away the people around him like a madman. He desperately searched for every figure in his field of vision. There was an uncontrollable panic on his face. Thales. Prince Thales. What? The shocked and bewildered Nicholas only managed to say one word before Wuxia, who noticed him, pounced towards the star killer in panic. However, he was stopped by an Archduchess personal guard beside him. Hey Northlander! His Highness, where is His Highness? The attendant asked everyone fearfully. Has anyone seen His Highness? What? As the smoke dispersed, the star killer subconsciously turned towards Jenny the black horse. However, he could only see a group of panicked constellations, as well as the personal guards who were also at a loss. Willow crouched down and anxiously searched the corners of the crowd. Jenny moved through the crowd, stopping a person from time to time and sizing him up with a frown before letting go of him in disappointment. One person is missing. Missing. This thought flashed in the star killer's mind. He immediately froze on the spot. At that moment, whether it was Justin, Ida, or Ralph, everyone's expressions changed when they realized what was happening. This was Ida who was at a loss. Ralph, on the other hand, widened his eyes and grabbed Wuxia tightly. He faced Wuxia and started signing frantically. However, the star killer was even more violent and straightforward. He pushed Ralph away and grabbed Wuxia's collar with both hands. With a ferocious expression, he asked, "What happened?" "The prince. Where is the prince?" However, Wuxia looked as if he was about to break down. He shook his head while trembling. His tone was filled with fear and worry. "Oh no, the assassin came too quickly. The smoke was too thick, the noise was too loud, it was too chaotic. I pulled His Highness down from the horse and went to catch him, but I could only catch Jenny." Jenny's expression was unpleasant. "Impossible. When you fought, the prince was still by my side a moment ago. How could he?" Nicholas suppressed his anger and growled. He pushed Wuxia, who had lost his composure, to the ground. However, no one had the time to deal with the relationship between the Northlanders and the Constellations. Was he abducted by that assassin? Ida said to Nicholas in fear. When he jumped up, he avoided my throwing knives and abducted Thales from the air. With a pale face, Nicholas raised his head abruptly and looked at the roof closest to them. There stood one of the Archduchess guards, who had climbed onto the roof earlier to keep a lookout for the surroundings. He held a crossbow in his hand. "No, boss." The personal guard stood on a high spot and said with a puzzled expression, "From just now until now, even when there was thick smoke, whether it was the streets, alleys, roofs, or any slightly higher place, I swear on the honor and life of the White Blade Guards that I did not see anyone leave. The same goes for the others." Nicholas clenched his teeth and turned his head to look at the Archduchess guard who rushed over from behind. The personal guard only shook his head. "The entrances and exits on the ground are well watched by the sentries we just set up. From the moment the assassin appeared until just now, no one went in or out. We matched their passwords and faces and no one pretended to be one of us." Nicholas was completely dumbfounded. How could that be? There's no one in the sky, on the roof, on the ground, or in the alleys. There's no one going in or out of the surrounding hundreds of meters and no one disguised themselves. The prince was abducted out of thin air? On this street, all the Northlanders and Constellations were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and were at a loss of what to do. The star killer turned to the warriors around him. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered in his mouth. He ordered in exasperation, "Form up, search. From here to our outermost perimeter, every wall, every alley, every house, every ditch, and even the backs of every single person. Intercept every suspicious person. Our sentries and blockade line are still here. It's impossible for anyone to leave here without a sound." In the solemn and strange atmosphere, the patrol team and the Archduchess guards, who also had unpleasant expressions on their faces, answered loudly. They took their positions and executed their duties in a well-trained manner. Move, form up, spread out, search. Everyone looked around anxiously and nervously, searching for their target. They refused to let go of any corner. The Constellations, led by Wuxia, were also ready to move, but they were blocked by a few cold Archduchess guards. They could only wait anxiously. They waited for the results of the Northlanders' search. But a few minutes passed. "There's nothing in the 4 alleys on the east. The surroundings of Lu Lake Mansion are very clean. There's no one at the intersection between Axe District and Spear District. We've searched both inside and outside the chess room. We've searched all the houses in the south. There's no clue in the ditch on the left. We've almost torn down the house where the assassin appeared. Other than the broken roof, there's not even a fly. Neither the patrol team nor the Archduchess guards found anything in their search. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Nicholas' expression became more and more unpleasant. Finally, Justin walked out of the last alley with his men. He shook his head at the livid Nicholas. When the assassins appeared, our sentry posts and blockades were still in good condition. The area from the highest point to the main road on the ground was completely watertight. The assassins' smoke did not affect them either. Justin's voice sounded very strained. But they did not see anyone break out of the encirclement. Anyone? Nicholas' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at his deputy in a daze, petrified on the spot. Everyone was silent. The situation was very clear. There was no one around and no one outside. They could not find that figure. That 14-year-old figure. That figure who could affect the future of the two big countries in the Western Peninsula. It was as if he had disappeared for no reason. F***C. Nicholas panted heavily. There was a fierce glint in his eyes as he stared at the buildings around him, as if he was suspicious of what was behind each wall. What's going on? What's going on? Waya and Ralph looked at each other worriedly and shook their heads. Impossible, Ida said solemnly. This is too strange. Beside her, Lord Justin frowned deeply. Leader. With a twisted face, Nicholas turned to his deputy. The latter stared at the ground in a daze. Heart in the Rain, who died 30 years ago, suddenly appeared and disappeared into thin air. Now with Prince Thales. Lord Justin's face was pale as he stared at the empty black robe. He then looked at the two swords that kept swaying on the ground. He blinked violently as if he could not believe his own eyes. Are we really? Chapter 337. Somewhere in Dragon Cloud City. It was a dark tunnel. There was only one lone everlasting lamp. It barely illuminated the old, mottled mud walls on both sides, which looked like they were about to collapse at any moment. A young man silently leaned against the everlasting lamp and sized up the dagger in his hand. The narrow tunnel only allowed two people to pass through. It looked like a gap between two walls. The mud floor was covered in dust and it looked like no one had been here for a long time. This is an underground tunnel hidden under the cellar of the chess room. How could they build this? The teenager thought in his heart. But why didn't the Archduchess guards who were in charge of searching and clearing the place discover this place when I came here to play chess every month? And when this place was chosen, Nicholas must have investigated the details of this place, right? Asterisk tap tap tap. Asterisk footsteps rang in his ears. The teenager stopped what he was doing and slowly put the dagger back into its sheath. He then buckled it back onto his belt. A line of words flashed on the sheath under the flickering light. A king is not respected by his bloodline. Asterisk tap tap tap. Asterisk the footsteps were getting closer. Thales sighed and turned to look at the other end of the dark tunnel. That place was far away from light. There was only darkness there. As the footsteps stopped, a figure was faintly discernible in the darkness. You should rest well, Your Highness, and recover your strength, the person said faintly. His voice was light. There's still some time. The teenage prince snorted. He stood up quietly and patted the dust off his body. This is different from what we agreed on. Thales looked at the person's familiar face and the unique pair of dark red eyes. He said coldly, You're not the only one. He said coldly, Raphael Lindbergh. As Thales spoke, Raphael, a cadre of the kingdom's secret intelligence department who had not been seen for 6 years, stepped out of the dark tunnel and revealed himself in front of the everlasting lamp. Thales sized up Raphael carefully. 6 years did not seem to bring much change to this barren bone man who lived in darkness. He was still dressed in a white robe. His posture was elegant and his bearing was calm. Only when he saw the flickering light did he subconsciously frown slightly. Indeed. That's why this wasn't the perfect escape we thought it would be. It was even extremely risky. Raphael's dark red eyes swept past Thales, who had already turned into a teenager. His expression was calm. But Your Highness, whose fault do you think this is? Thales' expression changed. Whose fault is it? Don't play dumb, Raphael. You know what I'm talking about. 5,000 cavaliers forced their way into the city of faraway prayers from the great desert to support the Alliance of Freedom. The prince's voice was as cold as ice. They gave the Northlanders a big surprise, didn't they? And do you know how many people told me in advance and told their hostage princes about this? Raphael raised an eyebrow. Thales pursed his lips and waved his finger in the air. He mockingly gestured a number and enunciated each word clearly. 0. 0. None. Them. These are dozens of dazed, ferocious-looking Northland brawny men who told me all at once. Raphael stared at the ceiling thoughtfully. 5,000 cavalry? He was slightly moved. Is this what the Northlanders' intelligence reports say? The indifferent attitude of the man from the Secret Intelligence Department made Thales furious. What? Are you going to tell me that the cavaliers who almost killed me and the double cross-shaped stars flag are fake? Are they impersonated? The prince shrugged and snorted in dissatisfaction. And the kingdom didn't send any troops? Under the flickering light, Raphael glanced at him silently before he sighed softly. Those troops are indeed real. They were also sent by Constellation. But from the western desert, from Bladefang's camp to the Great Desert, there are at most 1,000 or 2,000 cavaliers. As for the others, they are probably infantrymen or illusions created by others. Raphael laughed. 5,000 cavaliers? Ha, that's enough to drain half the kingdom dry. The Baron Bone Man spread his hands. His sleeves were still very long, covering his wrists firmly. He was laughing. He didn't care at all. Thales glared at him and told himself this. The prince's displeasure slowly rose. That's not the point, and it's not funny. Thales narrowed his eyes and raised his finger. His tone became more and more serious. You know, as the target of their anger, I was almost torn to pieces by the angry Northlanders in the Hall of Heroes. In the dim light, Raphael shook his head with the ghost of a smile. They wouldn't do that. But Thales did not care about his interruption. Instead, his fingers trembled as he suppressed his anger and continued. Or would I be held hostage in the city of faraway prayers, tied up in front of the two armies and forced Constellation to retreat? The prince's last sentence was a little loud, and it was rather jarring in the narrow passageway. Raphael stared at the prince and slowly restrained his expression. Your Highness, everything we did was to rescue you safely back to your country. Yes, the way was to let the Northlanders hang me first and then you would come and collect my body, Thales sneered, full of sarcasm. It was very safe. Raphael's expression changed. Please believe me, the kingdom's secret intelligence department has its own means and arrangements. His tone gradually became serious. But I can say with certainty that they would never use such a crude, direct, and forced method. The person from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said coldly, As I said just now, Your Highness, whose fault do you think this is? Thales did not care about the person's rhetorical question. He sneered. Means and arrangements? How inspiring, just like the dragon's blood 6 years ago, right? Raphael froze for a moment when he heard the code name of the operation, which had not appeared for a long time. The prince leaned against the wall, turned his head to the side and snorted angrily. The goddamn kingdom's secret intelligence department. Raphael was silent for a long time. Until he took a breath and slowly said, We are accusing you of accusing us of lying. Your Highness, you think that this accident is the fault of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Thales snorted softly. But on the other hand, Raphael's red eyes flashed with a strange light. Is it really that unreserved? Thales was slightly stunned and slowly turned his head around. Raphael stared at him with a bone-chilling gaze. Until this afternoon we thought that everything was going smoothly. It was only when the news came that we knew what you and Lampard did in the palace. Raphael's voice also carried a certain sharp accusation. Until we received the news that you left the palace. Caught off guard, we had no choice but to act urgently and adopt the worst backup plan. To forcibly take the risk to rescue you. Thales did not speak. Raphael took a small step forward. His gaze was piercingly cold. For more than 2 months from the moment you boarded the carriage in Black Sand region, you always knew that Lampard had been lurking in the city. You even secretly reached an agreement with him to interfere in the internal affairs of Dragon Cloud City and Extet together, until you were finally transferred to Black Sand region. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He immediately had a bad feeling. The Baron Bone Man said flatly, About your and Lampard's secret plans, and the reason why you were forced to work with him, Your Highness. How much did you tell us? Thales suddenly felt his heart palpitate as he stared into Raphael's eyes. Damn it. That's right, my secret meeting with Lampard, the plan for Little Rascal, these things including the Archduchess identity. How could I tell you? Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He forced himself to calm down. What happened between Black Sand region and me was an accident. Raphael's eyebrows twitched. An accident? Thales pouted and nodded in annoyance. Yes, your accident happened first, which triggered my accident. If it weren't for the 2,000 cavaliers you brought, which caused the situation to take a turn for the worse, the Archduchess wouldn't have been forced into a corner, and I wouldn't have been forced to ask Lampard for help. The prince snorted coldly and tried to change the topic. No, he said quietly in his heart. I know. To be exact, Thales had long prepared for this. In the Hall of Heroes, their plan with Ian was likely to encounter an accident and not succeed. For Little Rascal, Lampard was the trump card he had to reveal when he was at his wit's end. Once this trump card was revealed, the Secret Intelligence Department would definitely know. The Secret Intelligence Department would not sit back and watch. They would definitely take action. Thales patted his belongings, which he had packed a long time ago, and sighed in his heart. He was already prepared for the Secret Intelligence Department's rescue. This time Raphael stared at him for a long time. As if he wanted to discover a secret. Thales only turned his head angrily, acting like a sulking teenager. Finally Raphael stopped scrutinizing him. Raphael said flatly, then perhaps you shouldn't be so deeply involved in Dragon Cloud City's politics? He looked at the prince with a rather disdainful expression. Even if you have some sort of unspeakable relationship with the Archduchess, my romantic prince. Thales was stunned at first, then he was at a loss for words. I and the Archduchess. But in his anger he was quick-witted and immediately found a way to counterattack and change the topic. Romantic? Hey, 6 years ago, I wasn't the one who kissed Miss Arund for a minute in public in Heroic Spirit Palace. Raphael's expression changed. He frowned and coughed, shaking off some dust from the top of his head. The two of them were silent for a while. Thales panted silently, hoping that this could cover up the other party's questioning. Anyway, Raphael sighed sarcastically and said, if you had been a little more merciful, opened your mouth a little and told us lowly servants who run errands in the Secret Intelligence Department about Lampard in advance, then maybe we could have reacted earlier and things wouldn't have been so bad? Thales raised his eyebrows and spread his arms. He had an expression that said, I have nothing to say to you. Very well. The prince made a stop gesture and said as if he had given up on himself, I understand. There won't be any results if this continues. The discussion is over. That's all. He turned around and leaned against the wall. He shook his head and crossed his arms. Raphael did not speak. Until Thales broke the silence again. Hey, that black robe with the dual swords. When I escaped into the chess room I saw him surrounded by the guards. The prince said quietly without turning his head, is he all right? No, Thales thought in his heart. The former White Blade guards under Nicholas are not to be trifled with. That person, in order to create a chance for me to escape to the chess rooms underground, probably already. Raphael frowned slightly but did not speak. Until Thales looked at him impatiently, Raphael snorted softly. You didn't recognize him? Thales was stunned. Who? That black robe? Raphael narrowed his eyes and grinned. Very well. If even you can't recognize his disguise, don't worry, he will be safe. Thales paused slightly. Disguise? That means, that black robe is someone I know? Could it be? Thales shook his head and removed the masked figure from his mind. Impossible. That black robe is tall and thin. He holds 2 thin swords. It can't be him. At this moment Thales suddenly remembered something. He raised his head. Attacking Lampard's post house. Was that also a method you used to divert his attention? When he said this, Raphael's expression turned cold. Yes, an impossible suicide attack. His voice was a little quiet. We have thought of any method that could reduce the strength of the guards around you. Thales froze. The light flickered slightly, elongating their shadows on the wall. After a long while the prince exhaled. How many casualties? Raphael shook his head and said nothing. Thale's expression turned cold as well. Silence returned to the passageway. I'm sorry, the prince said after a long time. Raphael closed his eyes and shook his head. They all know what they have to do. The voice of the Secret Intelligence Department member was gloomy. For this operation, the Secret Intelligence Department even gave up their headquarters in Dragon Cloud City and sacrificed most of their intelligence sources. Thales was puzzled. Headquarters. Raphael gestured with his chin and extended his finger to tap the irregular mud wall beside him. It's here. Thales was stunned. He looked around and sized up the dim passageway. The prince said curiously, but isn't this the underground of the chess room in Spear District where I come every month? In response, Raphael nodded in agreement. His expression returned to its usual indifference. Wait, are you saying that the chess room above us, the place where I come to play chess every month, is the Dragon Cloud City headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department? Thales stared in disbelief and observed his surroundings. In Spear District? A place just a few steps away from Heroic Spirit Palace? Raphael smiled. He tapped the dilapidated mud wall beside him again. You don't think that the owner of the chess room just happened to be bored so he built this tunnel under the cellar, do you? You don't also think that when you made a request to Dragon Cloud City and the Archduchess agreed to it, the disciplinary hall official in charge of choosing the location just happened to report this newly opened chess room to Lispan, do you? Thales stared at Raphael in a daze. So, Raphael's eyes shone brightly as he nodded affirmatively. Yes, the safest place is right under the enemy's nose. For example, the dragon's blood 6 years ago, from the beginning of the operation to the preparation to the decision to the execution of the plan, and even to the final mobilization of manpower and intelligence, to forging Lampard's warrant, to enter the gatehouse occupied by the enemy, to fish out an unlucky prince who acted on his own accord, and to arrange for his evacuation, everything was done here. Raphael glanced at him meaningfully, snorted softly and shook his head. Thales automatically ignored the words, an unlucky prince, and silently observed his surroundings. The mottled mud wall, the deep tunnel and the lonely everlasting lamp. I see. So, for the past 6 years all the secret messages I sent to the Secret Intelligence Department were from here. But Nicholas should have investigated this place carefully, right? And found nothing? The prince frowned and said, even when I came every month my personal guards would turn this place upside down. How could they have missed this tunnel? Raphael smiled again. This was not a chess room in the past. This place was the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City. During the underground war between Constellation and the Dragon, it supported countless spy operations and sheltered countless Constellation spies. It has a history of more than 160 years. Thales was slightly taken aback. When he said this, the Baron Bone Man from the Secret Intelligence Department seemed to be filled with emotions. During this period of time, no matter how big the operation was, this place was never lightly moved and never exposed. If the Star Killer really wanted to find out anything, he would have to go through the reconstruction records of Dragon Cloud City's Spear District more than 100 years ago. An architect from Anlenzo Dukedom, whose niece was married to a Constellatiate, was in charge of the construction. Of course, the records were accidentally lost many years ago. As for why they could not find the tunnel we are in is the last escape tunnel. It was dug decades ago and the last layer of soil was not dug through. Raphael pulled his thoughts back to the present and narrowed his eyes. This morning when we learned that there was an accident in the palace, I decided to dig through it. As expected, Raphael paused and did not continue speaking. A headquarters that has not been lightly moved for more than 100 years. Thales looked at him in silence, but his heart was filled with emotions. He frowned and asked, so below this headquarters, it leads to all directions? Raphael chuckled softly. The Baron Bone Man looked at the second prince in disdain and snorted softly. Why, do you think that the tunnel is so easy to dig and that the Archdukes of Dragon Cloud City, the leaders of the secret room, and the current Star Killer and his men are all idiots? Back then, in order not to arouse suspicion, this tunnel was dug intermittently for a few years, and was almost discovered several times. Otherwise, we would have connected it to the secret tunnel in the gatehouse. Then we could even sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace and assassinate an Archduke or something. Thales took a deep breath and chuckled as well. Raphael snorted. But he immediately shook his head and sighed deeply with emotion. But because of this operation, this headquarters has to be decommissioned. Thale's eyes flickered. Decommissioned? Raphael seemed to have understood his gaze and said flatly, "You've disappeared in the vicinity. Even though no one discovered you for the time being, the Star Killer and his former White Blade guards will come back to investigate sooner or later, until they discover that something is amiss here. Not to mention the secret room and other forces who will come after hearing the news. If these people put aside their conflicts for you, it won't be long before they find out the truth. The headquarters will be exposed sooner or later." Thales frowned. If the headquarters has to be decommissioned, then all the people, things, channels, places that have been involved with the headquarters for more than 100 years will have to be decommissioned together with it. Almost everything the Secret Intelligence Department has here. Raphael's gaze was dim and his voice was hoarse. There is no doubt that after this, Dragon Cloud City will go through another round of cleansing. And the headquarters in Dragon Cloud City, which has been here for 160 years, and everything that the Secret Intelligence Department has been operating here for more than 100 years will probably disappear. Raphael snorted softly, his emotions unclear. Because of this hasty and stupid plan. To save you. Chapter 338. The two of them sat diagonally facing each other, leaning against the wall. They looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Thales coughed and spoke softly. "What's the situation in Dragon Cloud City up there now?" Raphael opened his eyes. "Very bad." The pupils of the person from the Secret Intelligence Department shrank. Ever since King Nuvan passed away 6 years ago, the Star Killer's White Blade guards have been brandishing their blades with a murderous aura. They've been madly cleaning up Dragon Cloud City's underground intelligence network at all costs. They've practically turned the entire city into an airtight iron bucket. Even the secret room has suffered heavy losses, let alone us. Now, the Prince of Constellation's disappearance has too many implications and it involves war. Dragon Cloud City has been completely locked down. Entry is allowed, but exit is not allowed. Strict searches are conducted from house to house. I heard that the Star Killer flew into a rage and madly chased after the Prince of Constellation all over the city, not letting go of any channels and information. He locked up batch after batch of suspicious people, including some great nobles. He doesn't acknowledge anyone's favor, and the cautious Leaspan is even supporting him from behind. Thales listened to the person's narration without saying a word. "So, you went to Lampard today and messed up our plans. That was really stupid. And we risked our lives to rescue you, which was the worst of the worst." Raphael's expression was tense. At least at this moment, everyone in Dragon Cloud City is tense and everyone is in danger. At least, almost all the escape routes in the hands of the Secret Intelligence Department can't be used anymore. When he heard this, Thales sighed heavily. Raphael saw the prince's expression, cleared his throat and changed the topic. "But it's not that there isn't any good news. The day of the state affairs hearing involves too many people, and there are all sorts of people in the city. Your disappearance, whether it's the vassals and suzerains under Dragon Cloud City, the city of faraway prayers with ulterior motives, or the aggressive Black Sand region, these people are all suspected of kidnapping you. They don't trust each other and even view each other as enemies. This will take up Dragon Cloud City's energy and attention. The Star Killer and Leaspan need time and means to investigate them one by one. If it were any other time, they might not have encountered such a good opportunity to take the risk to rescue you." As he listened to the comforting words, Thales forced a smile. The prince braced himself and asked, "Then we're trapped here and can't leave?" Raphael shrugged. Viscount Putray said that he has an unorthodox way of getting in touch. But before he could finish speaking, a third person's voice came from the dark tunnel. "Very soon, Your Highness. You have to leave before dark." Thales and Raphael stood up at the same time and turned to the other side of the tunnel. There, a middle-aged man holding an everlasting lamp slowly walked over. "Hey." Thales' eyelids twitched and he said in pleasant surprise, "I haven't seen you since I came out of the hall. How are you?" The thin Putray looked exhausted and forced a smile. "Thanks to you, I'm fine for now. When Lampard appeared in the hall, I had a bad feeling. So I quickly slipped out to make arrangements." When Thales saw him, his anxious and gloomy mood instantly became much better. Raphael chuckled with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. But Thales' expression immediately changed. "Wait, you said that I have to leave before dark." Thales mulled over this sentence and was immediately shocked. He looked back and forth between Raphael and Putray. You're not coming with me? Raphael and Putray exchanged a glance. The disappearance of the Prince of Constellation is a huge matter. The Baron Bone Man pursed his lips and his expression changed. If the kingdom's secret intelligence department appears indifferent and quiet, wouldn't it be too suspicious? Raphael looked at the puzzled Thales and nodded. That's right. Not only can I not leave, but I also have to appear immediately and anxiously gather information everywhere, just like a normal person from the kingdom's secret intelligence department would do. It would be best if I'm discovered by the Star Killer and thrown into prison. Only then can I better cover your escape. Thales was stunned. He stared blankly at Raphael, who was dressed in white and appeared calm. He was momentarily speechless. Is that so? It's not just him. Putray sighed and withdrew the hand which he had put into his pocket for his pipe. It's the same for the people around you, including me. We all have to stay in Dragon Cloud City and maintain the status quo. It's not only to divert attention from you, but also to continue gathering information until everything is settled and you successfully return to the kingdom. Thales pursed his lips. Is he escaped? But he was feeling very complicated right now. Yes, Your Highness. Although the arrangements are in place, Putray smiled faintly, but to Thales this smile was rather bitter. But you will have to walk the rest of the way on your own. Thales turned to Putray and raised his eyebrows. But Putray only stared at him silently. In the end, the prince suppressed his other emotions. Is that so? He put away all unnecessary emotions and nodded indifferently. Beside him, Raphael said calmly, apart from that, who else among the people around you could possibly know that you would escape from here today? We have to consider the worst possibility. Thales tried his best to dispel the gloom in his heart and pulled himself together. No one knows. The prince pondered for a moment. Apart from Ida and Jennad, who could not avoid it among the others, I only gave Waya some hints. Poor Waya. I hope you can remember why I told you. No matter what happens, do not panic. Fortunately, before I left, the sensitive Ralph should have sensed something. Very good, Raphael said seriously. Are there any loopholes or threats? Thales shifted his gaze and pondered carefully. Justin's subordinates, among the Grand Duchess guards that are in charge of protecting me, there are 4 people specifically assigned to monitor my movements. Some of them might suspect Jenny, but it doesn't matter. I've destroyed all communications. Thales shook his head. One of the Archduchess maids is on a mission. She has been eavesdropping on my conversations with the Archduchess for the past 6 years, such as my farewell to the Archduchess this time. But it should be fine. She will think that I said goodbye because I was going to Black Sand region. The servant who cleans my room is Lee Span and Nicholas Informant. He often stealthily flips through my books, letters, and even scribbles when I'm not around. But I've confirmed that I didn't leave behind anything suspicious. Thales continued to speak as he pondered. Every time he mentioned a point, the other 2 frowned a little more. Ida told me that an Archduchess guard who used to be a scout and was in charge of guarding the roof can use a reed to eavesdrop on my conversations with my subordinates in my room at night. So when he starts eavesdropping, I will deliberately change the topic. And these few days, I have rarely talked to them about my recent situation. Nicholas and Gings will judge whether I am abnormal based on my daily routine and habits. But for this reason, I have tried my best to be as casual as possible, whether it is my resting spot in the palace or my daily routine. I should not be able to find any pattern. And this time I came out in the name of meeting Lampard, so it will not arouse suspicion. Lord Justin has a small notebook. Every time I come out to play chess, he secretly pays attention to my every move, the person I talk to, the route I take, and even my movements when I ride a horse. Even after the game is over, he will come up and record my final game. Justin suspects that it is a secret code. But fortunately, everything I do in the chess room has nothing to do with this cellar. I can't think of anything else at the moment. Thales finished speaking and looked at the other 2 again. Raphael and Putray looked at each other. Both of them seemed a little surprised. This young man has been in Dragon Cloud City for the past 6 years. How did he come here? In fact, it's not just this, Thales thought quietly. Sigh, in the future I can probably write a book called The Prince in the North. The days I battled wits and bravery with the Star Killer. Raphael coughed and said a little unnaturally, it sounds all right. Putray sighed almost imperceptibly. He nodded. Very good. I have already made arrangements for leaving the city. I asked some of my friends for help. Even though it is not as reliable as using my own people, it should not be a problem. Thales hummed in acknowledgement, but he immediately thought of something. What about after we leave the city? The prince frowned and said, I can guarantee that after such a major incident, the roads leading south from Dragon Cloud City are all checkpoints. They are strictly guarded against every 13 or 14-year-old boy. The same is probably true for Prestige Orchid region and Black Sand region. To prevent me from returning to Constellation, the area around Broken Dragon Fortress will definitely be under martial law again. Even birds cannot fly over. How do I return to Constellation? This time Put-Ray and Raphael exchanged glances again. Both of them seemed to be smiling. That's right, Lampard will not let you freely pass through Black Sand region. Put-Ray smiled and shook his head. So no, we are not going south. Not going south. Thales thought for a moment and said solemnly, all right, the other directions. Going north is impossible, unless I want to seek refuge with the orcs at Quaker Glacier. So I can either go east, travel 1,000 miles, pass through Beacon Illumination City to Elifir City, then take a boat south to Constellation. But before Thales, who was thinking hard, Put-Ray only raised a finger and shook it slightly, interrupting him. No, we are also going east and we are not taking a boat. Raphael snorted softly beside him. Neither. He said resolutely and decisively, you go west. Thales was slightly startled. West? Raphael's expression did not change. He continued to nod. First enter the territory of the City of Faraway Prayers, then head south to the Great Desert, then head east from the desert to Constellation's western desert hill. Wait a minute. Thales recalled the words quite often used to threaten them a long time ago when they were child beggars in the abandoned house. Son of Ab***, tomorrow I will sell you to the Great Desert, you little brat. You will become a meal for the barren bone people. Head south to the Great Desert. Thales frowned in disbelief. That chaotic Great Desert filled with desert bandits, rogues, criminals and even the barren bone tribe and orcs? That terrifying, bloody, complicated, dangerous Great Desert filled with all kinds of strange legends that even the ancient empire could not conquer? Raphael did not speak. He only stared at him. The prince clicked his tongue and repeated the adverb 3 times. That is much, much more difficult than heading south to Black Sand region. Are you serious? Put-Ray snickered. Yes, Your Highness, what you need to pass through is a certain part of the chaotic Great Desert that was once filled with desert bandits, rogues, criminals and even the barren bone tribe and orcs. The thin middle-aged man sighed. Thales instantly grasped the keyword. His brain seemed to have stopped for a moment before it instantly restarted. Wait. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. Once. No way. That means... A wonderful thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Thales' gaze became unfocused. His breathing began to quicken uncontrollably. At that moment his heart skipped a beat. The prince raised his head abruptly and stared at the smiling Put-Ray. His tone was tense. Constellation's army, 2,000 cavaliers or something. They crossed Bladefang's dune camp in an unprecedented manner, crossed a small part of the desert, and arrived at the border between the City of Faraway Prayers and the Alliance of Freedom. Put-Ray laughed again when he heard the prince's words. Thales looked at his expression and became more certain in his heart. He finally asked in shock, they did not go to support the Alliance of Freedom, did they? Raphael snorted coldly and turned his head away. Of course not. Put-Ray took over the conversation. He stopped smiling and said flatly, the Alliance of Freedom? Humph. He shook his head and said disdainfully, since that group of people could not obtain the Great Dragon's friendship, what makes them think that they can obtain Constellation's friendship? Thales widened his eyes to the maximum. So, Constellation's army, their goal, they are... Raphael shook his head and clicked his tongue. Put-Ray snorted softly and sighed. That's right. At that moment Thales finally understood. Constellation's army, they are, I see. The prince leaned against the wall weakly and heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment his emotions were incredibly complicated. There was a mixture of realization, sadness and relief. I also found it strange that in Gilbert's letter Madame Gines, who has always been swift and decisive, actually nagged me to eat more Western Desert's bitter vegetables. Western Desert's bitter vegetables. Ah, Western Desert, she meant. Thales smiled bitterly. His tone was hoarse and his emotions surged. He could not continue speaking for a moment. Putray looked at the prince's expression and nodded slowly. He continued Thales' sentence. Yes, over the past month or so, thousands of Constellation's soldiers have set off from Western Desert and marched all the way to the northwest. As an unparalleled force in the desert, they swept through the northeastern part of the Great Desert at all costs, as well as the desert between Extet and Constellation. He let out a long sigh. As for the city of faraway prayers, since Rockney thinks that we want to interfere with the Alliance of Freedom, he will place all his troops on the western border of the kingdom and defend the direction of the Alliance of Freedom. He will have no time to care about the east and the interior of the desert. Thales closed his eyes gently. Putray's voice continued to ring in his ears. And those Constellation soldiers, they did not care about the cost and the casualties they suffered as they ventured deep into the desert. They drove away and eliminated all the threats from the desert bandits, orcs and barren bone tribes along the way. They even forced the city of faraway prayers to withdraw their troops. It was for you, the second prince, the heir to the kingdom in Northland. At that moment, Thales felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. For me. Sending troops west, venturing deep into the desert. For me. No one could understand how he felt at that moment. As long as we get out of Dragon Cloud City. Putray's voice was still calm, but there was a terrifying sharpness hidden beneath his words. It was a sharpness unique to the Western Peninsula's shield. From the city of faraway prayers to Western Desert Hill, be it the powerful and threatening Northlanders or the once insurmountable chaotic Great Desert, be it the army, the checkpoints, the bandits or the orcs, all obstacles have been completely cleared. Only Constellation's own army and flag are left behind, waiting for your return. At that moment, Thales gritted his teeth lightly. His expression was tense. Putray said calmly and without losing his vigor, with thousands upon thousands of soldiers advancing wave after wave, countless officials working hard day and night, and the kingdom recovering day by day, Your Highness Thales. From now on your journey back to the kingdom begins. Chapter 339. A long time seemed to have passed. But Thales continued to stare at Putray in a daze, unable to say a word. Putray also gave him a smile full of wrinkles. So this is all for me, Thales said slowly. There was still a faint hint of surprise and sadness in his eyes. The entire constellation, the mobilizing of the army, the provocation of Extet, the chaos in the Alliance of Freedom, the sudden and frequent communications from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, it's all. Thales stared at the dusty inner wall around him in a daze. It was all connected. Everything was connected again. King Chapman's centralization of power, Dragon Cloud City's internal strife, the City of Faraway Prayer's instigation, and the Alliance of Freedom's aborigines were not the only ones who insisted on bringing Thales to Black Sand region because they wanted to keep the chips in their hands for the war in the West. As he might have guessed it. Perhaps he had guessed it the moment he heard that Constellation was marching into the desert. Aside from the complicated relationship between Dragon Cloud City, Black Sand region and the City of Faraway Prayers, the factor that truly led Constellation into this misty chess game and caused the shield of the Western Peninsula to enter the game, it was himself, the second prince, Thales Jadestar. Thales fell silent. Raphael looked at the prince and snorted softly. Why are you overwhelmed by the favor? Putray coughed and cast a displeased look at Raphael. Thales took a deep breath and snapped out of his daze. Yeah, a little bit. Even though it's strange to say this. Thales slowly leaned against the wall as if he wanted to soothe his fluctuating emotions. He forced a smile as if he was talking to the air that did not exist. It's been 6 years since I became a certain unlucky prince. I really didn't expect that. I would also have such a grand treatment one day. Thales, who slid to the floor, squeezed his lips absent-mindedly. Hearing Thales' tone, which was filled with complicated emotions, Putray frowned slightly. Anyway, Putray continued as if nothing had happened, after dark we will start from, but Thales suddenly raised his head and interrupted him. So, the prince sighed slightly. The kingdom's secret intelligence department sacrificed almost all of their intelligence resources in Dragon Cloud City, and perhaps even lost a lot of lives. Raphael's frown deepened when he heard this. The kingdom even sent out thousands of elite troops to clear the desert like never before, just to pave the way for my return. Putray found it hard to get used to Thales' rather stiff tone. Sitting on the ground, Thales slowly raised his head. There was an unreadable light in his eyes. Also, you sent your troops to the desert at this time and forced your way to the borders of the city of faraway prayers. The prince inhaled slowly. His expression returned to normal, but it made the other two people feel even more uneasy. It was no different from helping Lampard. Not only did he escape, he also defeated the city of faraway prayers, subdued Black Sand region, intimidated the kingdom of the Great Dragon, and obtained power in all of Extet that the other 9 archdukes could not hope to attain. And as a result, Thales' expression tensed up. His gaze was solemn. The true enemy of Constellation, Chapman Lampard, that ambitious and terrifying king, that common elected king who aspired to rebuild Extet and destroy Constellation, will become more powerful from today onwards, even more powerful than before. Intelligence, military affairs, politics, diplomacy, and even the future. So many sacrifices were made just to get me, an invisible prince who has been silent in a foreign country for 6 years, out of here? At that moment, Thales seemed to be talking to himself. Was it worth it? The prince turned to his 2 subjects. His gaze was calm. Raphael's expression tensed up, while Putray lowered his gaze and did not say a word. The silence lasted for a long time. The shadows cast by the everlasting lamp swayed back and forth on the wall, showing the atmosphere at that moment. Humph. The Baron Bone Man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department shook his head in disdain. Ever since the accident 6 years ago. Raphael stared at the prince, who had not been easy to deal with since 6 years ago. His tone was cold. Since the accident 6 years ago, we have been very clear that it is impossible to exchange you, the only heir who will affect the future of the kingdom, from Extet without paying any price. He changed the topic of his speech. However, after we made so many sacrifices and arrived at this point, you asked us this question in return. Was it worth it? Thales' expression darkened slightly. Raphael crossed his arms. His gaze was sharp as he swept his gaze over Thales from above. Don't you think that this is too? But Putray suddenly spoke and cut off Raphael's words. I don't know. Both of them were attracted by Putray's words, and they looked at him in puzzlement. Putray's head was still lowered, but he spoke slowly with a serious tone which was rarely seen on him. But you need to ask yourself. Ask yourself, Thales Jadestar. Thales froze for a moment. You used the 6 years that you wasted by being alone outside as a hostage in exchange for the well-being of thousands of people at the borders of the 2 countries. You used them to make a living and in exchange for the kingdom's long-term stability and recuperation, Putray said with a sigh. Was it worth it? Thales was stunned. He stared at Putray, trying to read something from his face. The former deputy of the diplomatic mission slowly raised his head. Under the light of the waning lantern, Putray's face looked stern and sharp. He did not look like the middle-aged man who used to be arrogant, merciless, and eccentric. It's the same. Only you can answer the question you asked just now. Yes, in order to save you we paid a great price. And in the face of these costs that cannot be ignored, if you feel puzzled, if you feel pity, if you feel hesitant, and even if you feel guilty. Putray stared at him with a piercing gaze. Then you should be the one to tell us. Thales' breathing became slower and slower. In the future you should tell us. Putray's tone was stern. Tell those who died in Dragon Cloud City, tell those who swore to die in the desert, tell the whole of Constellation and even the whole world. Tell us that in the summer of that year, countless people worked hard and spent money, suffered heavy casualties, gave up everything they had, gave up on their own spies, and even did not hesitate to nurture a tiger to become a powerful enemy of Constellation in the future. All for the sake of saving Prince Thales Jadestar from the heavily besieged Dragon Cloud City and Extet. Thales subconsciously held his breath and sat up straight. He leaned his back against the cold and rough mud wall and stared intently at Putray. Putray took a deep breath and said in a resolute tone, "That's right. This is the most worthwhile thing we have ever done in our lives." His tone was solemn and meaningful. Thales' expression froze at this moment. On the other side, Raphael lowered his eyelids and pursed his lips. He did not speak again. The tunnel returned to its familiar silence. If you follow the plan and safely leave Dragon Cloud City's territory, our local reinforcement will meet you at the border between the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City. He will protect you all the way to the southeast, past the land of barren rocks in the city of faraway prayers, and send you into the great desert. In a secret room at the end of the tunnel, Raphael spread a yellowed map on a dusty triangular wooden table. With the help of a faint light, he explained his next step to Thales. Put-Ray quietly leaned against the doorway and watched the prince listen attentively to their next step in the plan. Raphael pulled his finger downwards. The tip of his finger was closer to Constellation at the bottom right corner. Thales' gaze moved accordingly. Once you enter the Great Desert, your greatest enemy will no longer be your pursuers, but the weather and geography. A barely noticeable change appeared in Raphael's gaze. But don't worry. First of all, the northeastern end of the Great Desert has already been largely cleared by Constellation's expeditionary army who went deep into the desert. No barren bone tribe, orcs, or desert bandits with more than 20 people will dare to stay within our clearing line. At most, there will only be a few unlucky ones who did not manage to escape in time. Second, the reinforcement from Constellation will also head north and meet you at the border between the Great Desert and the city of faraway prayers. You will then head south to the desert. Meet? Thales exhaled in resignation. So, am I really some kind of commodity? Raphael was still talking and did not notice that Thales was a little unnatural. We will ensure that you have trustworthy forces and people to protect you from the outside of Dragon Cloud City to the Great Desert. Of course, there won't be too many of them, but they will all be rare elites in the world. We will ensure that any accidents that slip through the net in the desert will not pose a threat to you. In the Great Desert, our cavaliers will patrol day and night to clear out threats. At the same time, they will maintain the smooth flow of supply lines between several large oases. Raphael tapped the map lightly and drew a dotted line between a few small green dots. If you run into them, as long as you reveal your identity, you will be escorted to the nearest military camp or supply point. Even if you don't run into them, you don't have to worry. The people escorting you know the route. As long as you go through the oases one by one according to the plan and stay within our patrol area, you will be safe. Until we escort you back to Bladefang's Dune, the furthest end of Constellation's western front line. It is one of our largest military bases in the desert. That place is already our territory. If you head further east, you will enter Western Desert Hill. Raphael raised his head and a faint light flashed in his red eyes. His Majesty has already negotiated with the 3 great clans of Western Desert, including Duke Fakenhaz. From Bladefang's Dune to the ruins, from Wing Fort to Brave Soul's Fort, you can get all the help you need from the 3 great clans and their vassals. The prince's safe return is their first priority. When he heard this, Thales' gaze froze for a moment. Fakenhaz, the Guardian Duke of Western Desert, the suzerain of the ruins, Cyril Fakenhaz. His memory returned to the Hall of Stars a long time ago. The middle-aged duke with sparse hair, a haggard face, and a face that resembled that of a ghost limped into the hall with the support of a walking stick. He had a creepy smile, a cold, sharp voice, and merciless sarcasm. It's that unwelcome person. Head east through the ruins. The royal guards and part of the regular army will receive you on the Avenue of Blessings, which runs from east to west. They will escort you safely back to Eternal Star City. Any more questions? Raphael finished his sentence. Thales nodded. Are you talking about the most mysterious 4-eyed skull family among the 6 great clans Fakenhaz of the ruins? Thales pulled his thoughts back to the present. Can they be trusted? Raphael's moving fingers paused on the map. Thales twitched the corner of his mouth. Maybe they don't welcome me as much as I thought they would? I still remember when I left 6 years ago. Sir Zayn Covendier, who was also one of the 6 Grand Dukes, was so friendly. He even specially came to bid me farewell. The prince raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "Put-Ray, do you still remember?" Put-Ray could not help but laugh. Raphael paused. His Majesty will make sure of this. But the Baron Bone Man paused for less than a second. His tone was very firm. The suzerains of the Western Desert, be it Fakenhaz, Bosdorf, or the Chroma family, can all be trusted. Their soldiers are also in the army entering the desert from the west. The regular army of the royal family in Bladefang's camp alone is not enough to clear the desert. All of them can be trusted. Thales shrugged noncommittally. I don't hear that often. Raphael furrowed his eyebrows. Put-Ray chuckled softly. Thales, I know that your 6 years of unique life has made you quite cautious. Ray interrupted the conversation. This is not without reason. After all, the return of the heir will not only affect you, but also the whole of Constellation. This is no less than a political storm, and it will affect all parties. Thales snorted softly. The Thin Lord spoke slowly. However, please believe me when I say that in order for you to return to Constellation safely, the nobles in Eternal Star City who hide behind the scenes and play games with each other are not any easier or simpler than the rugged men in Dragon Cloud City. Gilbert is one of them. When he heard the familiar name, Thales moved slightly. Ray stared at him seriously. They have already put in a lot of effort and even paid a great price to ensure that Western Desert is completely on our side. And what you need to worry about the most right now. Ray did not continue. Thales stared at him from afar and remained silent for a few seconds. The prince nodded and closed his eyes. I understand. The desert and the nobles. This journey, he sighed in his heart. Raphael and Ray looked at each other. They did not say anything. Very good. What's left is how you are going to get out of the city. This is the most urgent matter at hand, Raphael said faintly. His Grace will tell you in detail. After all, this is his way. Raphael glanced at Ray. Should be reliable? Ray gently took out his pipe and shook his head in resignation. The Baron Bone Man turned his head back. Then I think we should bid farewell here. Thales was still thinking with his eyes closed. When he heard that, he was shocked and quickly looked at Raphael. Now, you're leaving? But Raphael ignored the prince's surprise. He still had that relaxed smile on his face as if he did not care. Your Highness, although I always say that nothing will happen. Raphael tightened his collar and pulled up his sleeves a little more. But based on your personality and experiences over the past few years, it would not be surprising if you really ran into an accident in the desert. Thales' face immediately darkened. Wait a minute. What do you mean by running into an accident? He silently criticized. Raphael was clearly smiling, but it made Thales speechless. But, since the age of the Empire, there has been a saying in the Great Desert. Thales was stunned for a few seconds. A saying in the Great Desert? Thales looked at the man's red eyes. His limited knowledge and doubts flooded his mind. Is it a proverb and legend of the Baron Bone people? It's your homeland. Ray coughed for no apparent reason. Raphael seemed to have just come back to his senses. His frozen expression moved again. No, the Great Desert is no one's homeland. To the Great Desert, everyone is just a passerby. If you want to go to the Great Desert, please remember this, Your Highness. Raphael changed the topic. His tone became cold and his gaze was sharp and fierce. The desert god has no disasters, but the world has disasters. The desert god has no forgiveness, and the Great Desert will be forgiven. What? Desert god? Thales blinked, trying hard to understand. It doesn't sound like the lingua franca. Thales searched for this special phrase in his mind, and suddenly found a sense of familiarity that he only had when he was studying in Mindy's Hall. It sounds like an ancient poem in Cahill's Yellowhammer's poetry collection. What does it mean? Raphael smiled faintly and put his hand into his pocket. There was a slight sense of melancholy in his eyes. The desert god is one of the most primitive beliefs in the Great Desert. It represents a cruel existence that is one with the Great Desert. The residents of the Great Desert love, hate, respect, and fear it. Ray was coughing again. The Baron Bone Man's dark red eyes slowly focused, but in the next moment he gently lowered his head and covered his eyes with his hands that were in his pocket. The weak fear disaster and the lucky seek forgiveness. Only those who abandon weakness and luck at the same time can find a foothold in the merciless Great Desert. The moment he finished speaking, Raphael slowly raised his head. Thales shuddered. The moment Raphael put his hand down, the Baron Bone Man's strange red eyes had already turned into the most ordinary dark brown, calm and unchanging. Your Highness, we will meet again in Eternal Star City. While Thales was slightly stunned, Raphael, with a pair of disguised brand-new brown eyes, turned around and left without any reluctance. Only a white robe was left behind, and it gradually disappeared into the darkness. It was silent, as if it was an illusion. Just like his appearance. Young people always like to pretend to be cool and profound. Ray shook his head, took out a flint and muttered to himself, "Don't learn from him, Thales. Otherwise you deserve to be single on Singles' Day." Thales ignored Ray. He frowned and stared at the darkness that drowned Raphael. It's so dark around us and that guy didn't even carry a lamp. How did he see the road? The prince complained in a low voice. Thales originally thought that no one heard his complaints. Then in the deep darkness Raphael's smiling voice traveled. As long as you eat more liver and fruits, you can also find light in the darkness. Thales' smile froze on his face. Damn it. Chapter 340. Thales thought that Raphael's warning was enough to make him uneasy. Until Putray used 30 seconds to explain to Thales the way to get him out of the city safely in the smoke-filled tunnel. Thales' face twitched as he looked at Putray, who had a natural expression on his face. Follow me. Walk forward. And smile. That's it. Wait. Thales stared incredulously at Putray, who was intoxicated by the smoke. What do you mean by, walk forward, and smile at the contact in a friendly manner? Putray took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a perfect smoke ring. And there's no disguise, no? The prince was deeply worried and contemptuous of Putray's vague explanation. Who is the contact? When do we meet? How is he going to send me out? Cough. Putray's smoke clouded the already dim vision in the tunnel, and the pungent smell of the tobacco made Thales cough repeatedly. Forgive me, Your Highness. Putray was calm. Over the past month, just the people in Dragon Cloud City following behind me is enough to make me suffer. I don't even have the time to smoke. Don't worry, the contact will find you. Putray smiled softly in the face of Thales' accusatory gaze. And the place you're going is relatively safe. As for why you're not in disguise, I'm afraid that he won't recognize you. Thales narrowed his eyes. Him. Putray took 2 steps to stand in front of him. With a smile he wrapped his arm around Thales' shoulders and pulled him out. All right, enough with the nonsense. Putray bit his cigarette and exhaled another puff of smoke. Your Highness, I'll send you off now. Thales' doubts did not diminish. What? The prince pinched his nose and frowned. He struggled to find the path under his feet in the smoke. But that's all you said. However, just as he spoke, Putray pressed his palm down and covered his mouth. Putray's expression was stern as he gestured for him to keep quiet. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously held his breath and inhaled slowly through his nose. But Putray exhaled another puff of smoke. His mouth was still opening and closing. Believe me, it's enough to say this. My path is absolutely safe. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Putray coldly led him forward, not stopping for even a moment. They passed through a fork in the road and walked towards the next everlasting lamp under the cover of the smoke. The more Thales walked, the more frightened he became. Who was he guarding against? Oh. Thales sobered up. He knew. In this underground tunnel, the only thing Putray had to guard against was... It was only when he arrived in front of a secret door that was as ugly as the surrounding mud walls that the tunnel behind him returned to darkness and could no longer be seen did Putray stop. He paused for a few seconds and turned his head around to listen to something. After a while he took a deep breath and let go of Thales. Looks like he has indeed left. Putray put down his extinguished pipe and his face relaxed a little. Thales stared at him in disbelief and whispered, "What happened?" "Why?" But Putray quickly answered his question. The thin middle-aged lord leaned against the wall and sighed. "Since the people from the Secret Intelligence Department have left, it's time." The middle-aged man's face flickered back and forth under the illumination of the everlasting lamp. Dust fell on his shoulders and left spots of dirt, but Putray had no intention of wiping them off. Thales thought of something. It had been a long time since he saw Putray like this. The last time I saw him was 6 years ago? Under the dim light, Putray composed his emotions before he slowly said, "Listen well, Your Highness. What I am going to say next is something that Gilbert, that sanctimonious old fox, would never say to you. He will only encourage you to be a good prince and bring the kingdom to the top with his eyes full of stars. And it will not be something that the extremely mysterious Secret Intelligence Department will tell you. Their principle is always the fewer the better, regardless of whether it is an insider or a participant." The more Thales listened, the stranger he felt. "Gilbert and the Secret Intelligence Department won't tell me, Putray." The prince stared at him in disbelief. What insider? What participant? Putray pursed his lips. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes made him look even more tired. "Your Highness. We paid such a huge price to save you, but you just asked, is it worth it?" Putray furrowed his eyebrows tightly and held the pipe in his hand upside down. He did not even care about the ashes spilling out. That was not just out of guilt, was it? You are also suspicious. Thales was momentarily stunned. He sized up Putray with a doubtful gaze. What do you want to say? Putray closed his eyes, inhaled slowly and exhaled leisurely. What I want to answer you is the doubt that you have had since I came to Dragon Cloud City dozens of days ago. Thales' expression became solemn. Putray opened his eyes. Your Highness, Putray said sternly, as if he had made up his mind about something. You once asked me where I have been for the past 6 years, and why I only appeared now to bring you back to the kingdom. Putray seemed to have made up his mind about something. Why now? Thales first furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Then, filled with doubts, he nodded slightly under Putray's rather abnormal gaze. Yes. In the narrow passage, Thales and Putray leaned against the walls on both sides. They faced each other in silence and looked at each other's faces, which were half lit and half dark under the light. You are right, Putray said softly. We did not decide to rescue you on a whim or because we felt that 6 years was too long. There is a reason why we, including the Secret Intelligence Department who had been secretly watching over you for 6 years, suddenly appeared in Dragon Cloud City to rescue you. Thales' pupils focused slightly. His heartbeat slowly quickened. You mean? Putray inhaled again as though this action required a great deal of courage from him. I think there are some things you have to know, at least some parts of it. Thales was terrified to realize that Putray's tone was actually trembling slightly. Even he began to feel nervous unknowingly. Your Highness, do you still remember what happened in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago? Phew. Thales exhaled and tried to recall those unpleasant memories. I would like to forget about the calamity attacking the city, the great dragon returning, Lampard regicide but Putray interrupted him almost rudely. No, the Thin Lord said coldly, it's not just these. On that day 6 years ago in a dark place that we cannot see outside Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District, some other things happened. Thales' eyes slowly widened. Other things? I believe you can tell that when I was young I worked under Prince Midir. Putray talked about the past. His voice sounded a little pained. Sometimes I would get closer to the Secret Intelligence Department. That's why I was able to find the necessary support so quickly during the crisis 6 years ago. Thales' heart froze. He began to size up the man in front of him again. Yes. I can see it. But, this is the first time you admit it. Putray Nemain. Putray heaved a long sigh as if he was still reminiscing about the past. 6 years ago, the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City above us had not yet been renovated into this chess room. At that time it was just an inn. Putray's weariness was clear on his face. That night I received help from the owner of this place. That was how I obtained support, gathered resources and gave the order to take action. It was all thanks to him that you were able to escape from prison. Thales subconsciously looked up. Of course he could only see a bumpy ceiling and some cobwebs in the corners of the walls. Even his nose was filled with the coldness and slight dampness unique to the basement. The chess room. The headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department? The prince lowered his head. He was still puzzled. But, Putray nodded as he thought. But, on the morning we broke into the palace and fought against Lampard. Putray's tone was heavy and sad. The owner of this inn was the person in charge of the Extet branch of the Secret Intelligence Department. She was a special class intelligence officer who had been lurking here for nearly 20 years, Karen Booker. Died an unnatural death. Thales was shocked at first. Then he rolled his eyes. He could understand Putray's sadness, and could understand the strangeness of Booker's unnatural death. But compared to what Putray wanted to say, Thales quickly asked, the intelligence officer died an unnatural death? What happened? Putray's gaze dimmed. His face contorted a few times under the flickering light. Burglary. The robber stabbed Booker in the back 4 times. Thales frowned. But, yes, Booker is my old friend for many years. Putray nodded as if he had the foresight to guess what Thales was thinking. I know his capabilities. Even if the night of the calamity and the dragon's arrival was chaotic, no robber could have taken Booker's life. He stared at him without saying a word, patiently waiting for him to continue speaking. With his next sentence Putray got to the main point. Putray widened his eyes, his lips trembled slightly and his expression was solemn. But what was truly terrifying was what he recorded. The Secret Intelligence Department's secret code that Booker recorded in the inn's account book. In those few days he met some people, found some things and obtained some scattered clues, Your Highness. For the past 6 years, the Secret Intelligence Department and I have been tracking down these clues left behind after Booker's death. In the darkness, Put-Ray turned his face to the side to avoid the light. His entire face sank into the darkness. It was only recently that we managed to track down some results. Thales was a little anxious. What results? Put-Ray first exhaled slowly as if he was expelling something. Then he inhaled deeply as if he was gathering something. His slightly hoarse voice rose tiredly. Some old things, things that even the Black Prophet could not keep calm about. Things that were terrifying enough to shake the entire kingdom. Thales widened his eyes. What? The Black Prophet? Shake the kingdom? Put-Ray nodded solemnly. From that day onwards, we understood that you were actually not safe and neither was Constellation. So the matter of your rescue has been elevated to the kingdom's and even the Secret Intelligence Department's most urgent task. With indescribable pity and grief he stared at Thales. So, on this day 6 years later, Renaissance Palace has decided to bring you out of Extet and back to Eternal Star City at all costs. Thales was stunned. He did not understand. Put-Ray seemed to heave a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed. This is the answer. It is the answer to what I have been doing for the past 6 years, and the answer to why you suddenly returned to the kingdom. But Thales still did not relax. He stood up abruptly. What exactly is it? He could not help but raise his voice. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, what exactly happened above our heads? What was it that could shake all of Constellation? Put-Ray's eyes were fixed on Put-Ray anxiously as he searched for his wording. But Put-Ray disappointed him. The other party shook his head. No, Your Highness, that is all I have to say. Thales immediately became anxious. But Put-Ray raised a hand and interrupted him. Because I do not know either. Put-Ray's face was filled with worry and misery. I do not know, nor do I dare to believe that what I discovered is the truth. I also do not know that the truth I understand and the truth the Secret Intelligence Department saw, and he paused for a moment. But Put-Ray still continued to speak. Is it the same as the truth His Majesty who is sitting on the throne believes in? How far is it from the truth? His Majesty. A chill that came out of nowhere crept up Thales' spine. Put-Ray suddenly raised his head as if he had regained his strength. Remember, Your Highness. His voice was tense and he spoke faster. There was a hint of anguish in his voice that was difficult to hide. Regarding this matter, do not trust anyone, do not be certain of anything, do not be limited to any impressions. Sometimes even the scene before your eyes may be a lie and an illusion. The more Thales listened, the more puzzled he became. What is he saying? What exactly is going on? Finally, like a suffocating and dying patient who finally breathed in for the first time, Put-Ray calmed down from his trembling body and resumed his long drawn-out breaths. The pipe in his hand was almost broken into two. But Put-Ray's next sentence caused Thales to lose his composure. Your Highness, you must do this and you should do this. The truth about the bloody year, about your own life, Put-Ray said in a heavy and sorrowful tone. You can only uncover it yourself, investigate it and verify it. At that moment, it was as if someone was beating a war drum beside his ear. Thales shuddered. The prince's thoughts spun rapidly. His unusual mind instantly grasped countless pieces of information that matched his words. The bloody year? Thales subconsciously grabbed his chest. The map of Renaissance Palace that King Nuvan gave him many years ago was tightly pressed against his lapel. But was the bloody year not the second prince, Horus? Was it not Black Sword and the others who assassinated me? In my life. But didn't the Queen of the Sky say that my name in the Draconic language? Thales' face was pale. He remembered Saroma's warning before he left. Thales, 18 years ago, Constellation's bloody year, is related to the calamities. Astag Giza. His mind was in a mess. The surplus of information almost made him lose himself. Put-Ray, the Black Prophet, the Secret Intelligence Department, and even King Kessel. Did they discover some secret? Discover some secret? How much of it overlaps with the secret I know? Thales swayed a little and leaned against the wall. Silence returned to the tunnel. After a few seconds, The prince slowly raised his head and stared at the person in front of him blankly. He stared at the middle-aged man's dead gaze. Putray looked at the secret door and sighed softly. It's time. You should depart, Your Highness. This was Putray's parting words. The secret door opened. A teenager slowly walked out of the secret passage, climbed out of a cave, bypassed the ruins of the low wall that served as a cover, and walked into this remote and deserted alley. He stopped and slowly raised his head. The teenager stood in a daze in the open-air Dragon Cloud City. He stood in a corner filled with junk. His thoughts were in a mess. In the distance, the bright moon had already risen. It illuminated his path home. At this moment, in the distance outside the alley, a rude and unpleasant voice rang out of nowhere. Haha, this is impossible. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously pressed himself against the wall and held his breath. We respect you, so we are not joking. Another slightly callous voice rang out. Dragon Cloud City is no longer the same as before. This matter must be resolved. The new bosses of Bao District have already expressed their stance. As long as you agree, they are willing to. The rude and violent voice rang out again, as if he did not care about politely interrupting the former person. You know, a few hours ago that dead-faced man with drooping eyebrows from Heroic Spirit Palace also came to me. His goal was similar to yours, and what he said was also similar. The rude voice imitated the dead-faced man in his words. He was much more impressive than the few of you. He carried that ugly blade on his back and led 2 rows of guards into Shield District in an aggressive manner. He slammed the blade in front of me and looked as if he would kill anyone who stared at him. He said as if he was demanding a debt. In the name of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I want the whereabouts of that prince. I'm so scared. But there was only mockery in the rude voice's laughter. The fear in his words could not be heard at all. Thales shuddered slightly. Are you saying that the crazy star killer personally brought people to look for you? A third voice rose from the other side. He seemed to be in cahoots with the previous cold voice. He asked cautiously, You mean that the crazy star killer personally brought people to look for you? Star killer? When he heard the familiar name, Thales pulled his thoughts back to the present and threw away all unnecessary emotions. Sounded like 2 parties were in a confrontation. The rude voice was the minority on one side and the other side was the majority. Do you know how I answered him? The rude and fierce voice rang out again, and it was filled with disdain. You better listen carefully, because I am also prepared to answer you in the same way. The next moment, it sounded like the owner of the rude voice spat on the ground. I don't give a f***ck if you are the star killer, the star manipulator, the Archduchess, or the Archduchess. Chapter 341. The silver moon hung high in the sky, barely illuminating the remote and dilapidated alley. A few flickering torches shone through the only narrow crack leading to the outside. Thales snapped out of his daze when he heard the rude cursing outside the alley. Even though he was a little dizzy from moving underground, and the corners and alleys he passed through after he came to the surface were a little complicated, Thales knew very well that he had left the Secret Intelligence Department's protection and was exposed to Dragon Cloud City's field of vision. He was in danger. Right now, his only hope to get out of the city was the contact Putray had mentioned. Thales focused his attention. The sin of Hell's River surged at the right time to strengthen his hearing. More than 10 different breathing sounds appeared in his sensory organs from 2 directions. One side had an advantage in numbers and the other side came alone. You've been in Dragon Cloud City for so many years. This was the cold voice from before. When he spoke in the crowd, Thales could vaguely sense his impatience. You should know how serious this matter is. You also know how serious we are. This isn't a fight because of personal feelings. The rude voice responded with a disdainful sneer. Humph. Thales frowned slightly. Who are they? Where am I? Where is the person I'm supposed to meet? Damn Putray, he said he didn't want to be like the Secret Intelligence Department, but he still left me with a mystery. The confrontation between the 2 sides of the wall seemed to be continuing. The rude voice's reaction obviously made his opponents very unhappy. The third voice rose again as if he was still trying hard to convince the boorish man. This is for our survival. From sealing the city to raiding the city to arresting people everywhere, they have never so crudely interfered with the gangs and underground businesses. Listen, Heroic Spirit Palace is serious this time. I think they don't even care if they die together with us. Thales felt a chill in his heart. A few hours had passed since noon, when Lampard was assassinated, and he fled Heroic Spirit Palace. The prince could roughly imagine Dragon Cloud City's current state. I don't think so, the rude voice answered casually. I'm doing quite well. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, hey. Someone seemed to have knocked on a wooden board in anger. You old. But with another muffled sound, he who was about to explode in anger seemed to be stopped by his companions. Thales pushed his body closer to the rough and broken wall in front of him. He pricked up his ears and tried his best to grasp all the useful information he could. Really? He was the cautious third person. Compared to his cold-hearted companion, he seemed to be more inclined to solve the problem through negotiation. Since this afternoon, all the goods that we plan to sell this month have been confiscated from the market in Sword District. The old Black Hand of Kemu Union has had his house raided in Dragonwings Square. Even the nobles of Spear District and Axe District have been sent to prison in batches. Even the subordinates of the powerful vassals like Karkagel have been implicated. As long as they have a criminal record, the patrol team will arrest them and send them to the water dungeon without any questions. And you, do you think that you're special? Do you think that you can stay out of the Poor People's Shield District and Hammer District just because of your relationship with the Ground Shaker? Do you think that the patrols and the Archduchess guards will always let you go? He paused. A cold voice took over his words. You're wrong. And one day you will pay the price for it. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He heard a few key words. The prince subconsciously looked around. This remote alley seemed to be quite old. The irregular brick walls were badly damaged, as if they would collapse at the slightest touch. The house on the left that was connected to the alley had obviously not been inhabited for a long time. This half-built house was in a worse state than the abandoned house that Thales had stayed in before. It was as if someone had taken a huge hammer and smashed a third of it vertically downwards, starting from the roof. But Thales immediately realized that the ground under his feet was also full of broken stones and rotten wood. There was even a deep pit of unknown origin. It's like a messy battlefield. Is there such a place in Dragon Cloud City? When he thought of this, Thales shuddered slightly. Under the moonlight, he turned his head in disbelief. Through the narrow cracks in the alley and a few holes in the broken walls, he looked around. The broken beams of the house, the collapsed brick walls, the dirty path, and the faintly discernible stench. Thales was stunned. He recognized this place. He still remembered the rough and uneven texture of the dirt road under his feet, the old houses that were low and messy, and the alleys that were as complicated as a maze. The only thing missing was the hustle and bustle of people. This is... Thales touched the broken wall and stared blankly at the house whose roof had been smashed off. This is Shield District. This is Dragon Cloud City's Shield District. 6 years ago, it was the Shield District that was destroyed in a single day under the frenzied battle between two mystics. It's the Shield District where he escaped with Little Rascal. It's the Shield District where he fought back with Black Sword. This is the place. An inexplicable melancholy surged in Thales' heart. It's been so many years. In the end, I still returned to this place. However, doubts arose in Thales' heart. Why did Putre want me to come to this place? The boorish voice suddenly laughed out loud, attracting Thales' attention. You will pay the price. Yeah. The laughter was very bold and wild, but Thales could hear the displeasure and anger in it. With his senses strengthened by the sin of Hell's River, Thales could vaguely sense that the breathing of the group of people opposite the rough voice was getting rougher. It seemed like the situation was getting uglier. The laughter gradually stopped. You know. The rough voice stopped for a few seconds before he spoke in a low voice, even deeper than before. 6 years ago, Vlad could no longer survive in Dragon Cloud City, so he played some tricks and turned the bazaar and black market into a mess. Coupled with the disappearance of that Far Easterner, Bao District's business was also empty. So for a period of time, all the overconfident scums wanted to snatch these few pieces of bones. The rough man paused for a moment, and there was a hint of danger in his voice. And after a few years of fighting, all of you who are still here actually think that you're somebody. Even the way you talk makes you sound like a big boss. Vlad? Is it the man with 8 braids under Lampard's command 6 years ago? Thales frowned. He subconsciously shrank back a little, completely hiding himself in the darkness behind the wall. Enough. The cold voice spoke again as if he was the leader of this group of people. We don't know about the grudge between you and Vlad in the past, cripple. There was still no warmth in his words. We don't want to get involved, but everyone is making a living in Dragon Cloud City, huh? The rough voice suddenly rose, interrupting him. Making a living? Even though this person was alone, he seemed to have a lot of guts. Not only was he not afraid in the face of so many people, his tone was even more arrogant. It's been a few years. With Vlad as an example, the increasingly strict patrols have confiscated your goods more than 10 times, be it by water, land, or underground. The amount of money you've lost is enough to buy Dragon Cloud City, but you're still persistent as if you can't lose all your money. Hey, are you really just trying to make a living by occupying the bazaar? In the face of the rough voice's questioning, the group of people did not speak, but Thales could feel that their breathing had become faster and more frequent. Even so, all of you have never given up on giving gifts to the nobles in the inner city, as if you can't spend all your money, including the receptionist who was hanged because he was in cahoots with Black Sand region. I know that you were the ones who gave him all his benefits. The rough voice coughed and spat. He continued to speak disdainfully. Hey, you're not doing it for fame or profit, and you're still acting like you're worried about the country and its people? Tell me, which gang did this just to make a living? The group of people facing him was still silent, but Thales could already hear the sound of some people clenching their fists. Look, I know your background very well. The rough voice snorted and laughed again, but for some reason it made people feel a chill run down their spines. I know who you're working for. I know whether you're doing it for self-protection or if you have other motives and backers. Hey. Vlad has left, but his stench still lingers in this city, and it has not dissipated. The man's tough and boorish voice left a deep impression on Thales. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had met this person before. If I report this to the White Blade Guards, guess what the consequences will be? A silence that was longer than any before lingered between the two parties. White Blade Guards. This is bad. Thales, who was caught in the middle of this confrontation, only felt that the atmosphere was getting worse. He looked around anxiously, but to his disappointment he realized that there were only 2 ways to leave the alley. He could either crawl out of the narrow crack in a carefree manner and arrive in front of the 2 parties, or he could step on the broken stones and broken wood on the ground from the other side and jump over the wall in a flashy manner. Neither of them is a good idea. After a long time, the cold voice in the crowd on the other side slowly sighed. There have been no White Blade Guards for a long time, Glee Ward. His tone was soft, but it was malicious. Ever since the calamities descended and the day the great dragon reappeared, the late king has passed away and times have changed. Both Extet and Dragon Cloud City are no longer what they used to be. The words that rang in the night startled Thales a little. He had roughly figured out the identities of both parties. Their positions were probably not very high, but they should not be ignored in Dragon Cloud City. They affected many people's lives, and they were closely related to the middle management of the government like the patrol team. Thales felt a sense of familiarity toward this kind of person, which he had not seen in a long time. As expected, in the next second, the boorish man known as Glee Ward spoke coldly. So you found a new master? He spat in disdain. What? Is Chapman Lampard's penis so delicious that you have to queue up to take a sip of it when you pass by while taking a dump? Damn it. One of them seemed to be unable to hold back his temper. He took a step forward, but he was immediately stopped. Silence. This time it was the third voice. He seemed to be the one with the most weight after the cold voice. His words were obviously much more cautious. He spoke in a negotiating tone. I know, Chief Glee Ward, we usually don't interfere with each other and we have a tacit understanding, but this time. But Glee Ward did not seem to buy it. His boorish voice interrupted the other person. Then get lost. Glee Ward's boorish voice was unpleasant and piercing to the ears. I don't care how important that prince is, I don't care who assassinated that kinslayer, I don't care what kind of *T heroic spirit palace is playing, I don't care whose balls you black-skinned dogs are licking, I don't care whose bones you took to get involved, and I don't care whether you want to rebel or get promoted. I only care about one thing, you sons of cheese. Thales bit his lower lip. Thales bit his lower lip. As expected, his disappearance caused a series of chaos in Dragon Cloud City, and even affected these. Glee Ward pounded his fists and growled, I'm going to kill you. Stay away from my land. His words instantly caused the crowd to burst into an uproar. This old cripple. The sound of a blade stabbing into wood could be heard. We should teach him a lesson. A few people sneered maliciously. If you ask me, one person said in annoyance. But these people's words came to an abrupt halt. They seemed to have been stopped by their leader. Just when Thales breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the conflict had ended, Gleeward, the famous Gleeward. It was the leader with the cold voice. Your Gleeward, the one who is rumored to be able to fight against the 5 war generals. His voice traveled faintly into Thales' ears from beyond the illuminated alley. You lost both your legs in the disaster 6 years ago. Since then, you have never been able to stand again. Lost a pair of legs 6 years ago? 6 years ago. Thales seized the word. Gleeward was silent for a few seconds. You're talking about my legs. They've been lame since decades ago. The rude man did not show any weakness. His laughter was still relaxed and at ease. 6 years ago I thought they were an eyesore, so I sawed them off. You have a problem with that? The breeze blew through the narrow gap in the alley, creating a low whistling sound. The cold man continued, not only that, you've also lost an eye. Half of my vision. Gleeward's voice suddenly rose. I thought it was too much for my head with it in my eye socket, so I took it off. A few muffled sounds were heard. He seemed to have flicked his forehead. The cold man laughed. Also, you only have 3 fingers left on your left hand. You can't do anything whether you clench your fist or hold your weapon. Gleeward retorted nonchalantly, Hey, have you never picked your nose before? Don't you think it's more convenient this way? When he heard these words, Thales frowned deeply. That lonely figure outside the wall. What kind of man is he? The cold man ignored Gleeward and continued, That's not all. In that disaster your people suffered heavy casualties. Count them. How many of your brothers did you personally bury in Shield District 6 years ago? This time Gleeward was silent for a long time. A long time. It was as if he had fallen silent. Another gust of wind blew past. The firelight outside the alley trembled slightly. The man named Gleeward sucked in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. My brothers are made of iron. His voice was slightly deep, but he still refused to show any signs of weakness. Gleeward's voice trembled slightly. Tisk, if we really fight, it's just a normal thing for us to fight 1 against 10. Silence was the only response he received. Thales listened quietly and formed an image of the man in his mind. He had lost both his legs and eye, and his left hand was crippled. He was crude, rude, and ill-mannered. He was like a bandit. However, at the same time he was forthright, stubborn. After a while the cold voice started to chuckle. Hee, don't make me laugh, Gleeward. Look at how crippled you are now. Forget holding the Soul Slayer pike, you can't even stand up. You even have to rely on a wheelchair to walk. As a response, Gleeward spat in disdain. Look around you. Look at this place that has been plowed by calamities and great beasts. It's poor, run-down, decaying, pitiful, despicable, the Shield District that you rely on for a living and are proud of. The cold man clicked his tongue and said, Look at this terrible state. Not only has your Shield District never recovered, it's getting worse. I heard that you don't even have enough manpower to watch over Oriole Brothel? Forget about the fact that you have to take care of the orphaned families of your brothers. Maybe you should ask your wives and daughters to help. You know, you can even earn some extra income by watching over the brothel. Mocking laughter rose from the crowd. This time Thales did not hear Gleeward's retort. Think about it carefully. This is no longer your era, old cripple. There was a hint of threat in the cold man's words. If you force yourself and refuse to see reality clearly, you will only be digging your own grave and dragging everyone else down with you. The sound of footsteps rose. It seemed like the cold man was slowly pacing forward. Thales heard Gleeward's breathing become rougher. We didn't declare war on you not because we're afraid of you, but you seem to be looking down on us. But do you think that you're still a famous supreme-class heavy swordsman? Do you think that you're still the respected Chief Gleeward? Do you think that you're still the light of the people who can rally to your call in Dragon Cloud City? Or that hero who wields the Soul Slayer pike and protects Dragon Cloud City? But in reality, the man's voice was very calm, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions at all, but it was incredibly chilling. Since 6 years ago you've been nothing. The one gasping for breath under that incomplete shell of yours is just a cripple waiting for death in a wheelchair. This time Gleeward's breathing became rougher. He even let out a low, deep snort. But his rude voice did not come again. It was as if Gleeward had given up on fighting back. The cold voice caught Gleeward's sore spot. He smiled slowly. For example, right now, if we shoot you with crossbows from a dozen steps away, what can you do? If we're really serious, if we really want to do something to you, to Shield District, to Hammer District, to your poor subordinates, to their wives and children, to the livelihood of their employers, and to make their lives 100 times worse than they are now. The man's words became slower and slower, and it made Gleeward's heart grow colder. What do you think a cripple like you, who can't even walk, can't hold a sword steadily, can't even see the road clearly, and can only live in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, can do? Gleeward still did not say a word. He seemed to have truly fallen silent. Look at the situation clearly and make a wise choice. The man sneered and stopped moving. Since you know the people behind us very well, then you should know that we are very powerful and can do it, but a cripple like you can't stop us and can't stop us. So I'll give you another chance, Gleeward. Reconsider your answer. Chapter 342. In the next second, a frightening loud noise came from outside the alley. Bang. Thales was shocked. It sounded like someone's body had crashed into the wall. From the other side of the wall came a jumble of shouts and shouts. No, this bastard, Gleeward, get your weapons. But it was not over yet. Boom. Another muffled sound. To Thales it sounded like a head-on collision between two fists. The clear sound of bones cracking was accompanied by cries of pain. Damn it, kill him. Swoosh. This time, it was the sound of blades cutting into flesh. This son of a b crack. This time it was the sound of bones cracking. Damn it, how did he do it? Kill him, The continuous screams of the crowd rose from outside the alley. Thales became more and more nervous as he listened. What happened? Where are the throwing knives? Use the throwing knives to deal with. The chaotic crowd began to sound hysterical. I swear we won't let you go, won't. Everyone you hold dear we will. Thud. Another muffled sound of a body falling to the ground cut off the threatening voice. Quick, give me the knife. Rip. Crash. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He was both unfamiliar and familiar with this sound. The arteries of the warriors on the battlefield were cut, and blood gushed out and splattered all over the ground. The sounds of the crowd grew more and more panicked. No, wait, we have something to talk about. Bang. Thud. The muffled, fatal sounds rose again. Thales was terrified as he listened from behind the wall. The sounds of the crowd grew sparser. No, I'm just an errand boy. Bang. Thales was startled. The wall he was leaning against trembled slightly as if someone had been thrown over. A lot of dust fell from the wall. After that, the noises outside, whether it was the cries for help or the sounds of fighting, became much fewer. In the end, a loud voice begging for mercy came with a sobbing tone. Don't, it's their idea to stalk and catch you alone. I'm really not with them. But in the next moment, a chilling and clear voice rang out. Crack. Thales closed his eyes. He also recognized this voice. It was the sound of a neck being forcibly broken. After more than a dozen soul-stirring noises, the area behind the short wall finally quieted down. The chaos outside seemed to have subsided. It was only then that Thales opened his eyes solemnly and carefully. He held his breath. Can't be, right? In the terrifying silence, there were only 2 breaths left in the alley. One was steady, heavy, and slightly panting. One was panicking and anxious, and the frequency was rapid. Even if he activated the sin of Hell's River to its fullest, he could not hear the breathing of other living beings. There were only 2 people left. Thales closed his mouth in shock. A few seconds later, the boorish male voice that had not been heard for a long time was heard again, accompanied by a grunt. Humph, damned adept, you think you can be so unreasonable just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve? It really hurts. There was a sizzling sound as if a blade had been pulled out of his flesh. Clang, the sound of metal hitting the floor. Following this sound, the other person's breathing behind the wall became even more rapid and unstable. Chief Gleeward, am not? The voice was trembling. As a response, Gleeward's faint, cold chuckle traveled into his ears. A dozen or so people. You can't even beat a cripple in a wheelchair. I really feel ashamed for you. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. What the hell? 1 against a dozen, and there were even mutants among them. Yet he was so scared that he couldn't even say a word. Hey. However, Gleeward's next words caused his breathing to freeze. You're lucky, little man. I need a tongue to pass the message. The owner of the trembling voice seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence and immediately slowed down. The next second he hurriedly said, as if he was crying tears of joy, "Oh, of course. Chief Gleeward, tell me, no matter what you say, I will." Humph. Gleeward's cold snort forced the survivor's fawning and trembling voice to swallow his words. In the terrifying silence, Thales, who was listening in the corner, did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was obvious that the person behind the wall was a dangerous character. Listen up, scum. Gleeward's rough and unpleasant voice rose slowly. Do you think that you can force me to submit to you with threats and violence? You must know that Vlad has used more than 10 years and used all his methods. In the end, he even brought the military crossbow from Black Sand region, but he still couldn't kill me. There was a rarely seen ferocity in Gleeward's voice. Forget about losing a leg and an eye. Even if I can't speak, can't see, have my limbs rot, and am forever paralyzed. The boorish warrior's voice was deep, but his words were as hard as steel. I can still grit my teeth and jump out of bed and each and every one of you chew into pieces. Slap. A cry of surprise rose from behind the wall. Thales could feel that the survivor had been lifted by Gleeward. Do you think that the Star Killer is very terrifying when he goes on a rampage in the city? Huh. The boorish man's voice became more and more terrifying. When you piss Gleeward off, you will know. That dead face who only knows how to behead people will be so gentle and gentle. Thales heard the sound of teeth chattering in that person's terrified breathing. Send the message back, Gleeward said coldly. I may not be able to protect my territory, my brother, but I am very good at holding grudges. From today onwards, anything that happens in my territory, and I mean anything, such as the little girl living opposite me losing her doll, or my neighbor's dog losing a bone in its bowl, I'll put it on your heads. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like an index finger tapping his forehead. That shuddering breath was already trembling out of shape. You better pray that Shield District and Hammer District are safe and prosperous, or else. In return, I will tear each and every one of you apart, no matter where they hide, no matter how high their status is. Just like what you've seen. Thud. The sound of a human body falling to the ground was heard. Get lost, Gleeward said slowly, his voice as cold as ice. In the next second, amid the rapid and shuddering breaths, the sound of panicked footsteps rose. It knocked over countless items along the way, and there was also the sound of clothes rubbing against the ground. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Behind the wall, Thales quietly exhaled. Fortunately, he only felt his heart beating a little faster. It's over. Now I just need to wait for the wheelchair to leave. Hey! That boorish male voice rose again. There was a hint of laziness in it. You eavesdropper. Gleeward's deep voice traveled clearly into Thales' ears. How much longer are you going to hide? Thales felt a slight chill in his heart. What? He touched his stiff neck and raised his head with a dazed expression. He stared at the low wall that hid him completely. Calm down. Calm down, Thales. The prince pursed his lips in a hopeful manner. Maybe he's not talking about me? Stop pretending, you behind the wall. Gleeward seemed to be clenching his fists, and a frightening crisp sound rose. Is it fun to watch the show? Hey, you won't be so lucky when I catch you. The prince closed his eyes, filled with resignation. Thales took a deep breath. Look on the bright side, Thales. It's late at night, and this is the almost abandoned Shield District. He can't be someone who just happened to be taking a stroll here. Besides, based on what Gleeward said just now, he should be traveling alone, which is why he was surrounded by his opponents in this place. And coming to this place in the middle of the night means... Thales adjusted his breathing and used that reason to convince himself over and over again. Then he resolutely took a step forward. He walked out of the narrow alley. A cold wind blew. The exaggerated temperature difference between day and night in Northland made Thales flinch. Outside the alley, a desolate and dilapidated Shield District appeared before him. But what really attracted his attention was the mess before him. Thales stared blankly at the scene under the night sky. More than 10 corpses lay motionless on the ground or stuck to the wall. Their postures were all different and their expressions were frozen at the last moment. Some were horrified, some were terrified, and some were angry. Some of them had deformed limbs, some had their bodies bent, and some even had their organs spilling out. Under the contrast of the dark night and the bright moon, they looked exceptionally hideous and bizarre. A few torches fell weakly on the ground, but they still burned stubbornly, providing some illumination. Thales slipped. He accidentally stepped on a puddle of blood. It was like a slaughterhouse in the wild. In this scene that made people hold their breaths, Thales gulped hard and saw the only person who was still alive. A strong man sat on the ground, quietly bandaging the wound on his shoulder. Through the weak firelight and moonlight, Thales immediately saw the man's most distinctive feature. He did not have legs. In any case, Ralph's legs still reached his knees. However, the boorish and muscular man in front of him did not have any pants below his thighs. His pants were tied into 2 knots, showing off his misfortune in the past. Thales frowned slightly. The man named Gleeward snorted coldly. He bit the cloth used to bandage his wound and forced himself to raise his head. "Tell me, you followed me here in the middle of the night. Were you sent by Nicholas, Vlad, or someone else?" Gleeward's eyes were filled with puzzlement. With the help of the light, Thales saw the man's face just as he expected. There was nothing in Gleeward's left eye socket. There was only a dark hole. Under his short hair, there was only a round hole where his left ear should have been. It was as if his ear had been cut off at the root. Thales was stunned. "A brat." The strong man frowned and he looked puzzled. While Gleeward spoke, he used his left hand, which only had 3 fingers left, to pull up a corner of the cloth. He bit the other corner in his mouth while he supported himself with his right hand on the ground to help his hunched body maintain its balance while he desperately bandaged his wound. A faint sadness rose in Thales' heart. This man, there's only half of him left. "Hey, don't let your mind wander, brat." Thales' expression changed. He snapped out of his daze and scratched his forehead. "Actually, I'm almost 14 years old. You really are a child." Gleeward shook his head and snorted softly. "Why is child labor popular now? Why are people so cruel nowadays?" Thales could only smile helplessly as he stared at Gleeward, who sat among the corpses on the ground. Gleeward's face was flat, but his nose was rather high. His face was covered in ungroomed stubble, which made people wonder if he had carelessly cut it with a table knife. He bandaged his wound and grabbed behind him with his left hand. Rumbling sounds of friction came from the darkness. A wooden wheelchair was pulled to his side by the man. Gleeward gritted his teeth and fastened the wheelchair to the side of a protruding stone slab. He grabbed the arm of the chair with his left hand and used his right hand to support himself from the ground. He propped up half of his body from the ground and leaned towards the wheelchair while trembling. He wanted to sit in the wheelchair. Thales thought of something. When he saw Gleeward's strenuous movements, he wanted to step forward and help. But in the next moment, Gleeward retaliated with his actions. The strong man grunted, and his powerful right arm seemed to explode with endless power as he pushed the ground. In the next second, the boorish man rose steadily into the air. Thales, who had just taken a step forward, stopped abruptly. As the wheelchair shuddered, Gleeward landed accurately on it. In the wheelchair, Gleeward leaned back and exhaled comfortably. He cast a scornful glance at the corpses on the ground and flashed a cold smile. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized that even though the man seemed to be handicapped and only had half of his body left, but there was no doubt about it. The man before him was one of the strongest and most valiant warriors he had ever seen. At that moment, a woman's voice, which he had not heard for a long time, rang in his ears. Gentle, light, but with a hint of stubbornness that refused to compromise. "No, Chiron. They don't need cheap sympathy. They don't need help and sympathy from us so-called normal people and healthy people to satisfy our own moral evaluation. What they need is for us to remove our blinders and treat them like normal people because there's nothing abnormal about them to begin with. And the reason why they can't become normal people is because we are too self-righteous. We are not tolerant enough. It's because this imperfect society doesn't give them the soil to become normal people, whether it's because of the lack of software, or the inconvenience of life caused by the lack of hardware. Stop calling them handicapped. Because they aren't. It's her. It's her. But who is she? He subconsciously reached out. But he did not catch anything. There was only emptiness. Hey, how can you be distracted? Gleeward pushed the wheelchair in front of him and sized Thales up. He tapped his own head with a doubtful expression. Are you retarded? Thales was shocked. He shoved the memory that had suddenly appeared back into the depths of his mind. Gleeward clenched his right fist and it made a clear sound. The sound made Thales nervous. He tried his best not to look at the corpses around him. He forced a smile. Focus. Now. Thales took a deep breath, trying to make himself appear more friendly. Pare said it. Small smile. Smile when you face your contact. The prince bared his white teeth and stared at the man in the wheelchair. So you are the person Pare mentioned? Gleeward frowned and answered loudly, Who? His unpleasant, loud voice startled Thales. Pare it's that. Thales tried his best to maintain his smile. He forced himself to speak the lingua franca that was close to a Northlandic accent. A strange middle-aged man smoking a pipe? Gleeward blinked what was left of his eyes and scratched his chin under the moonlight. He impatiently opened his mouth and asked loudly but vaguely, What did you say? Thales' heart trembled. No way. Or there's someone. His name might not be Pare. Maybe he's using an alias and he might not even be smoking. He probably doesn't have time to smoke these few days. Thales gesticulated and tried his best to form his own words while he criticized Putre's unreliability in his heart. He asked you to bring someone, at this time bring someone. Thales waved his arms and shook his head gently. He looked at Gleeward with anticipation, who did not seem to be in the zone yet. Give him, at this time? Bring someone. The boorish man narrowed his single eye. His eyeballs moved about as he pondered. He asked tentatively, You mean, bring him out of the city? Thales' eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. Yes, that's it. Gleeward fell silent. The man in the wheelchair stared at him silently for a few seconds. It made Thales feel slightly creeped out. Until, Gleeward's expression changed. He slapped his head. The man looked as if he had just come to a realization. He pointed at Thales with his right hand. So it's you. God bless me. Thales exhaled. He felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. Yes. Thales slapped his thigh. He felt that the negotiation just now was very difficult. He smiled laboriously. It's me. Nice to meet you. How should I address you? Gleeward narrowed his eyes and continued to size him up. He let out a guttural sound. The creepy feeling in Thales' heart rose again. Gleeward. A second later, the boorish man laughed and showed his yellow teeth. He extended his right hand to Thales. Drew Gleeward. Thales breathed a sigh of relief again. Fortunately, this contact seemed to be rather easy to talk to. With lingering fear in his heart, he extended his right hand and held Gleeward's palm. Then, at that moment, bang. Before Thales could react, he felt a weight on his right hand. He felt pain in his neck and his vision swayed. A great force erupted from Gleeward's right palm. Thales lost his balance and fell in Gleeward's direction. Gotcha. Gleeward's delighted laughter traveled into his ears. You want to leave the city in secret? Hey, you're that little prince of Constellation who was kidnapped, aren't you? Gleeward's boorish laughter grew louder and louder, so loud that Thales' ears hurt. What happened? Thales struggled to open his eyes, but to his horror he discovered that Gleeward, who was in a wheelchair, had already locked his hands tightly behind his back. The latter's left arm wrapped around the prince's neck. The iron-like muscles on his arm were like a cage that bound the prince to Gleeward's embrace. Whether it's the underground or the officials, all of Dragoncloud City is going crazy because of you. I've always been annoyed by these things and I didn't even want to bother with them, but you actually came to me. No. The sin of Hell's river instantly surged. Thales gritted his teeth and tried to break free, but he realized that his struggle was futile. Gleeward only relied on his powerful right hand and his abdominal muscles to lock Thales' arms tightly behind his back. It was useless. From the moment he was held in Gleeward's arms, he had already lost his best position to exert force. Under Gleeward's restraint, he could not even touch JC's dagger. Guess what price Heroic Spirit Palace is willing to offer me? Gleeward's laughter was rather ferocious and smug. Damn it, that dead face smashed so many things in my territory in the afternoon. This time I'll make him pay for it. Gleeward's left arm suddenly exerted force. Thales only felt his head tilt back, and the bright moon and starry sky appeared before his eyes. Of course, it might not necessarily be heroic spirit palace. At this point in time many people want you. Gleeward's grip became stronger, and the laughter that traveled from behind his ears was filled with excitement. Let me think, should it be 1,000 gold coins or 2,000 gold coins? Isn't that a little too much? Thales' face gradually turned red. He only felt that his neck was becoming more and more uncomfortable. Gleeward's left arm was hooked around his neck, and he pressed down on Thales' windpipe without allowing him to resist. The force was so great that the prince even felt that his back was about to be pressed into Gleeward's chest. This guy. Why is he so strong? The prince, who had difficulty breathing, raised his right leg with all his might and stomped down with all his might. But the pain under his foot told him that he could only barely step on the floor and kick the hard wood of the wheelchair. It was only then that Thales sadly remembered that Gleeward did not have legs. Or, I can ask for something else. I have to be more careful about this. Thales' vision gradually became blurry as his breathing became uneven. Soon many golden stars, that only he could see, appeared in the starry sky before him. Oh, I can't go on like this. He desperately sucked in a bit of air, and with his rich experience from being choked many times, he held his breath and stopped moving to exhaust his strength. Thales' face turned red. He forced out a few sounds from his windpipe and his breath was weak. Or not. The contact, Gleeward. What greeted him was Gleeward's wanton laughter. Ah, I see. You can even make a mistake about the contact. Looks like you guys aren't very diligent in your information gathering. Under the double torture of lack of oxygen and pain, Thales desperately maintained his last bit of calmness. He no longer had the time to complain about Putray. Wait. Thales' face contorted and he squeezed out a few words in pain. Double. If you want money I'll give you, double. Gleeward was slightly stunned, then he snorted coldly. Shut up. The boorish man did not seem to be moved at all. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, Don't treat me like a fool. But his voice gradually became weaker. In the next moment, Thales felt the pressure on his neck loosen slightly. A breath of air that he had not breathed in for a long time mixed with pain and friction, was sucked into his lungs. The sound of teeth grinding traveled into his ears, along with Gleeward's voice, which was as unpleasant to the ears as before, but he was slightly tempted. Hey brat, the boorish man slowly gulped and said softly, I'm not going to let you off. Chapter 343. Thales, who was drenched in sweat, coughed while he sucked in mouthfuls of air as if he was cherishing the water in the desert. His entire body trembled. But Gleeward did not let him go. It was still difficult for him to break free. Really, whether it's 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins, I'll give you double. Thales regained some of his rationality. He panted and sweated non-stop, feeling weak. The Jadestar royal family is very rich and so is Constellation. The Secret Intelligence Department's assets in Dragon Cloud City alone are worth more than 100,000. Gleeward raised an eyebrow. Very well, wait. But a second later the man's expression darkened. You mean you want to go to Constellation to get it? The Secret Intelligence Department will do. Thales, who had just recovered from the stars in his vision, blinked hard. They will definitely give. The next moment he felt a heavy pressure on his neck and his windpipe was blocked again. Shut up, do you really think I'm an idiot? This was Gleeward's exasperated voice. Listen, I only accept cash. Thales sucked in his last breath of air with great difficulty. Damn it. This bastard. Do I look like I have cash on me? If you hand me over. Thales tried his best to fight for a chance. The city of faraway prayers is at war with the Alliance of Freedom and Constellation. Gleeward cut him off impatiently. Shut up, I don't understand politics. Thales, who was seeing stars again, felt exasperated. What kind of person is this? Forget it, let's go look for Deadface. It's safer there, Gleeward mumbled. He increased his strength trying to knock Thales out. Thales knew that things were not going well. He racked his brain, fighting against the air and his enemy while he desperately shouted that one word. Shield District. A few seconds after the word left his mouth, Gleeward's arm loosened again. What? He asked with a frown. Thales took the opportunity to take a few deep breaths to clear his mind. Yes. Shield District. I heard your conversation just now, the prince said painfully, shifting the back of his head slightly away from Gleeward's chest. Just now, no matter how insulted and despised he was, Gleeward did not move. But when the enemy started using Shield District and his brothers and sisters to threaten him, this is Shield District, right? Thales panted and his words gradually became smoother. And you are probably the person in charge of this place. Look around you, it's already dilapidated. 1 or 2,000 gold coins is not enough to rebuild it. You need more, not just money. Gleeward remained silent for a long time. But in the end he still coldly snorted and shook his head. Shut up, I am very content, I have no interest in causing trouble. When he saw that Gleeward was about to strangle him again, Thales quickly spoke. And I heard it. The people who died in Shield District 6 years ago were your subordinates and brothers, right? When he said this, Thales felt Gleeward shudder behind him. During these 6 years, their surviving family members also need to be compensated for their financial losses. They need to live. You should be very worried, right? I guess Dragon Cloud City doesn't have a disaster emergency fund to compensate for Shield District's losses. Thales spoke fluently in an invincible manner while he racked his brains for a way to escape. Gleeward let out a dull, displeased sound. Shut up. This time there was a hint of displeasure in the veteran's words. But then he was stunned. Disaster. Gold, what's that? Can it compensate for Shield District's losses? Thales thought of something. He felt that he had found a way out. That's not important. What's important is... The prince inhaled again, gritted his teeth and said, as the boss, you bear a lot of responsibilities. You can't watch Shield District, watch your brothers and your territory fall into poverty and threats. Gleeward's breathing slowly quickened. Shut up. Gleeward's voice became exceptionally cold. Don't point fingers at other people's homes. But Thales did not notice his tone. He had been tortured enough by what happened that night. But now I, the rich prince of a country with a lot of money, can help you. You have a chance to save Shield District, which no one cares about. You can rebuild it and not just extort a large sum of money from the Star Killer as long as you give me... Gleeward let out a low growl. Shut up, he said through gritted teeth. Thales greedily inhaled the next mouthful of air. He wanted to drag it out first so that he could scoop out all the information related to Shield District and the place that the wheelchair warrior cared about. 6 years ago when the calamity descended, I was there. I saw the people in Shield District. They were so innocent, but they had to go through such a calamity. Gleeward did not speak, but he began to tremble slightly. Thales felt that there was hope. He could not help but speak faster. You don't seem like a cold-blooded and selfish person, Gleeward. The chance is right before your eyes. You can't give up on Shield District just because you find it troublesome. You can't just stand by and watch them suffer so that the dead cannot rest in peace. Rest in peace. When he heard this, Gleeward's body swayed violently. Shut up. His voice began to tremble, and there was a warmth in it that was difficult to ignore. Brat. Thales only felt that Gleeward's arm was becoming looser. I should be getting closer and closer to Gleeward's pain point. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel refreshed. After the calamity, the people of Shield District suffered greatly. They relied on you. They can't continue living like this. You have the responsibility to do everything in your power to protect them, help them, and save them. Gleeward's breathing became more rapid. Thales suddenly raised his voice. Gleeward, you can't run away. Your inaction not only makes it impossible for the dead to rest in peace. To those who are still living and suffering, this is no different from murdering them with your own hands. The moment the word murder came out of his mouth, Thales suddenly felt the hands around his neck tremble violently. His ears trembled and Gleeward's shout, which he had never heard before, traveled into his ears. Shut up, shut up, shut up. The shocked Thales only felt that his ears were still ringing. Before he could relax, Gleeward's arm tightened around his neck again. So what now? Thales struggled in pain again, but this time, Gleeward's grip did not hold back at all. It was as if he wanted to strangle him to death. For some reason, Gleeward seemed to have descended into rage and madness. His voice also became increasingly terrifying. Listen up, brat. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Don't you dare lecture me. His arm was trembling, but he did not loosen his grip at all. It was a clear sign that his master had practiced the art of killing hundreds of times and had rich experience. Don't you dare lecture me on how to protect Shield District. Glee Ward was agitated as if he was on the verge of breaking down. 6 years ago, with the Soul Slayer pike in hand, I stood here in Shield District in the midst of endless blood and death. I fought against the damned blood calamity with my life. Fought? Glee Ward panted, but he paused a few times. Fought? Thales felt that at that moment the teeth of this warrior, who was still strong and optimistic in the face of a group of opponents, were actually chattering. It was as if he had remembered his deepest nightmare. The next moment, Glee Ward gritted his teeth and roared like a volcano eruption. When we fought to the death. Under the moonlight, the veteran in the wheelchair roared in pain and anger. You were still wearing diapers, drinking milk in your grandmother's arms. Thales could not care less about his ears, which were about to go deaf. His vision began to blur again. T. This is a perverted sadist. Thales half closed his eyes and felt the torment of his empty lungs, as well as his desire to breathe and live. His consciousness gradually faded. But at the same time a strange feeling surged through his body. The sin of Hell's River began to boil on its own again. It was like a restless and agitated beast. It was waiting for the moment to rush out of the cage. At least it allowed the dizzy Thales to maintain his last bit of clarity. Under the double torture, the exhausted Thales trembled all over. With his last breath he spat out a word, no. At that moment. Thump, thump, thump. The sudden sounds of horse hooves and wheels rattling could be heard in the empty ruins of Shield District. A carriage arrived not too far away from them. Chief Glee Ward, I, your guest, have already. A lively and cheerful young voice rose into the air. The voice paused for a moment. With a ferocious expression, Glee Ward raised his head and met the owner of the voice. He could not help but loosen his grip on Thales as he tried his best to restrain him. The purple-faced Thales breathed in air again. He coughed madly. He had inhaled quite a lot of saliva during the fight just now. The increasingly restless sin of Hell's River in his body gradually calmed down. The next moment, Wah. Chief, I am sorry, I was wrong. No, I mean I shouldn't, I can't, no, I mean I won't tell anyone, no, I mean I didn't see anything, I don't know anything, I just came for a stroll tonight, no, I mean I didn't even come to Shield District tonight. Glee Ward shook his head and tried to clear his mind. He looked at the carriage and its driver. Is that Kevin? On an uncovered freight carriage, a young coachman covered his eyes and shouted something in a frenzy. A hunchbacked figure was sitting in the cargo hold at the back of the carriage. He was coughing slightly. Glee Ward was stunned. Tonight was different for Kevin, the poor boy from Shield District. He was supposed to drive this shabby, low-quality carriage and bring Chief Glee Ward's guest to a special and remote place in Shield District. Kevin did not know why Chief Glee Ward had carefully chosen this place to meet, but as long as it was the chief's order, he had to do it. That was Drew Glee Ward, the man who single-handedly protected Dragon Cloud City during the legendary disasters of the Calamities and Hydra Kilika. Yes, Kevin still remembers those years and those disasters. It's like a nightmare. But when Kevin arrived at his destination and met the chief, he could not believe what he saw. What is that? Of course, Kevin was not referring to the corpses and blood all over the ground. As the manliest man in Dragon Cloud City, Chief Glee Ward, who could command the wind and clouds, would not cause a storm of blood wherever he went? He was a teenager. Yes. A delicate-looking but thin teenager. Under the moonlight, the delicate-looking teenager sat in the chief's arms. He looked excited and in pain. The teenager placed his hands behind his back and placed them on Chief Glee Ward's knees. They trembled slightly as if he was touching and rubbing against something. His face was flushed and his lips opened and closed. He looked agitated and excited as he twisted his waist and moved up and down. When he saw this, Kevin's heart froze. No way. What about Chief Glee Ward, who has always been open-minded and heroic? Kevin narrowed his eyes and tried to take a closer look. At that moment, the dignified chief of Shield District in his heart, the hero of the people, Glee Ward, was sitting in a wheelchair, doing Glee Ward's rough and powerful left hand, which was missing 2 fingers, was intimately hugging the teenager's upper body from behind, pressing him tightly into his embrace. Glee Ward's right hand was stretched towards the teenager's lower body, where Kevin could not see. It was also trembling slightly as the teenager moved. What? Kevin widened his eyes. His jaw almost dropped. That was not all. Chief Gleeward, who usually did heavy work with ease, was panting violently at that moment. His iron-like body rose and fell in sync with the teenager's suspicious rhythm. He moved to the left and right, up and down, and moved back and forth in a timely manner. The chief's face was contorted and he was agitated. He even stuck close to the teenager's ear and gritted his teeth as he shouted some words whose meaning was unclear. It was as if he was venting something. Venting? Kevin's heart skipped a beat. This. Kevin's face turned paler and paler as he watched the two people moving excitedly on the wheelchair. He watched the teenager and the chief's bodies pressed against each other as they forgot themselves in pain and happiness. The old man in Shield District had told him that for a long time, there had been all sorts of girls and women living in Shield District. No matter how good, how beautiful, how good they were at managing their families and having children, the prestigious Chief Gleeward had never taken a fancy to any of them. The old man sighed and said to Kevin, "There's a reason." Reason? Kevin, who had goosebumps in his heart, felt that he had just found the reason why the chief was single. The young, poor boy did not dare continue thinking about it. With complicated emotions, he instinctively wanted to raise his whip and steer the carriage away. But at that moment the ferocious-looking Gleeward raised his head. He met Kevin's gaze under the moonlight. Kevin was instantly stunned. "It's over. I found out the chief's secret. I will be killed, right?" Kevin's pained screams not only pierced through the air, but also made Gleeward wake up slightly. Thales gasped laboriously. He had already given up on negotiating with Gleeward. He was probably a lunatic. There was no way to talk to him. Boss, since I've never been to Shield District, that means." Poor Kevin buried his face in his hands desperately and shouted desperately, No, Chief Gleeward, I swear I didn't see anything." Gleeward frowned. He first cast a glance at the prince who was held hostage in his arms before he turned to the carriage impatiently. "Kevin." The chief of Shield District roared furiously, "Shut up." Under Gleeward's might, Kevin's voice came to an abrupt halt, as if he had been choked in an instant. "How many years has it been?" Another voice traveled slowly from the carriage. It was filled with endless emotions. "Old friend." Gleeward shuddered slightly. This voice. Thales was stunned as well. Isn't that?" In the dark, a wooden walking stick was extended out of the carriage shakily, followed by two frail and old legs. "I'm sorry, I came a little later than the appointed time." The person who came over with a hunched back got down from the carriage. When he saw the mess around him, he subconsciously frowned and covered his nose. "Oh, looks like you're still doing your old job." Gleeward stared at the person with a dumbfounded expression. He did not even notice that Thales was no longer struggling in his arms. "What the f***c?" Gleeward opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the visitor on the carriage. His expression was as if he had seen the dog next door laying eggs. "Damn it, I was wondering which immoral bastard sent the invitation. I didn't expect it to be you." The person chuckled softly. "Are you surprised? You're not dead yet." Gleeward snorted softly. His emotions were complicated. The old crow. When he heard the familiar nickname, Thales struggled to turn his head and saw the person who came over. It was an old man with deep wrinkles and an ancient face. He was a scholar from Dragon Kiss Academy who had no proof of his qualifications. He was Gilbert and Putre's teacher, and also Thales and Saroma's teacher. The old crow Merrill Hicks. At that moment he was standing under the moonlight and nodding at Thales with a smile. "It's him." Chapter 344. "Haha, of course I'm not dead." Hicks propped himself up with his walking stick and walked towards them laboriously. He chuckled. "Did you forget that we had our fortune told in the tent? I will live a long life." Gleeward made a disgusted expression that said, "Who would believe you? As for you, Drew." Hicks maintained his usual smile and cast a glance at the stunned Thales. Then he looked at Gleeward again, who was in the wheelchair. His gaze lingered on Gleeward's missing legs for a moment. "I can see that you've lost quite a bit. Little hedgehog, I really miss the days when we ate sand together in the desert." The effect of this sentence was quite impressive. Thales, who was held hostage, and Guy, who drove the carriage, were both stunned. "Little hedgehog? What little hedgehog? Who's little hedgehog?" Gleeward twisted his body in the wheelchair and coughed unnaturally. Cough, cough, all right. But Hicks continued to speak in a seemingly sentimental manner. I still remember that you were forced to be with those barren bone women in the tent. At that moment, Gleeward's face turned the color of a pig's liver. Only the darkness of the night could conceal it. When the other two people shifted their admiring and skeptical gazes to him, Gleeward interrupted Hicks' cheerful chatter in exasperation. Shut up, old man. Hicks shrugged. Gleeward stared at him with an unpleasant expression. He panted as he pondered about something. Guy, thank you for sending him over. Now you should go further away. Gleeward paused as if he felt that it was not safe. He narrowed his single eye and warned Guy in a soft voice. You don't want to hear that I'll kill you if you find out, do you? Guy trembled slightly. He looked at the dying teenager in his chief's arms and squeezed out a terrified and strange smile. All right, Chief. After Cale left, Gleeward exhaled. The veteran looked at Hicks in displeasure. Very well, Old Crow, since you're in Dragon Cloud City, very well, I'll treat you to a meal. As long as it's in my territory, you can choose the location. But, Gleeward's expression changed. He changed the topic and said fiercely, you are not allowed to mention the past. Not even a single word. He looked very serious. Thales listened to their conversation suspiciously, but he had already guessed some things, so he preferred to remain silent. Leave everything to Hicks. Really? What a pity. Hicks sighed. Those precious years can't be easily forgotten. In the Desert God's beast cage we were reduced to slaves and lost all our dignity. You, on the other hand, swallowed fresh blood and fought against human or inhuman opponents. You fought for the last mouthful of stinky food and clenched your teeth to survive. Until, Gleeward's expression changed again. Oh my, I'm so Ked. He closed his eyes in pain and annoyance. Shut up. I told you not to mention it again. Hicks nodded with a smile. He placed his hands on his walking stick and coughed softly. Once Gleeward made sure that Hicks did not speak again, he slowly exhaled as if he had just avoided a great danger. He waved Thales' hand. All right, finish what you wanted to say. I'm still in a hurry to get rich. When Gleeward said this, his words came to an abrupt halt. The veteran frowned. He looked at Thales, who was no longer struggling and was trying his best to recover. Then he looked at the newcomer, Hicks. Hicks still had that mysterious smile on his face as he stared at him quietly. Then Gleeward, I would like to ask you for a favor. Gleeward's expression froze on his face. In the next second, Thales felt his body loosen. Gleeward had let go of him. *Ck Old Crow. The veteran looked at the hostage in disbelief, then at his old friend. You didn't ask to meet me in this strange place on a whim, did you? Thales lay on the ground. He felt that his limbs were sore and powerless after being deprived of oxygen for a long time. This brat didn't suddenly appear out of nowhere because of a coincidence, did he? In the face of Gleeward's bewildered question, Hicks shook his head. Of course not. He walked forward slowly, leaning on his walking stick. That's right. I want to ask you to help him. Hicks' expression slowly became serious. Please send Prince Thales out of Dragon Cloud City in secret and safely to the designated place, despite the many layers of security. Gleeward. The three of them sank into silence. Thales propped his arms up from the ground and stood up with great effort. He flashed a smile that was rarely seen that night. As expected, the contact Putray had spoken of, it's Hicks. Him know their mutual well-respected teacher. Teacher. Following Putray's instructions, he flashed a friendly and grateful smile at Hicks. I'm sorry that I didn't say goodbye to you before. Hicks returned the smile and winked playfully. The eyeballs behind his monocle flickered back and forth. It's not too late now. Thales could not help but laugh and shake his head. So, the way Putray mentioned to get someone to help the Prince of Constellation leave the city in secret is... No way. Gleeward's rude voice rose again. Thales looked at the veteran in front of him with a puzzled expression. Gleeward's expression was angry and his breathing was rapid. He stared at the old crow in front of him. For the sake of our past friendship, it's not a problem for me to treat you to a meal or something. But this? Gleeward pointed at Thales in exasperation. This is not a favor, it's a huge problem. Thales raised his eyebrows. If I send this prince out of the city once I'm discovered, But they won't be able to discover it, right? Hicks interrupted him with a smile. Just like before, we are very good at running away, whether it's the cages or the barren bone people's tents. Thales thought of something. Barren bone people. And the desert god? Gleeward looked as if he was choking. He opened his mouth and twitched for a few seconds before he finally waved his hand. Don't talk about the past. Also, this is not a matter of whether they discover it or not. The veteran turned to Hicks with a displeased expression. This is too risky. It involves the lives and deaths of so many of my subordinates. Do you know how the Star Killer will fix Shield District if he finds out? Forget about him, that Lee Span and those rotten people in the disciplinary hall are full of evil tricks. With every sentence Gleeward said, the old Hicks nodded slightly. It was as if he was listening to him pour out his troubles. Gleeward snorted in dissatisfaction. You don't know how chaotic Dragon Cloud City became after Nuven died. Do you know what will happen to my brothers once I fall? I just want to stay as far away from this stupid matter as possible. Thales coughed. Thales coughed. You wanted to exchange me for the bounty just now. Gleeward's expression stiffened. Exposed, he glared at Thales fiercely. Shut up, brat. He turned his head again and said to Hicks, help him? And he's a constellatiate? No way. No matter how great our friendship is. Gleeward's final tone was firm and brooked no room for doubt. Hicks sighed but did not say anything else. The atmosphere turned cold again. A few seconds later, speaking of which, old crow. Gleeward snorted coldly and gestured at Thales with his chin. For your sake, I won't take him for the bounty. Take him to someone else. The further away from me, the better. I'll pretend that I never saw you. Thales' expression darkened. What? Hicks' eyebrows slowly furrowed. His skinny hands, which rested on the walking stick, trembled slightly. But immediately after, he relaxed his brows. All right, Gleeward. Hicks put on a smile again. Before I leave, I only ask you to do one more thing. Gleeward widened his eyes, tilted his head and put on an expression that said, what else do you want? Hey you, Hicks' expression changed instantly. He shook his head regretfully. You know, sometimes when I dream about our time in the Flying Squirrel tribe, Gleeward's expression changed again. All right. Gleeward cut him off as if he was begging for mercy. If you have anything to say, just say it. The veteran stared at the old crow in pain again, then looked elsewhere. He waved his hand in despair. I'll just pretend that I accidentally inhaled when I passed by a cesspool. Hicks' satisfied smile appeared on his face again. He nodded and said softly, look at his eyes. Once he said this, both Thales and Gleeward were stunned. What? The veteran in the wheelchair blinked and scratched his head in confusion. Whose eyes? Thales, who was equally confused, asked. Hicks took a deep breath. He took a step forward and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a rare coldness and sternness. Drew Gleeward, on account of the countless times I treated and saved you in the desert god's cage when you were on the brink of death, Hicks said, enunciating each word clearly, look carefully at this child's eyes. When he heard this, the first person to be stunned was Thales. My eyes? Wait. More than one person in this world has told me about his eyes. All right. Perhaps Hicks' rare stern expression had an effect, but after a few seconds of puzzled gazes, Gleeward gave in. He pushed his wheelchair and approached Thales with a reluctant expression. Slap. Thales, who was still in deep thought, felt a pain in his arm. Gleeward pulled him towards him. He raised his head and saw Gleeward's ferocious single eye. It reminded him of the one-eyed dragon Duke Koster Nanchester in Constellation. In the Hall of Stars he was far more aggressive than the veteran in front of him. Gleeward still looked displeased, but under Hicks' stern gaze he still approached Thales. He narrowed his single eye and scrutinized the prince's eyes under the dim moonlight. Thales felt rather uncomfortable under Gleeward's stare. He coughed softly and tried his best not to blink. The prince took a deep breath. He did not know what Hicks was up to, but he still chose to believe in his teacher. It was just like what Gilbert had told him. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. At that moment Thales saw something a little surprised. Gleeward's expression changed. The displeasure and disdain on his face had already disappeared without a trace. What was left was only shock and astonishment. This made Thales think of something. The veteran turned his head abruptly. light. But before he finished speaking, as if he knew what he wanted, Hicks picked up a burning torch from the ground and tossed it to Gleeward from afar. Gleeward frowned and glanced at the indifferent Hicks. He waved the torch to make it burn brighter. Then he moved closer to Thales. The heat and glare of the flame made Thales involuntarily shrink back, but Gleeward held him firmly. "Don't move, child." With the light from the torch, Gleeward scrutinized the corner of Thales' eyes again. This time his expression became more solemn and he also became more incredulous. "Don't blink either." Thales could clearly see that as he observed Gleeward's face, Gleeward's expression changed subtly. His expression changed from surprise to hesitation, from hesitation to stupefaction, from stupefaction to excitement, and from excitement to dejection. Gleeward's eyebrows trembled. His single eye was filled with complicated emotions: conflict and pain, gratitude and relief, remorse and regret, sadness and indecisiveness. Thales was secretly shocked as he watched. How a long time seemed to have passed. Finally, Gleeward slowly moved the torch away and lowered his head deeply. Impossible. In the darkness where no one could see, Gleeward propped himself up on his wheelchair, bent over and spoke in a muffled voice. His voice seemed to be separated by a layer of fog and it was a little indistinct. Hicks sighed softly while leaning on his walking stick. "Do you understand now?" Thales turned to the old crow in surprise and bewilderment, but he could only see the sorrow and desolation on his face. The prince instinctively said, "What's going on?" "My eyes." "No." The veteran in the wheelchair interrupted him. "Oh." Gleeward's head was still lowered, but his voice began to tremble. He stuttered and it was even more intense than when he was roaring just now. "No, no, no." He held the torch in his right hand and the arm of the wheelchair in his left. His shoulders rose and fell. Hicks shook his head. "You saw it." Gleeward raised his head swiftly. Thales stared at his face in surprise. The veteran's eyes were wide open and he shook his head in disbelief, like a detective who had just discovered a cruel truth. The prince touched his eyelids. He looked at Hicks, then at Gleeward. A strange sense of panic spread in his heart. "They know something. Only me. Only I don't know." "No." Gleeward trembled and blinked his single eye. He panted violently while he gritted his teeth and said, "This is just a coincidence. There may not be many people like this, but there definitely are. You only need paint, Thales." Thales shuddered and turned to Hicks. "Teacher Hicks." The old crow who interrupted the veteran snorted softly. "My friend may be highly skilled, but he doesn't care much about the high-level politics of the neighboring countries." His words were flat and there was no inflection in them. It was a stark contrast to Hicks' usual lively and interesting demeanor when he taught. "So, can I trouble you to tell him?" Hicks did not look at any of them but stared firmly at his walking stick. "What is your full name?" "Full name." Thales shuddered. He knew what they were conflicted about. "That is." The night returned to silence. Only the torch in Gleeward's hand continued to crackle. "Thales," Thales answered subconsciously. His gaze was fixed on Gleeward's obviously abnormal body. My full name is Thales Therangerana Kessel Jade Star." Asterisk thud. Asterisk the torch fell to the ground and rolled into a pool of blood beside it, struggling helplessly. Gleeward sat in his wheelchair in a daze. He stared blankly at Thales, who was also absent-minded. His right hand was still in the air, still in the position of holding the torch. But he still did not move. It was as if he was living in a dream. Gleeward spoke softly. "This is impossible." The voice that was once rough, hot-tempered, and extremely unpleasant to the ears sounded as if it came from a distant mountain at that moment. It was gentle and calm. It was as if he was afraid of disturbing someone's sweet dreams. Hicks slowly flashed a tired but sincere smile. "That's right, Drew." The old crow raised his head slowly. The meaning in his eyes was complicated and profound. "This is Lady Theron's son. He is her bloodline." Asterisk sizzle. Chapter 345. At that moment, it was as if someone had stopped time from moving forward in this dark, remote and dilapidated corner of Shield District. The three of them faced each other in silence. The stagnant atmosphere fueled their own indescribable emotions. Until, "What's going on?" Thales asked the other two in disbelief. "Hicks and you, what are you talking about?" "You know my mother." Under the moonlight, the prince's face was full of surprise. He stared at the veteran in the wheelchair who was still trembling slightly, and the old man who held his walking stick with his head lowered in dejection. How did you know her? Where is she? But they did not answer. How about it, Drew? Hicks sighed slowly and said, Is this reason enough? Gleeward finally managed to calm his trembling breathing. As if a long time had passed, the wheelchair, which was immersed in the darkness, moved slightly and crushed a few stones on the ground. The person in the wheelchair exhaled laboriously and raised his head with all his might under the dim moonlight. You can't. The veteran's voice was stiff. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and Hicks. You can't do this. When he said this, Gleeward's expression froze for a moment. But Hicks continued to look at him calmly. It's been more than 20 years. I am Gleeward. I am in Dragon Cloud City. I have my territory, my brothers, my everything. They're all counting on me. You can't. His face contorted and he grabbed his wheelchair tightly as if he was about to rush to the battlefield in the next moment. You can't suddenly appear like this and then bring up a bunch of *T and touching past to ask me to do this and that. Those are all in the past, old crow. Gleeward waved his hand abruptly and seemed to be speaking more fluently. So what if you're her son? I don't care, Hicks answered him with a flat but firm old voice. It's precisely because those are all in the past, Drew. That's why it will exist forever. Gleeward's words came to a halt as if he had choked on something. Hicks' gaze was still. Since we can't change it, we can't run away from it. Gleeward shuddered in the wheelchair. The veteran slowly let go of the wheelchair, clasped his hands together and gritted his teeth. Shut up. Thales looked at Hicks, then at Gleeward. The puzzlement in his heart was difficult to quell. 20 years ago? The past? They all knew Theranjarana. That mysterious mother. He pricked up his ears, wanting to hear more. No one wants to recall the nightmare of the past, whether it was before or after. The aged Hicks sighed softly and said, But at least think about it. Back then, who was the one who brought people like us who were struggling and at the end of our lives and a walking corpse like you out of Caligari? Out of that bottomless cage of darkness, out of that bloody arena shrouded in shadows? Caligari. The title seemed to remind Gleeward of something. He closed his eyes and his chest began to heave. Thales was puzzled. Caligari? What is that place? Yes, my dear Drew. Hicks stared at Gleeward from afar, who was immersed in his memories and had an uncertain expression. This is the debt we owe. Gleeward opened his eyes and took a deep breath laboriously. Shut up. Thales could not hold it in anymore. Sorry to disturb you, but... He took a step forward and his tone was slightly anxious. Who exactly is my mother? Gleeward suddenly raised his head. I said shut up. The veteran gritted his teeth, widened one of his eyes, and stared at the teenage prince with a contorted face, as if he was going through some kind of torture. His beard and hair stood on end, and he looked as if he was forcefully suppressing his emotions, forcing Thales to swallow his words. There are always some things, ahem, you can't deny and you can't forget. Hicks coughed in slight pain, but he waved his hand and refused Thales' kind offer to help him up. Isn't that so? The old crow took a moment to recover before he slowly opened his mouth and called out a name that Thales was very unfamiliar with. Bloody Thorn Lizard. Bang. Gleeward punched his wheelchair. Shut up, shut up. The veteran leaned forward and glared at Hicks fiercely. Go to hell, old man. You are never allowed to call me that. You know that I King hate this the most. His voice was filled with hostility and pain. He slapped his wheelchair fiercely. You know that. Thales stared at Gleeward in astonishment. The prince became increasingly suspicious of Theron's relationship with them. At the same time he was also worried about his future. But Hicks only continued to support himself with his walking stick. He stood there indifferently. Then send this child away, Drew. This is all I asked of you in the past. Then you can go back and be the local tyrant with a clear conscience. You can flaunt your power as the boss of your gang. Gleeward fell back against his seat and panted a few times. It was as if the conversation just now had exhausted most of his energy. A gust of wind blew past. The huge temperature difference between day and night in Dragon Cloud City made Thales shudder. He could not help but sneeze. No. Gleeward's pained but firm voice traveled into his ears. Dream on. I won't take this job. Thales was shocked. What? That's it. You won't take it? A cold glare appeared behind Hicks' monocle. He said calmly, Is that your answer? Gleeward? Gleeward's chest visibly swayed. That's it. The veteran in the wheelchair raised his head again, gritted his teeth and said angrily, You, get lost. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Get out of my territory. Immediately right now. His rough voice rang out in this remote corner, echoing back and forth between the ruins of the wall. But Hicks said nothing. He only stared at Gleeward in silence. Gleeward, whose expression was contorted, and Hicks, whose expression was cold, stared at each other under the moonlight. This atmosphere made Thales rather uneasy. For a moment, it overshadowed his curiosity about his mysterious mother, and made him even more confused about how he could escape. After a long time, Hicks sighed slowly. Is that so? The veteran in the wheelchair stared at the old man in front of him. His gaze was filled with a hidden meaning that Thales could not understand. Boss. In the distance, Kevin, who heard the roar, drove the carriage closer and asked anxiously, What's wrong? Gleeward panted a few times, adjusted his breathing, and restrained his emotions that were out of control. Kevin, the veteran said stiffly to the young man in the carriage, Where did they come from? Send them back to where they came from. Kevin was slightly taken aback. Huh. Gleeward closed his eyes, then opened them again. Damn it. The boss of Shield District gritted his teeth stiffly and slammed his wheelchair. Get them. His voice was rough and his words were cold. Thales sighed in his heart. Kevin was shocked by the way the boss behaved. He first trembled a little, then immediately nodded. Okay, Gleeward snorted coldly. He gave Hicks, who was still silent, a rude glare as if he was his mortal enemy. The next moment the veteran moved abruptly. He turned his wheelchair to face the opposite direction from Hicks. On the way, he violently pushed aside a corpse that was blocking his path. Then he cast a glance in Thales' direction with a complicated expression. But the moment before his gaze met the latter's, he quickly looked away. *ck old crow. Then, amidst the friction between the wheels and the ground, Gleeward's figure on the wheelchair disappeared into the night. He left without any delay. He ran over countless gravel along the way. The sound of the wheelchair gradually faded away. Thales silently watched the direction in which Gleeward left. Doubt and disappointment coexisted in his heart. Immortal and this. After making sure that Gleeward was far away, Kevin rubbed his hands as if he had a headache. He looked at the old crow and Thales with a troubled expression. He remembered the boss' attitude towards them just now. He pointed at the carriage and thought about the tone he should use. Maybe we should. Hicks tapped his walking stick and flashed a friendly smile. It will be done in a while, young man. Please wait for me at the front. We have to say goodbye. Under Hicks' polite and friendly smile, Kevin drove the carriage into the distance with a skeptical look. Thales stared at his teacher with a slightly dejected expression. You saw it, Thales. Hicks turned his head and looked at Thales apologetically. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you. And you can't just follow me back to Axe District. It's too dangerous. Thales stared at him quietly. He shook his head and threw the slight regret that rose in his heart out of his mind. In truth, Thales realized that the ups and downs in his emotions were not as great as he had imagined. His worry about his own safety was largely diluted by the information revealed in the conversation between the two of them just now. Their land. This name again. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but sigh softly. Hicks. The prince sucked in a breath and fixed his gaze on the old crow. Mr. Hicks, you are willing to travel a long and arduous journey to Extet to be my teacher. Is it really just because of Putray and Gilbert's recommendation? The old crow froze for a moment. Who knows? Hicks reacted quickly. He chuckled softly. Maybe it's because of the generous salary? Hicks. In the end, the prince could not suppress the doubts in his heart. It's about my mother. Don't you have anything to say? Of course, the biggest doubt in his heart was far from this. Hicks' figure stopped on the spot. There was a moment of silence between the two of them. After a while, the old man slowly opened his wrinkled mouth. Hicks said slowly, Shouldn't you be more familiar with her than I am? Thales' breathing froze. I've never seen her. he said a little awkwardly as he recalled the few memories of their land in his mind. I've only heard about her from other people's mouths. Yes, Thales thought quietly. The abnormality I was born with. In Mindy's hall, the king and Gilbert told him the strangely pronounced name with certainty. There was also the stern high priestess Licia. The insane Queen Kia during the Bloody Year. The majestic queen of the sky who descended from the sky. Every bit of information about his mother made him more and more confused. Who exactly is there in Joanna? What kind of existence is she? So that's how it is. Hicks looked at him and sighed slowly. It's such a pity. Thales cast him a questioning look. So? Hicks looked at him for a long time before he smiled faintly. When I was not so old and not so young, I was quite unlucky for a while. Hicks recalled the past and sighed. The process was too complicated. In any case, I was robbed and sold to the Great Desert as a slave. Thales was stunned. The Great Desert? Hicks nodded with a smile. Yes, it's the place you're about to go. The Great Desert. The old crow sighed faintly. His gaze moved past Thales as if he was looking somewhere else. What a big place. There are only 3 things left in the world there. You sand. The old crow narrowed his eyes. And sand. Thales could not help but frown. No matter how far you walk, how long you walk, and how fast you walk, you will never reach the end. All the rules of the world, morality, order, fairness, strength, and even time lose their meaning there. As for slaves. Hicks patted the back of his hand and said with a sigh. It's hard to imagine that this system, which disappeared after the ancient empire, still exists in the Great Desert. You can exaggerate and imagine my miserable state at that time. As he recalled the past, Hicks' gaze was indifferent, but his tone was thought-provoking. A group of people who had lost all hope, all dignity, and most of their selves. Prisoners of war, criminals, drunkards, cripples, prostitutes, beggars, lunatics, exiles. Just like that, like wild beasts and livestock, they were kept in filthy, cruel, hopeless, and painful cages. They were given all kinds of slave codes and they went through all kinds of hell that people could imagine. Waiting for death. Thales listened attentively and resisted the urge to ask questions. He searched his heart for a piece of relevant information. Hicks coughed softly. A strange light shone in his eyes. And that was the place where I first met your mother. There in Joanna. Hicks' voice was very soft, as if he was coaxing a cute child. Thales watched him quietly. The old crow sighed with emotion and said, I still remember Theron's long fiery red hair that reached her waist, her delicate and translucent skin, her beautifully curved lips and her light gray eyes just like yours. Long fiery red hair. Thales frowned. This was the only description of Theron's appearance that he had obtained over the past few years. But the most impressive thing about her was not these. Hicks smiled helplessly. I still can't forget Theron. The way she turned her head to look at people was full of confusion and mystery, but the way she grinned and snickered made people feel that she was mischievous and hateful. That girl was sometimes as passionate as fire and mischievous, and sometimes as calm as water, wise and farsighted. Thales paused and asked curiously, What? Yes, I know that this is very contradictory. Hicks seemed to know the doubts in Thales' heart. He waved his hand and laughed. But I just have this feeling. In her rare gray eyes, there is madness and rationality at the same time, but they blend perfectly. She is like a kind that is similar to us, but also like an existence that is above us. That is Theron, the enchanting, mysterious and unpredictable Theron. Hicks shook his head helplessly and dejectedly. I am quite confident in my choice of words, but I have to admit that when it comes to that girl, my eloquence is pathetically poor. I can't even describe her. Thales was stunned. Madness and rationality? She's like our kind, but also like an existence above us. What's going on? Theron is. The more the old crow went on, the more ethereal his gaze became, as if it was shining into a corner that ordinary people could not see. The amazing Theron was the nickname given to her by the cage masters. She was the only slave who could retain her original name. Thales thought of something. Slave? Thales' eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. You mean my mother was a slave in the desert? How is that possible? Doubts arose in his heart. If it's according to what the Queen of the Sky said, she was. As if unwilling to let Thales continue thinking about it, Hicks raised his voice. Until she proved that she was not. Slave. The amazing Theron. Thales pondered and subconsciously continued, "What do you mean?" When he said this, the old crow exhaled and paused for a moment. He closed his eyes gently and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Your mother. She was very smart and very persuasive. That girl used 2 to 3 years to pull the hopeless slaves who lived like walking corpses out of the abyss, out of hell, out of quagmires, out of despair. She brought us together." Thales listened attentively. From the old crow's slowly fluctuating emotions, he could feel the countless pasts of the past contained in those simple words. A few seconds later, Hicks, who was immersed in his memories, opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh and ended his speech with a few words. "In the end we found a way to survive. We escaped." Chapter 346. Thales' eyes brightened. Slave. Survived. Escaped. That's it. Hicks chuckled softly and shrugged. "That was my meeting with Thurin. It wasn't long, but it left a deep impression. I hope it will be of some help to you." Thales was slightly startled. A sense of disappointment rose in him, as if he was listening to a story but did not continue. "That's all?" The old crow's oily smile answered him. "What else?" Thales could not get rid of his doubts. He quickly asked, "Where did she come from? Where is she from? Where did she go after that? How did he get involved with my father and Constellation?" Hicks coughed softly and interrupted Thales' continuous questioning. "I am very willing to describe my impression of your mother to you, Thales. If my drawing skills were good enough, I could even write a sketch for you. But I am afraid that this is all I know. I don't know her identity before she became a slave and I can't tell where she came from." Hicks looked at him regretfully and gestured to the surroundings. "And now is not the time for us to sit down and talk about the past." Thales was momentarily speechless in the face of Hicks' apologetic and helpless smile. Hicks sighed and stroked his walking stick. An indecipherable emotion surged in his eyes behind the monocle. "As for Gleeward, I can only say that I am truly sorry." His voice was hoarse. "Take care of yourself." Thales seemed to have woken up from a dream. The shock of receiving the information was instantly washed away by the threat in front of him. The prince paused for a long while. "Oh." Thales forced a smile. "I should be the one apologizing. You took a huge risk to save me. If Heroic Spirit Palace finds out, don't worry about me, child." Hicks shook his head. "My channels are perfectly normal. It won't arouse suspicion. Put Ray is worried about his missing prince, and as his teacher I came to ask an old friend for information out of consideration for his feelings. At least Heroic Spirit Palace, who can't even take care of themselves, won't suspect anything in the short term." Thales was silent. "But I'm still sorry that I couldn't send you out," Hicks said gloomily with unease and melancholy. "I suggest that you hide here for a night and we'll think." Thales forced an ugly smile. "Thank you, sir." He looked at the ruins around him and the shocking battle in Shield District all those years ago flashed past his mind. "I tried not to think about the bleak future." Thales pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment. "I will find a way to get out myself." When Gleeward refused to help him, Thales was indeed disappointed and terrified. After all, Dragon Cloud City was under heavy lockdown, and the Star Killer was chasing after him all over the city. But Hicks had already done enough for him. He had no right to ask for more. Hicks silently watched the prince try his best to maintain the smile on his face. He did not speak. "Of course." Hicks flashed a slightly bitter smile. But for some reason, Thales felt that there was an indecipherable meaning hidden in his gaze. "Of course you can, then I will." The old man said nothing more. He bowed apologetically and turned away, leaning on his crutch. He walked towards Kevin, who was waiting impatiently in the distance. Thales stared at his back from afar and suddenly remembered something. "One last question." Thales' words made Hicks stop in his tracks. "Our first lesson, remember?" Thales rubbed his hands together as if this could drive away the coldness of the night. "The boundaries of governance." Hicks paused visibly. He turned completely around to face Thales. "Of course." Thales glanced at the desolate scene around him again and faced the old Hicks. "At the end of that day, you told us that all our speculations and conclusions in class that day were actually wrong." The prince took a deep breath. He took a few steps forward and looked into Hicks' eyes seriously. "I originally thought that you wanted to tell us that history can be interpreted in many ways. But During the second lesson, even though we did a lot of homework, I could feel that you were not satisfied with our. Hicks stared at him silently and did not say a word. Thales raised his eyebrows at him. Why? Thales raised an eyebrow at him. Why? What is it? What is it in your mind? The horse that pulled the carriage in the distance neighed in boredom. Under the night sky, the hunched old man and the teenager with his head held high stood in a corner of the ruins, facing each other in silence. The old crow smiled. You know, I originally planned to talk about this a long time later, or when we graduate and stop our lessons. I didn't even care about anything and let all of you figure it out on your own. The old man's words faltered for a moment. But in view of your current situation, Thales still stared at him with bright, piercing eyes. All right. Hicks smiled helplessly, like an old grandfather who could not stand being bothered by his child. Why was our discussion that day wrong? Because times have changed. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Hicks clasped his hands around his walking stick again. He tried his best to straighten his hunched back and coughed softly. The old man suddenly became serious. Let me clarify something first, Thales. What we were doing at that time was analyzing and discussing events that happened more than 10 years ago, deducing the development and direction of the people and events at that time, and trying to come up with as many useful conclusions as possible that can be used as a reference for us today. Thales nodded slightly. But Hicks' tone changed. His eyes shone with a rarely seen sharpness. But the problem is time is different. Time. Doubt rose in Thales' heart. You mean? Hicks raised a hand and silenced his question. The world, young sir. Our world is complicated and ever-changing. As if to save time, Hicks did not give Thales another chance to interrupt him. Time is moving forward and times are changing. People may have seen that in the past few thousand years, the iron hooves of humans have created boundless prosperity. The powerful empire has ended the divided governance of various kings. The bright God's church has purified the treacherous hearts of people. The turbulent waves overturned the decadent imperial family. The division of the church has rebuilt the gods. The battle of eradication, which is the closest to us, has determined today's situation. Hicks' gaze shifted. But at the same time, many people will also overlook that thousands of years ago, the merchants on the land had just gotten used to bartering. Farmers could only rely on iron and fire to harvest crops. People did not even know how to domesticate messenger crows. Communication between cities could only rely on messengers. Today the palaces of many kingdoms even look like barbarian gatherings. Hundreds of years ago, eternal oil and crystal drops were still hidden deep under the sea and underground. Mystic guns had not yet appeared in this world. The teachings of the bright God were spread throughout the continent and could not be doubted. Our long-distance ships could only pray for good weather and hope that the trade winds would bring them far away. Thales lowered his head and silently thought about the historical process of this world. Hicks tapped his walking stick lightly. He was a little lost in thought. But that's not all. Every year, every month, every day, every minute, every second, every part of the world is changing. Not just the politics of the lords, not just the coins of the merchants, not just the crops of the farmers. Some of the changes are so small that they are undetectable or even unrecognizable. Some of the changes are connected to the changes in other things and bring about changes in the final outcome. Hicks' words were serious and his gaze was solemn. Even Thales subconsciously straightened his back in the cold wind. But it is precisely these insignificant changes that accompany the progress of history that are crucial. They make it difficult for those of us who try to summarize patterns, learn from experience, uncover the truth and deduce cause and effect. And when many people talk about history, use history as a reference and compare history, it is easy for them to unknowingly ignore these changes, even if it's only for 18 years. Only after experiencing failure will they have the energy to look for the existence of these changes. Camelot, the great emperor, established the ancient empire. Kessel VI rebuilt the final empire. And King Tormund established Constellation. They are often compared, but these three people are no longer facing the same world, the same group of people and the same situation. When he said this, Hicks coughed a few times. We can't just focus on the things we care about, Thales. There are too many factors that determine every period of history in every case. There are so many that it's easy for us to ignore them. And these factors change too quickly, so quickly that it's hard for us to grasp them. So on that day when we confidently and complacently gave the conclusion of the limits of governance, Hicks sighed deeply. He was full of emotions as if he did not expect Thales to understand. We are arrogant and always think that there is nothing new under the sun. But in fact everything under the sun is new. Thales' eyes sparkled. What we have learned from history, the prince said subconsciously, is that we have learned nothing from history. Hicks' eyes immediately lit up while he was sighing. A thought-provoking paradox, an interesting set of logic. The old crow mulled over the meaning of this sentence. Learned nothing. I can feel that it doesn't just mean repeated mistakes on the surface. Thales snapped out of his daze and heaved a sigh of relief. Of course it isn't. Did you think of this sentence yourself? Hicks' eyes were filled with recognition and admiration. Of course. Under the old crow's probing gaze, Thales deflated the moment he opened his mouth. Of course not. He said awkwardly, it was someone else who mentioned a rather great person who is no longer in this world. His surname is Hegel if I remember correctly. Hicks smiled. Very good. I guess it isn't. My classes require sincerity and introspection, and what I need the least is arrogance and vanity. So, Thales asked tentatively, about the first lesson, what do you want to tell us? Hicks tapped his walking stick lightly and returned to his previous state. Secondly, as people who are far away from that era, any judgment we make about the past can only be pale and superficial compared to the real past. The old crow furrowed his brows tightly as if he had a headache. Since we can't restore the past, we have lost too many bases to rely on for judgment. We focus on the king's intentions and interests, but does King Nuvan really think so? We appeal to the vassal's standpoint and behavior, but what else did the counts do? Which came first and which came last? We attribute Extet's disadvantage to the unruly nature of the conquered land, but what were the real actions of the people of Constellation? Will there be important historical facts that we have missed out? There was endless emotion in Hicks' voice. Trying to use the excuse of grasping the essence, to ignore the process and narration of historical details to simplify the interpretation and judgment of history is quite dangerous, no matter how you look at it. Every time we miss out or misjudge a detail, the deviation between our judgment and the real history will be huge. And if we use this as a basis, the error between the law of the conclusion we conclude and the actual situation will be even more disastrous. The old crow chuckled and shook his head. The ancient saying of Maine Nocturne, the slightest error can lead to a great error. It is also like the warning that the ancient elves taught their young archers. The slightest error can lead to a great error. Mr. Thales was stunned. He remembered something. Not only that, Thales said as if he was talking to himself. Not only that, Thales said as if he was talking to himself. There are also endogenous and collinear interactions, sample infection, multi-level deviations, causal inferences, and when you expand the scope of individual behavior to the collective level. Hicks was baffled by the series of unfamiliar words. He frowned. What? It was only then that Thales came to a realization. He quickly shook his head and said, Nothing, I was just talking to myself. Hicks gave him a strange look and continued to speak. Therefore, on that day after we went through deductions and guesses that we thought were rigorous but were actually biased and full of mistakes, we easily came to a conclusion about what happened 18 years ago and recklessly attributed it to the boundaries of governance. Even if it sounded reasonable, it was absolutely far from the truth that we wanted. It could not fit into our future history and be used for today's future. 18 years is enough to change a lot of things, and we are definitely not omniscient and omnipotent. Hicks stretched out his walking stick and drew an unpleasant sound on the uneven ground. He said dejectedly, So, every time we try to use history as a mirror, we find that this mirror is not flat, and the images it reflects are always distorted and blurry, making it difficult to use. Hicks let out a long, deep breath. Remember this, Thales. In Dragon Kiss Academy, even the most famous scholar has to be careful, humble, and extremely cautious when it comes to history, the world, and the crowd. He has to deal with the gap between what he knows and what is true. Thales frowned and stared at the old man in front of him. He did not say a word. Hicks snorted in a mocking manner. And take that day as an example. In our daily lives, most of the people who self-righteously list out arguments and state them with absolute certainty, such as the empire died because of this, what caused a kingdom to prosper, if there was no such thing there would be no such thing, and so on, are more or less filled with the savagery and childlike naivety of beginners. Hicks tapped his forehead, then pointed at Thales, who had a serious expression on his face. Your brain works very fast, Thales. I believe that your eloquence has brought you a lot of convenience, but sometimes you need to stop, think more, and speak less. A wise man rarely speaks eloquently. Thales still did not speak. He stood quietly on the spot and listened to Hicks. Humility, Hicks said earnestly and earnestly. Thales, humility. This is what you should really learn from your first lesson. Instead of my seemingly open-minded and reasonable questions that are in fact deliberately led to your own conclusions through the deliberate indoctrination that I meticulously set up, you should not come to a conclusion. You came to a conclusion, but you believed it without a doubt. You believed that it was your own thinking. Humility is often lost in this way. Hicks seemed to have remembered the past. He could not help but say with a sigh, when it comes to learning, it is the easiest for a person to lose his humility and become self-righteous. When your empty brain is suddenly filled with something, in the excitement of self-improvement, you often do not pay attention to whether the thing that fills your brain is a pile of sh*t or. Most of the time both look the same. The thing that fills your brain. When he thought of this, Thales thought of something and raised his gaze. Speaking of which, I remembered something. The prince spoke in a deliberative tone and anxiously said, Sir, do you remember the book you used to refute us in the first lesson, The History of the Northern Territory? Hicks raised his eyebrows. He coughed softly. I specifically went to look for this book, so, Thales seemed a little embarrassed. He observed the old crow's half-smile and slowly said, The name of the author is written on the title page of that book. The author's name is written on the title page of the book. That's... Thales waved his hand in embarrassment. Mary H. Hicks from Dragon Kiss Academy. Hicks' pupils shrank slightly. Thales looked at the original author before him with a resigned expression. Is that sh*t? A few seconds later, the old crow burst out laughing in delight. Ha! The old man's laughter was not pleasant to the ears. It was indeed comparable to a crow's. But it was obvious that he was very happy. Hicks laughed until he was out of breath. He supported himself on his walking stick, and his shoulders shook as he laughed and looked at Thales. You really went. Ha! Thales shrugged helplessly and faked an awkward smile. Tracing the source of quotes and looking through the publication information. Aren't these the basic qualities of a postgraduate student? So, the corners of Thales' mouth twitched awkwardly. You wanted to end the topic. My thoughts were never mine but everyone's? Hicks' laughter stopped. Another interesting sentence. Hicks paused for a moment and put on a thoughtful expression. Did you think of this yourself? Thales shrugged. I really want to say no, but this sentence is very good. Hicks put away his smile and looked at Thales in a steady and serious manner. And the only thing that can guarantee that your brain won't be immersed in shit is, Thales. Thales nodded respectfully and continued his teacher's words. Humility. Hicks flashed a smile again. But then Thales changed the tone of his voice. But you left out one thing, reflect on yourself. Remember the lesson rules you told us? Before questioning something, it's best to ask yourself. Thank you, Bourdieu. Thales smiled in his heart. Hicks' expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the teenager in front of him again. Not just before, Thales. He said calmly. But those are advanced lessons and they are options for advancement. Not everyone has the aptitude to reach that stage. Hicks blinked. And we will do it step by step. We will start with humility. Then we will plan for other things. Thales smiled. One step at a time. He looked at the strangely interesting old man in front of him and thought of his uncertain future. He suddenly sighed. Thales suddenly raised his index finger. Sir, I was thinking. Although you told me that the meaning of the first lesson was humility, wise men rarely speak eloquently, and so on. Thales narrowed his eyes. But I thought about it again. The prince clicked his tongue and looked at the old man in front of him from head to toe as if he was sizing up a suspect. Is there a possibility that the moment you turn around and return to Heroic Spirit Palace, you will say to young rascal, to Saroma? Hicks showed a puzzled expression. Thales cleared his throat and slowed down his tone. With a rough voice, he imitated Hicks's usual tone. Dear little Saroma, my dear little brother. You must know that wise men are not afraid of eloquence. Madam, what you need is to confidently stuff your opinion into other people's minds, even if it's a pile of shit. Before Thales finished speaking, Hicks laughed out loud and his expression was exaggerated. He kept hitting the ground with his walking stick. Ha! Thales laughed as well. Under the moonlight, the old man and the teenager who were thousands of miles away from home looked at each other and laughed. In the distance, Kevin, who was waiting with his head in his hands, let out another yawn in resignation. Finally, the laughter of the two people gradually weakened. Thales closed his mouth. Hicks also stopped smiling and looked at him calmly and peacefully. It's time. Thales spoke subconsciously. But Hicks was one step faster than him. You know, your mother did tell me where she was going, the old crow said flatly, but Thales was momentarily stunned. Hicks straightened his back in the darkness and sighed at the vast starry sky. Before we parted, she stood alone with her back to us. She faced the blood-red setting sun on the vast desert and said with a chuckle. Thales felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness in his heart. He knew that what came next was that person's original words. Hicks said faintly, since I escaped with much difficulty, of course I want to go to a wider world. Perhaps I can pry open this boring world. Thales was stunned. Pry open this boring. I believe that she did it, Hicks said softly, but his words traveled clearly into Thales' ears through the quiet night sky. Perhaps she will eventually do it. A breeze blew past and it let out a long whimper through the hole in the wall behind them. Hicks straightened his scarf. With a solemn expression, he nodded slightly at Thales. Take care, young sir. Thales put away his thoughts and nodded solemnly as well. You too, sir. And so, Thales stood alone in the quiet night, listening to the sound of Hicks' walking stick slowly fade into the distance. He watched as the old man's hunched figure gradually disappeared. He listened as Hicks boarded the dilapidated, shoddy truck, which was a stark contrast to Shield District, and explained to Kevin in a low voice why the teenager did not come. He watched from afar as the truck left under Kevin's whip and the dissatisfied neigh of the old horse, never to return. The prince greedily sucked in a mouthful of air in the cold wind of the night, but his lungs were frozen. Thales turned around in resignation. The problem he faced and the melancholy in his heart surged before his eyes again. From now on he was alone again. Just like in the past. Thales absent-mindedly kicked away a large piece of gravel that almost tripped him. He looked at the corpse's Glee ward left behind on the ground, and then at the grand scene of Shield District before him. He felt a headache coming on. All of Dragon Cloud City is looking for me. In fact, it was not just Dragon Cloud City. Lampard, Count Leespan, Count Nazir and all the vassals. What should I do? Thales scratched his head in pain. Go back to the secret passage? Look for Putray? Hide in Shield District and act according to circumstances? But I'm short on clothes and meat. Hey, brat. Thales raised his head in shock. Under the moonlight, half of a head with a worried expression appeared behind a broken wall in front of him to his left. A rough voice was trying hard to suppress its tone as it whispered, Why are you spacing out? Come here. Thales was stunned. He stared at the person leaning against the corner of the wall in shock. You are, that, Glee ward? Asterisk bang. Asterisk the person behind the corner of the wall hit the wall in annoyance. The familiar wheelchair came slowly from behind the wall. Thales blinked. He could not figure out what was going on. Keep your King voice down. Glee ward, who had just left in a huff, was now staring at him angrily. The veteran who had lost both his legs had an awkward and complicated expression on his face. He looked around warily from time to time. And where are your King manners? Why did you call me that? That Glee ward? Thales ignored Glee ward's anger. He just stared at the other person in a daze and scratched his head, trying to figure out what was going on. But why are you? Glee ward interrupted him from the wheelchair. His remaining eyes were filled with the words, I don't like the look of you. Shut up. Come with me. Go with him. Thales was stunned again. He did not understand the logic behind the other person's actions. But didn't you say that you would let me go and not take me for the reward? Hey. Glee ward made a threatening expression like a wild beast. I said shut up. The veteran drove the wheelchair in front of Thales. He looked at the surprised prince and snorted coldly in displeasure. Aren't you going out of the city? Come with me obediently. Thales rolled his eyes 3 times. Out of the city? He smiled stiffly, waved his hand tentatively and pointed in the direction where Hicks left. But didn't you just reject the old crow? The impatient Gleeward's expression changed. He supported the wheelchair with his left hand, pulled himself up a few inches and raised his right fist at Thales. Thales, who still had lingering fear in his heart, subconsciously took a few steps back and raised his hands in front of his chest. Wait. Gleeward's fist stopped in midair. F***CK. Are you looking for a beating? The veteran said angrily without hesitation. Are you going out of the city to live or not? Thales' ears were ringing because of his loud voice. He felt dizzy and nodded subconsciously. Yes, yes. In the awkward atmosphere, the two of them stared at each other. One of them was furious and the other was confused. A few seconds later, Gleeward put down his fist, snorted and turned his wheelchair around. Follow me obediently. Brat. He snorted in disdain. Thales, who was still in a state of shock, put down his hands. He shrugged as if he had understood something and followed Gleeward in a contemplative manner. Hence, amid the sound of wheels rolling over the gravel, the shadows of a wheelchair and a teenager slowly elongated on the rough ground of Shield District. They moved forward side by side under the quiet night sky. Slap, flap, flap. Thales punched his left palm 3 times with his right fist. I understand now. While walking, Thales carefully observed Gleeward, whose expression was unpleasant. He seemed to be aggrieved but also angry. The teenager seemed to have made a new discovery. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. In the end you will still help me. You just don't want to admit defeat in front of the old crow. Gleeward's expression froze. Shut up. But Thales, who was immersed in his new discovery, did not care about what the old man said at all. His eyes lit up. And Hicks, that old crow intentionally made me stay. He also knows this. Hicks knows that you will definitely help me, so he... Gleeward's expression became even more unpleasant. He gritted his teeth, slanted his lips and twisted his face. He sped up the speed of his hands, pushing the wheelchair forward. Shut up. Thales took 2 steps forward and overtook the accelerating wheelchair. He turned around to face the veteran. Wait. Thales' eyes grew brighter. You know this too, don't you? You know that he knows that you will help me. As if his thoughts were exposed, Gleeward exhaled with a lifeless expression. As he pushed the wheelchair, he banged the wheel in dissatisfaction. Shut up. Shut up. Thales did not intend to shut up at all. He walked backwards with one hand over his chest and the other caressing his chin. He looked pleasantly surprised. So, you both know each other very well, but, for some reason you don't want to make it clear. Hicks, he also knows that he knows that you will help me. Gleeward, who could not take it anymore, raised his head in pain and wailed. Enough. The veteran stopped and fiercely cut Thales off. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Thales stopped talking and looked at Gleeward in puzzlement. Yes, I know, he knows too. Gleeward's face was filled with anger. He waved his hands at the sky. So what? He spat in a very unrefined manner and looked at Thales in annoyance. I also know that he knew that I knew that he knew that I would help you. Thales nodded solemnly and used his gaze to encourage him to continue speaking. F***Siga, I'm going crazy because of you. Gleeward's words were stuck in his throat. His expression changed slightly. Can't you just King shut up? Thales blinked and revealed a resigned expression. Of course. The prince chuckled and scratched his head. But what you said might have, you also scolded my mother. Gleeward was immediately stunned. Scolded what? Thales pointed into the distance and smiled awkwardly. He kindly reminded him, that sentence of yours seemed to have scolded her? My mother Xianxia. You know her. The puzzled Gleeward paused for a few seconds before he registered what he meant. The veteran raised his finger in anger and put on a fierce expression. You mother cur. That's it, Thales coughed softly. At that moment, Gleeward's throat seemed to be stuck by something and he froze abruptly. He subconsciously hesitated. His expression was subtle and changed a few times. But a second later, the veteran regained his usual fierce tone and pointed at Thales again. You mother cur. However, under Thales' friendly gaze, Gleeward choked on something. The muscles on his face trembled slightly. The veteran's mouth opened and closed but no sound came out. His fingers intertwined in the air as if he could not find a target. A gentle breeze blew past. Thales shivered despite the chill, but his smile remained. You? Finally, after hesitating for a few seconds, Drew Gleeward threw a punch with a face full of grief and indignation. He hit the poor wheelchair with a loud thud. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, you motherf asterisk curse shut up. Hicks and his history of the Northern Territory War did happen in reality. I have a L teacher who told me about her personal experience. When L graduated from her PhD, she submitted a thesis to a top journal. A professor who reviewed it anonymously replied with an opinion, and the gist of it was, you did not cite a certain work in your thesis. That is the authoritative work in the field. This is a major flaw in your research. Make up for it quickly. L, who had just graduated from her PhD, naturally accepted the anonymous professor's opinion in fear and trepidation. Then she searched for that certain work, no matter where she went. However, strangely enough, even though it was the authoritative work in the field, she searched for it for years without any results. In the end, the persistent L teacher gave each and every famous publishing house in the field a try. In the end, she found information about certain work in Cambridge. The publishing house replied, "Oh, certain work? We have it here, but it's still in draft. It'll only be published next year. Next year, next year, next year." L teacher in the wind. I have AF asterisk king sentence, but I don't know how to say it. Many years later, through a coincidental channel, L teacher found out, with an exasperated expression, that the professor who reviewed her thesis anonymously was the author of that certain work that had not been published at that time. L teacher in the wind. I have another F asterisk king sentence, but I don't know. Swordless could never forget L teacher's lifeless expression, who had always been serious and serious when she told this story. I wish her good health and a smooth life. When have great thoughts ever been shackled by a sick body?